Chapter 201 Tang Clan Crisis? Double Account Blocking. 6 months after Tang Lan disappeared. 9. H.com. Tiandu Palace, the prince's bedroom. Qian Rongxiu put away her disguise and sat in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection in trance. She is in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow, a straight bridge of nose, slightly slender eyes, and long golden hair scattered casually, making her neck white and slender. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing her stunning face paired with heroic spirit? But she is so beautiful, but she has to be hidden in the darkness for a hidden mission. In the past, Qian Rongxiu didn't care. As long as I can help Wuhan Palace, my grandfather and my mother, she is willing to pay. But after meeting Tang Lan, she changed her mind. Qian Rongxiu didn't know why. But she desperately wanted to get rid of her current identity and have a frank face-to-face confrontation with Tang Lan. I was in a daze. Qian Rongxiu's eyes sharpened. When he stood up, his appearance changed, switching to Shueqing He. When he turned around, he saw an acquaintance, Gui Douluo Gui Mei. The elder of Wuhan Palace, who has Wuhan fusion skills with Ju Douluo Yueguan, is highly valued by Bibi Dong. Why are you here? Qian Rongxiu said displeasedly, this is in the Tiandu Palace. If I are discovered, my more than 10 years of hiding will be in vain. The ghost was a taciturn person and did not respond much. He raised his hand and threw out a letter. Qian Rongxiu took it and opened it, her expression changing continuously. The letter is from Bibi Dong. The purpose is to determine whether Tang sect can be used by Wuhan Palace. In the past 3 months, the soul swept across the entire continent with an unstoppable force. The Wuhan Palace, especially Bibi Dong, had to pay attention to this emerging sect. I wanted to win over him. As a result, the sect leader Tang Lan, along with a group of core disciples, went to practice hard in some unknown place. The deputy sect leader of the Tang sect is a soul Douluo and knows how to do Tai Chi. The deputy tower master of the spirit transferring pagoda is more straightforward, he is only a third-ringed soul master. We can only let Qian Rongxiu win over her. If it cannot be used for oneself, then the threat must be nipped in the cradle. But how could Qian Rongxiu agree? Tangman is his hard work. If Wuhandian takes it away, how will I face him in the future? Therefore, I passed it by perfunctorily several times. Until last month. Both the Sunset Forest and the Spirit Transferring Tower in the far north are opened, steadily outputting souls. The influence is growing day by day. This made Bibi Dong feel a real threat, and she could no longer sit still. He sent his capable subordinates directly. In addition to the ghosts in front of me, there is also Yu Guan waiting outside the city. Your Highness, Ghost said calmly, His Majesty the Pope has ordered that if you are unable to give a definite answer, 2 of your subordinates will take action to clear the way for the Wuhan Palace. This aggressiveness made Qian Rongxiu very angry. That woman! Would you rather trust outsiders than trust yourself? I told you. Qian Rongxiu said angrily, I have used my 100,000-year-old soul bone to win over Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang sect. 66, U, X, dot, C, O. Now that they are out practicing hard, they can't get him to express his allegiance to Wuhan Palace. But with my relationship with him, it will definitely not be a problem. The ghost remained unmoved. This made Qian Rongxiu very manic. Pick up the communication soul guide and dial the number. Your Highness. The ghost said, if you are looking for His Majesty the Pope, don't waste your efforts. After all, this is the Tang sect's soul guide, and it is difficult to guarantee safety. Qian Rongxiu froze. She understood. If you don't pull Tang Lan out today and swear allegiance to Wuhan Palace, then there is no way to stop them from taking action. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath and did not argue with the ghost. She knew it was useless. Dial Tang Lan's communication again, the result is still. The target is not in the blue-silver grass service area, please call again later. Qian Rongxiu hung up the communication helplessly, frowning and thinking. The ghost's figure began to dim. Since your Highness has no choice, then leave the next step to your subordinates. Click. Qian Rongxiu crushed the communication soul guide, but there was nothing she could do. Moreover, being in the Tiandu Palace, she could not release the pressure. I can only hold it back by force. My teeth are almost broken. The dissatisfaction with Bibi Dong in my heart reached its peak at this moment. Here comes someone. The fat and thin old man pushed open the door and entered, waiting for orders with folded hands. They were always guarding the door. It's just that I haven't reached the title Douluo, so I can't detect the ghost coming. Qian Rongxiu did not express her anger. Throw away your prince badge. You go to the Tang sect in person, invite Elder Wang and Deputy Sect Leader Zhao, and host a banquet for the two of them tonight. If any abnormalities are found, the Imperial Guards will be mobilized on the spot. And report relevant information immediately. The two old men understood the hint in the words as soon as they heard it. They were sent there to help the Tang sect deal with the enemy. They didn't ask any further questions and took the order to leave. Qian Rongxiu took out a new communication soul guide and edited a message. Send. Then he stared at the closed door, his eyes full of murderous intent. Just take this opportunity to get rid of the avalanche. Add more poison to make that old guy Shui die and take over the Tiandu Empire. When the time comes, Bibi Dong, do you dare not to take me seriously? Tangmen. The gate, which is like a bustling city, is very spacious at the moment. After more than half a year of development, several adjacent streets have become Tangmen industries. Most of them are hotels, which are specially provided for people who come to Tangmen. The disciples responsible for recruiting people will go to review them one by one. No more long queues, more efficient. It just costs money. But what Tang clan lacks most now is ordinary money. The ghost took Yu Guan and stood at the gate of Tangmen Academy. Looking at the prosperity below, there is regret in his eyes. This Tanglan doesn't go out early or late, but he goes out to practice hard at this time. Yueguan said with emotion, His Majesty the Pope's patience is limited, I hope they can know good from evil. The ghost didn't answer and waited silently. A large number of Wuhan Palace Soul Masters appeared in the surrounding area, surrounding the Tangmen. The process is unabashed. Soon the Tang sect was alerted and began to gather combat power. As the deputy sect leader, Zhao Wuji, and the second elder Wang Dali came to Guiyu and the others. Ghost Douluo? Chrysanthemum Douluo. Wang Dali said in a deep voice, My sister Qiao Zichen Rui, what is your intention? Yu Guan picked up the orchid with her fingers and tossed it gently. Sect Master Zhao, Elder Wang. Today, on behalf of the Wuhan Palace, we sincerely invite the Tang sect to replace the White Tiger sect and become the new fourth section. I believe that with the potential of the Tang sect, and with the support of the Wuhan Palace, it will not be a problem to become the third new sect within 10 years. I don't know about Tang sect, what do you think? This is the last olive branch extended by Wuhan Palace. Regardless of whether Tanglan is here or not, let's cook the uncooked rice into cooked rice first. Otherwise, Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali looked extremely ugly. Looking at the prepared posture in front of them, everyone was a little undecided. Old Zhao, didn't the sect master explain anything before he left? Wang Dali asked in a low voice. The corners of Zhao Wuji's eyes twitched. Explain. I really explained it. But the method Tang Lan gave. Chapter 202 Yu Xiaogang Mediates. A critical moment. Tang Lan's solution? Zhao Wuji didn't dare to use it. Or rather. Kai.com. He was reluctant to use it until he reached the final desperate situation. Hesitating. I saw Yu Xiaogang walking alone. Although he used the 9 Yang Divine Art and took drugs to break through level 29, he became a 3-ring Soul Master. But in front of 3 titled Douluo and 1 Soul Douluo, he was still too weak. Fortunately, Lu Erlong reacted in time and flew up to block most of the momentum, allowing Yu Xiaogang to enter the battlefield where 4 people are confronting each other. Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali restrained their momentum. After all, they were their own people. But I didn't expect. Guiyu and his 2 men also calmed down their momentum. All just because. Yu Xiaogang held up a token with 6 patterns on it, namely sword, hammer, dragon, crown, chrysanthemum and human figure. It is the only 3 things in the world, the papal decree. Anyone who holds this card has the dignity of the elders of Wuhan Palace, and it is more like the Pope himself. I am Yu Xiaogang, the honorary elder of Wuhan Hall. Yu Xiaogang said solemnly, at the same time, I am also a guest elder of the Tang sect. I also ask the 2 elders not to embarrass the Tang sect. Yu Guan and Gui Mei raised their hands in a polite salute. He restrained his aggressive aura. Elder Yu, what are you doing? Tai Chi Dao at Yueguan. This action has been specially approved by the Pope, allowing the Tang sect to be directly listed as one of the 7 major sects. How can it be an embarrassment? In this way, we can give Elder Yu a stick of incense to persuade sect leader Zhao on behalf of Wuhan Palace. S.comm. Let's see if we become the four lower sect, or... Yu Guan smiled sweetly. Being led by the ghost, he disappeared above the school gate. Yu Xiaogang also sighed helplessly. He turned around and looked at Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali. You two, are you really unable to contact the sect master? Yu Xiaogang confirmed again. Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali had no doubt that he was there and shook their heads decisively. You don't know where the sect leader is going. Yu Xiaogang frowned and said, now that the sect is on the verge of life and death, Douluo doesn't even pay attention to the papal decree. He is bound to win today. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly. If I knew where the sect master was, I would have asked for instructions a long time ago. The sect master only said that he would go away for a year and would come back before the elite competition, but he didn't say much more. Yu Xiaogang looked at Wang Dali. Wang Dali sighed, he knew even less information. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flickered a few times. Just about to speak. Lu Erlong couldn't help but said, why don't you agree to him first, and wait for the sect leader to come back before making a decision? Anyway, the original goal of the sect leader was to surpass the previous 3 sects. This would be faster. Zhao Wuji felt a little moved. Yu Xiaogang silently closed his mouth, waiting for Zhao Wuji's reaction. Zhao Wuji shook his head repeatedly. You think too simply single. Zhao Wuji pointed at the spirit masters of the spirit hall outside, who were eyeing them eagerly. I'm too familiar with Wuhan Palace. If I can't use it for him, I would rather kill the wrong person than let go. Especially towards subordinates, they are even more unscrupulous. Believe it or not, if I agree, they will ask us for the Tang clan Kung Fu method on the pretext of testing their sincerity. Especially the original text of the soul equality contract, and even the trained spiritual masters will be taken away by them. Lu Erlong was speechless for a moment. Can you refuse? Yu Xiaogang pointed out the interests. Yes, it can be delayed for a while. If you refuse, the Tang sect may disappear tonight. He dares. Lu Erlong glared angrily. The sect leader is the Tang master honored in the mainland. By doing this, Wuhan Palace, isn't it afraid of betrayal and alienation? Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali obviously thought so too. They don't believe it. The Wuhan Palace would deal such a heavy blow to the famous Tang sect in Tiandu City. Martial Soul Hall has no choice. Yu Xiaogang said calmly. It is precisely because the sect leader is Master Tang that he is deeply loved by the people. The soul masters who are queuing up outside the sect now have the spirit hall as their first choice in the past. This is digging into the roots of Wuhan Palace. Now that another soul appears, it has completely shaken the Wuhan Palace's authority among civilian soul masters. In addition, the communication soul guide can control the eyes, ears, firearms, and hidden weapons of the world, which can eliminate the advantages of mid to low-end soul masters. If the Tang sect grows up, it will be more terrifying than the previous 3 sects, and may even become another spirit hall. If it were you, would you choose to take action now, or wait for the Tang sect to grow? Zhao Wuji and others are all martial artists. I didn't think too much about it. But after Yu Xiaogang's analysis, is the situation really serious? Yu Xiaogang rides the hot railway. The Wuhan Palace came well prepared, but most of the Tang sect's elites were taken away by the sect master. If there is a conflict with Wuhan Palace now, the Tang sect will definitely lose. It's better to stay useful and get through the current difficulties first, so that we can have a basis for a comeback when the sect master comes back. Those words, one after another. Zhao Wuji's hesitation gradually turned into determination. He glanced at Giyu in the distance, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Now that the matter has come to this, we can only follow what the sect leader said and launch Plan B. He took out the communication soul guide. No dialing message, just shouting directly. Qiangong, according to the instructions of the sect leader, the soul equality contract will be distributed to everyone. Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened. What to send in bulk? Soul equality contract? If a bunch of these things are sent out, wouldn't that mean the world is in chaos? He subconsciously raised his hand and was about to yell. Da-da-da! The sound of dense horse hoofbeats sounded, and a large number of imperial guards poured out, surrounding the soul masters of Wuhan Palace. The ghost flashed into the air and stopped in front of the imperial guards. He said hoarsely, "We have business ahead at the Wuhan Palace, come back." Martial Spirit Hall? The imperial guard stopped and was in a dilemma. Boom boom boom. The heavier sound of horse hooves came, and a huge army came galloping from the end of the street. The leader, Prince Swexing, made Yu Guan's eyelids twitch. It was this old guy who led the Tiandu Empire army and rescued Douluo under his command. Are you still here today? Yu Guan exploded with momentum and soared into the sky. I didn't wait to say harsh words. Everyone has it, turn on the insurance. Prince Swexing shouted sharply, if this king dies in battle, the command authority will be moved down the order. We must defend the glory of Tiandu. Under the muzzle of the heavy firearm. Even Yu Guan, who was a titled Douluo, felt a wave of heart palpitations. He thought of the weapon in the intelligence that could kill titled Douluo from a distance, Barrett. Old Ghost. Pay attention to defense. The two of them used their soul power to guard against possible hidden guns. Looking at the large number of soldiers and horses galloping in, I knew that today's clearing plan was a complete failure. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he is still a human being after all. Manpower is sometimes scarce. Facing an army of hundreds of thousands, they will be exhausted and die. But Yu Guan is still unwilling. He looked at Prince Xuexing from a distance and said with a fierce expression. Does the Tiandu Empire really want to turn against the Spirit Hall for the sake of a Tang sect? Prince Snowstar was about to speak. Suddenly. Chapter 203 Newspapers are beginning to show their power. Bibi Dong compromised. Suddenly, the sound of an avalanche came from behind the army. 6. 9. S. H. U. X. C. O. M. Tang sect is the important business of our Tiandu Empire. What crime is there to allow Wuhan Palace to mobilize troops and mobilize people like this? Prince Snowstar's expression changed. Immediately call for personal guards to guard Xuebeng's left and right sides. When Yu Guan saw the avalanche, his eyes flashed. If you can't get rid of the Tang sect today, then give your highness a helping hand. I will be less guilty when I go back. The ghost understands the situation and goes back to back with Yu Guan. The soul power is surging, and he is about to launch the martial soul fusion skill. Ha ha ha, it's so lively, I came just in time. Laughing loudly. A green phosphorus snake king ran over the house and came towards this place. Douluo's level 94 aura caused Yu Guan's complexion to change drastically from afar. This old poisonous snake is actually level 94? In addition, Wang Dali, a titled Douluo of the attack system, and the Tiandu Empire army. If they are allowed to form an encirclement, even if the two of them have martial soul fusion skills, today he must also perish here. Yu Guan did not hesitate. Old ghost. Let's go. The ghost grabbed Yu Guan's shoulder and disappeared into the ghost shadow. That's called a quick run. Douluo missed the opportunity and cancelled the Jade Phosphorus Snake King in displeasure. Together with Prince Xuexing, Xuebeng, Wang Dali, Zhao Wuji, and others, they sandwiched the Spirit Master team in the Spirit Hall. The person in charge of the Tiandu City branch of Wuhan Palace, Platinum Bishop Salas. At this moment, my heart is shattered. I thought I could have some soup with my two highnesses. In the end, he ran away so easily. Then what is he going to do now? Seeing Douluo and Wang Dali's eyes filled with murderous intent. It's just Contra's Salas who feels weak at his feet. You too. Prince Xuexing suddenly said, since the Tang sect has no real losses, it is best not to start any more disputes. Otherwise, what makes sense becomes unreasonable. Don't look at how tough he was just now. But that is the Wuhan Palace after all. If he really breaks his skin, even His Majesty Shuya may not be able to withstand the pressure. Salas is also a wise man. He quickly said, I'm just following orders. I didn't see anything today. I don't know anything. Leaving first. He tentatively raised his foot to slip away. Was kicked back by Wang Dali. Is this the end of it? Wang Dali bared his teeth and said, he can come to the Spirit Hall whenever he wants and leave whenever he wants? Who do you think my Tang sect is? Salas shivered and did not dare to say a word. He walked out of the crowd, smiling brightly. Everyone, I have a way to win back the victory. We do this. We do this again. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Tang sect's eyes shone brightly. But Salas his whole body is cold and his eyes are desperate. Impossible. Salas shouted, if you really do this, I will die. I won't cooperate. Click. He put down his communication soul guide and spread his hands indifferently. The photos have been taken. What does it matter whether you cooperate or not? Salas, who was baring his teeth and claws, was stunned on the spot. Still able. Is that so? Do you want to die? Douluo said secretly, then let me give you a ride. Salas is so excited. He thought of a place where he might be able to escape the pursuit of Wuhan Palace. Immediately shouted, I do. I cooperate. I break the news. Douluo consciously stepped back. He held the communication soul guide and struck Salas in the face. Say it, I'm recording it. Salas was crying and his teeth were almost broken. The next day, Salas' old face was printed on the front page of Tang Li's newspaper. Title shocked. Something like this happened to Wuhan Palace? What did Wuhandian do? The melon-eating crowd read on excitedly, and sure enough, there was a big melon. Last night, the person in charge of the Tiandu city branch of the Wuhan Palace, Platinum Bishop Saras, was jealous of the Tang sect's soul equality contract. When the Tang sect master was leading his core disciples out, he actually led the Wuhan Palace soul masters to block the door. The following 4 zone wants to use Tang sect's secret knowledge as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the elders of Wuhan Palace, passed by and took this place to relieve the Tang sect from the crisis. As an apology, I promise to let the Tang sect replace the White Tiger sect and become the new 4th sect. Below are some details. That's a lifelike thing. Seeing this, the people had orgasms in their skulls and started talking about it. You stole the house while Master Tang was away. How about a platinum bishop for this? Tiandu Empire and Wuhan Palace won't go to war, right? What are you thinking about? Isn't it all Salas' fault? My sister has done a lot of work. What the Tiandu Empire found most in his house were all kinds of maids. This old man is almost over 100 years old, but he's still so lustful. He is Contra, one of the 4 platinum bishops. What a conspiracy! Qian Rongxiu put down the newspaper and praised. I didn't choose to show off my face, help Wuhan Palace find a scapegoat, confirm the identity of the 4 sects, and also warned Bibi Dongna. The handle is in the Tang sect's hands. If Bibi Dong doesn't want to lose face, she will let the truth come out through the Tang Li newspaper. It's true. It's terrible. Qian Rongxiu looked at the thin piece of newspaper on the table. Just this flimsy report put Wuhan Palace on the fire. She seemed to see Bibi Dong's expression of anger, but could only be helpless and furious. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Even Diu and his 2 losers didn't care much about their failure to clean up the avalanche. Now that he has returned to Tiandu City, don't think about leaving anymore. Wuhan City, Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong was under low pressure at this moment, and her soul power shook and she tore the newspaper into pieces. If it weren't for the long journey, Diu and the others would not have returned yet. She can tear 2 people alive. Can such a simple task fail? Not enough success, more than enough failure. But that's it. Bibi Dong was also helpless. Wuhandian can ignore the Tiandu Empire and quarrel with it. Because the Douluo Empire is here, the Tiandu Empire I dare not really raise an army. Even Wuhan Palace can also temporarily withstand the accusations and abuses of the civilians after the Tang sect was destroyed. Because time will wash away everything, and no one will fight to the death for the disappeared Tang sect and Wuhan Palace. But Tang sect is not talking about it now, but it still holds dirty information about Wuhan Palace. It would be harmful rather than beneficial for her to tear her face apart now. They would even ask the Tiandu Empire to draw a clear line between them and the Wuhan Palace. This is what Bibi Dong doesn't want to see. What she wants is for Tiandu and Xingluo to check and balance each other, and she must not let one of them dominate. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to create a spirit empire in the future. For the great cause of the empire, she had no choice. Bibi Dong took out a letter from the storage ring. Carefully rub it with your fingertips. The letter on the envelope, Donger opened it personally. Bibi Dong took out a communication soul guide, slid it on a certain name, and hesitated several times. In the end, it was not allocated. Because he said, this thing will be monitored. Take a long breath. Bibi Dong said sorry in her heart and issued 3 awards in succession. An intriguing papal decree. That is. Chapter 204 Platinum Bishop Yu Xiao Gang? The power of public opinion. Kill the traitor Salas. The Tang sect replaced the White Tiger sect and became the new 4th sect. As well as appointed Yu Xiaogang, the honorary elder of Wuhan Palace and the honorary elder of Tang sect, to take over the post of Platinum Bishop of the Tiandu City branch of Wuhan Palace. There is nothing wrong with the first two papal decrees. Shux, C, Opa. But this third one is a big problem. What is a Platinum Bishop? That is the fourth step after the Pope, worshippers, and elders, and stands at the top of the pyramid of Douluo continent. Yu Xiaogang's previous honorary elder was just the face given to the Shangxin sect by Wuhan Palace. To put it bluntly, it's just empty airs. With a few polite words, you will never be vague about what you should do. Can it be compared with the Platinum Bishop? Yes. Seeing Yu Xiaogang being promoted to the sole master of Wuhan Palace, he respectfully invited him to take up his post. Zhao Wuji and Wang Dali realized something was wrong. Wang Dali rubbed his short hair and thought of what happened last night. Yu Xiaogang seems to be good for Tang clan and considers everything for Tang clan. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems like I am working as a lobbyist for Wuhan Palace. Xiaogang. Lu Erlong frowned and said, what on earth is going on? You and Bibi Dong haven't broken up yet. Wang Dali, Zhao Wuji. Omega. Oh? Is there any melon to eat? Yu Xiaogang's stiff face twitched unconsciously. Then he looked at Lu Erlong affectionately. Degree 6, S, U, X, .com degree asterisk. Asterisk degree O. Erlong, I only love you with all my heart now. After saying this to the tall Lu Erlong, his forehead started to smoke. My love brain was overloaded on the spot, so I didn't care about pursuing anything. Easy to handle. Yu Xiaogang took over Bishop Platinum's letter of appointment and asked the spirit master of Wuhan Palace to step aside first. Then he looked at Zhao Wuji. Although I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Bibi Dong gourd. But if I could become the Platinum Bishop of Tiandu City, the situation like last night would never happen again. For the Tang sect, I am willing to endure the humiliation and bear the burden and take over the position of Platinum Bishop. Good guy. If it weren't for Meng Zhengtang, holding the appointment letter tightly. I believe you. But after experiencing last night's incident, Zhao Wuji matured a lot overnight. Stop Wang Dali who has something to say. Zhao Wuji smiled heartily and said, then in Tiandu City, I will have to ask Bishop Yu Beijing to take care of me. We should communicate with each other. Yu Xiaogang said, I will continue to serve as the honorary elder of the Tang sect. I will come back and sit down when I have time. Zhao Wuji said a few more polite words and sent Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong away. His face suddenly darkened. He spat hard and bared his teeth in disgust. I can finally see that what happened last night is probably related to Yu Xiaogang. Zhao Wuji said firmly. Then you were so polite just now. Wang Dali complained, if you ask me, I'll punch 2 pancakes in 1 punch. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Compared to the spirit hall, sending someone you don't know as the Platinum Bishop. Yu Xiaogang serves as the Platinum Bishop, so he knows everything about it. In the short term, we will not take action against the Tang sect again. My mission is to hold on until the sect master comes back. If it's disgusting, just be disgusted. Should I say it or not, we are worthy of being master and disciple, tut tut tut. Wang Dali had nothing to say and gave Zhao Wuji a thumbs up. Old Zhao, you are this. Zhao Wuji chuckled. I'm at my wit's end, but Yu Xiaogang can't even think about it. Let's go find Lao Bai. Let Mintang do some digging. What is going on between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong? Wang Dali's eyes lit up. Even a titled Douluo still has a greedy heart. The next day. There is no doubt that the 3 papal decrees occupied Tang Libao the front page of the newspaper. But a piece of gossip in the corner has become the focus of everyone's attention. According to insiders, Pope Bibi Dong had a relationship with Master Yu Xiaogang when she was still a saint. The master's book The 10 Core Competitiveness of Wuhan was also perfected in the Wuhan Hall Library. 1 sentence, 2 melons. Pope Bibi Dong and Platinum Bishop Yu Xiaogang were in love. The work of Platinum Bishop Yu Xiaogang is theoretically from Wuhan Hall. Thinking of the third Pope's order, people can't help but think about it. There must be some pie transaction here, right? And Yu Xiaogang worked in Tangmen before. After this happened, he ran to Wuhan Hall and became a Platinum Bishop? If there is no story here, the melon-eating crowd will not believe it. Then a piece of news spread. Originally, facing the pressure from the Spirit Hall, Tang Sect Vice Sect Master Zhao Wuji was going to follow the instructions of Sect Master Tang and directly disclose the soul equality contract. Then the Spirit Hall stopped the attack. This made people wonder if Saras really came up on his own? People all have conspiracy theories. For a while, the Spirit Hall coveted the soul equality contract and wanted to eradicate the Tang sect to take it for themselves, and the rumors began to spread all over the streets. Then Tangli newspaper dropped a bombshell. Sad. Tang Sect Vice Sect Master Zhao Wuji stated, if the Spirit Hall wants, the Tang sect can disclose the full text of the soul equality contract. This was like lighting a fuse, and public opinion exploded immediately. Many civilian soul masters who benefited from the Tang sect and the Tang sect encyclopedia were indignant for the Tang sect. Public opinion became more and more noisy. So much so that people inside the Spirit Hall began to talk about it. Bibi Dong couldn't sit idly by. She also deeply felt the horrible oppression from public opinion. Just at this time, members of Tang sect Mintang came to Bibi Dong and said they wanted to interview Bibi Dong and clarify the misunderstanding between Spirit Hall and Tang sect. Could Bibi Dong refuse? As long as she didn't want to lose people's hearts, she had no choice. So, the next day's front page headline was the Pope's promise, Spirit Hall will never be jealous of the virtuous, and the soul equality contract can only benefit the mainland in the hands of Tang sect. That night, a powerful momentum burst out from Spirit City, which lasted for a long time. See God Island. The 10th month on the island. Except Xiaowu and Tang Lan, everyone has reached the bottleneck of the whole level. Holding a God-given soul ring, but none of them absorbed it. Among them, Jingling, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who have souls, all chose to use the soul skills of souls to become the next soul ring. Jingling and Dai Mubai, of course, need no further explanation. They are all natal souls. Oscar was a little disappointed that the mirror beast did not become his natal soul. But the mirror beast is too rare. Using the power of the entire far north, it was only found this 45,000-year-old one. It is almost impossible to have a higher age. So Oscar still chose to use the mirror clone soul skill of the mirror beast as his 5th soul ring. Obtained the soul skill, clone mirror sausage. You can copy a mirror clone of the eater, with 75% of the eater's combat power, for 3 minutes. If Oscar uses it himself, it will be increased to 85%. The duration remains unchanged. But the bug is. Finally, I can illustrate it. The extra chapter will be around 6 o'clock. Chapter 205 Destruction God King. Let you show off? Extra Chapter 34. Chapter 205 Destruction God King. Let you show off? 340 monthly tickets. Although only one clone sausage can be effective at a time, it can be used together with the copy sausage. That is, you can eat a copy sausage, change your own martial spirit first, and then use the clone sausage to copy the mirror clone. 6. Oh at Hux? Both will be the changed martial spirits. Imagine it. Everyone eats the copy sausage and copies Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower. Then use the clone sausage to copy a mirror clone. If all the 12 9 treasures glazed towers assist Tang Lan in the game, Bibi Dong will be beaten to pieces, right? There are many other combinations like this. It greatly increases the possibility of the team. It is much more precious than a 100,000-year spirit ring. Thank you for your hard work for the team, Zioao. Tang Lan promised, your 4 soul rings will all be God-given soul rings. I will make up for the insufficient ones. The 45,000-year-old mirror beast soul spirit occupied most of Oscar's spiritual world. If he wanted to get soul spirits again, he could only wait for the 9th soul ring. Oscar scratched his head with a smile. Thank you, Sect Master, he. Oscar let it go. Next was Dai Mubai, and the 5th soul skill he obtained was called Red Flame Destruction Kill. It used its wings to emit countless fist-sized red flame light balls, each of which had 1/10 of its own damage. A super large range high attack soul skill. It can also lock the opponent and launch a cumulative shooting effect for a single attack. After mastering the ring fusion technique, Dai Mubai's instantaneous explosive power was second only to Tang Lan's Thunder Flame Clear Sky Hammer in the team. The last Jingling. His 4th soul skill is very interesting, Giant Elephant Armor. Inherited the soul of the natal spirit. The hardening soul skill of the Roshan giant elephant can put hardened armor on the skeleton. And you can pin the shape yourself. Tang Lan spent 3 days resting and wanted to shape it into a Gundam. Unfortunately, there are too many modules, which will waste a lot of internal energy. I could only settle for the next best thing and become Susanoo. It's a pity. This Susanoo is still only half body and cannot stand up. And the Roshan giant elephant, which was originally just a 1,000-year soul beast, can only be given these 2 soul skills as a soul. Tang Lan pondered. What should the 5th soul ring absorb to make him stand up? The rest of the people have no souls, so they are still stuck at the bottleneck. It has been almost a month since Xiao Wu reached level 68, and he will soon be able to break through to level 69. Only Tang Lan. I have only been promoted to level 2, currently level 62. Seems like very little. But don't forget. The quality of Tang Lan's spiritual power is 100 times that of ordinary soul power. The energy required for upgrading naturally increases 100 times. If converted to an ordinary person, his level 2 would already be level 70. This day, Tang Lan and others did not practice, but looked up at the sky. Thick thunderclouds covered the sky and covered almost half of Poseidon Island. The roiling thunder and lightning in them were like thunderous dragons, stinging people's eyes and causing pain. After 10 months of baptism of comfort, the thundering Hellvine is in the 3rd month, reaching 100,000 years later. There was no need for the protection of Poseidon's light, so he moved outside to receive the baptism of thunder. The thunder calamity that the ferocious beasts were afraid of became the nourishment for their advancement. In 7 months, it soared to 700,000 years. The Snow Emperor was helpless during the 700,000 year thunder catastrophe. Going to the Thunder Hellvine was like taking a bath in a hot spring. The thunderbolts carrying the power of destruction could not even break the skin of the Thunder Hellvine and swallow it like a noodle-like whale. The Ice Emperor was filled with envy when he saw it. If I had this ability, why would I need to become a soul? When Tang Lan heard this, he looked back and said nothing more. It was the Snow Emperor who knocked the Ice Emperor on the head. Thunder Hellvine has never grown to be 100,000 years old. And even if it takes 1,000,000 years, the soul beast cannot become a god, so won't it still die in the end? The Ice Emperor covered his forehead and showed a happy smile. Shwedi, she hit me. The little chicken nodded like it was pecking at rice. Snow Emperor, you are right, the soul is better. Conversation room. The thundering Hellvine has finished its thunder tribulation, and the thunder clouds in the sky dissipate unwillingly. A golden little man appeared on the thunder Hellvine, making a grimace to the sky. What kind of thunder tribulation did it give me? 40,000 years of cultivation. It's worse than the 50,000 year thunder tribulation of 600,000 years. That's right. This is the secret of Thunder Hellvine's soaring cultivation level. I remember the 100,000 year thunder tribulation, but the Thunder Hellvine directly reached the 180,000 year cultivation level. Perhaps the Thunder Hellvine is too arrogant. Or maybe it triggered something. Suddenly, the golden light in Poseidon Temple shone brightly in Tang Lan's eyebrows. Poseidon's consciousness emerged and turned into a Poseidon shadow. Standing above the thundering Hellvine, OK stared at the Thunder Hellvine with dangerous eyes. The Thunder Hellvine was so frightened that it trembled. It picked up its root and ran behind Tang Lan. Master, help! Tang Lan, dot. He looked at the Poseidon's consciousness in the sky and cast a questioning look. Wow, what are you doing? Soul beasts are not allowed to become gods. This is an iron law of the god realm. Poseidon's divine consciousness said businesslike, this thundering Hellvine is not deterred by the great calamity, and it provoked the thunder calamity and angered the king of destruction, so I was sent to eliminate this hidden danger. Tang Lan looked back at the thunder Hellvine and asked, why? The little golden man was carrying the thundering Hellvine and turned his head away, not daring to look at Tang Lan. Awkward. He just shook his head. Who would have thought that someone as big as the God King of Destruction could still compete with his 800,000-year-old soul beast? Tang Lan looked back at Poseidon's consciousness. As you know, the Thunder Hellvine will serve as my soul and will follow me to the divine realm. Poseidon's consciousness shook his head. The God King of Destruction has given an order that the Thunder Hellvine must be killed within 3 days. There will never be any consequences. Ah, this. No need to discuss. Tang Lan asked. There is no need to discuss. Poseidon's consciousness was firm. Tang Lan rubbed his head. I originally thought that I could cultivate a million-year soul. How to fix this? But, you still have a chance. Poseidon's spiritual consciousness gasped. Looking up at Poseidon Temple. Bo-Sixi, Shelley, and other Poseidon believers knelt on the ground to see their god. You are the high priest of this generation, yes. Poseidon's consciousness praised, I remember that there was a stormy sea area on the sea that was always subject to thunderstorms. Bo-Sixi respectfully replied, reporting to my god, there is this sea area, but it is occupied by the million-year-old soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king. It is now called the demon whale sea area. Okay. The demonic whale king of the deep sea, a million-year-old soul beast. The Poseidon's consciousness, which could instantly kill Bibi Dong, couldn't do anything to it that had already transformed into a dragon. Go to its place stealing electricity from the plate? If this is caught, the scene will definitely be explosive. The sea god's consciousness looked at Tang Lan. Your ability to block perception can temporarily cut off the arrival of the great calamity of the soul beast from the god of destruction. If this little vine can grow to 1,000,000 years old within 3 days, I will sacrifice it to you at that time. If it has not been sacrificed after 3 days, I will come again. The sea god's consciousness returned to Tang Lan's eyebrows. Tang Lan was annoyed and picked up the thundering hell vine. You are so proud, now you feel good. The thundering hell vine was aggrieved. Who knows why the god of destruction is still stingy? This matter is indeed strange. The deep-sea demon whale king has turned into a dragon after 1,000,000 years. Is there anything the god of destruction is doing? Is it because the thundering hell vine is on the sea god island, and the sea god's consciousness happens to be able to enforce the law? Or is it that the thunder hell vine is special and is not threatened by thunder tribulation? Or is it the inheritance of the thunder god? Chapter 206 Tang San is making trouble again. Bo-Sixi opens a back door. Why exactly, the thunder hell vine cannot be tolerated. Only the god of destruction knows this. But no matter what. Even for the million-year soul, the demon whale sea must be visited. Bo-Sixi walked down at this time. No more questions. Directly threw up a spiritual light ball. Here is a sea map of the sea area near the sea god island, and the demon whale sea is in it. They stay here, I will take care of them. Go. Look. How considerate he is. The great-grandfather was really confused back then, and he missed such a good woman. However, I'm going to take a few people with me to get souls. Tang Lan named them, Zhu Qing, Binger, Yuer, Rong, Xiao Sanzi, get ready and follow me. Bo-Sixi seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Lan was preparing to let these people's first few soul rings last for 10,000 years. Wait until the 8th and 9th soul rings can withstand 100,000 years. Then use the God-given soul ring? It's a good idea. Normally, as the high priest, Bo-Sixi can't allow this to happen. Because the existence of the God-given soul ring is to let the examinee complete the examination as soon as possible. If you take such a trick, if it were in the past, at least you would be judged as impure in nature and there would be no room for negotiation on the recovery of the God-given soul ring. But Lord Poseidon has opened a back door for Tang Lan. As a great-grandmother, can she still hold back? He just said, in 2 months, the deadline for the first exam will be up, and you must come back before then. 6. Shuov.co. Got it, Sister Xi. Tang Lan smiled. Bo-Sixi nodded and turned to leave. Zhu Zuqing and others also accepted the Sea of Soul sealing and entered the Blue King to wait. Tang San fell to the back, looking at Tang Lan, hesitant to speak. But Daimyo Bai and others knew that he was not holding back. It couldn't be. They all looked at the thundering hell vine. Isn't it? This guy is really bold. Tang Lan was happy in her heart, you finally dared to speak. But her face remained calm. What's wrong with Xiao Sanzi? Tang Lan said gently, why should you be hesitant with me? Just say it straight. Tang San was encouraged and expressed his heaven-defying idea. Brother. This thundering hell vine is also a plant soul beast. Why not let it be my soul? Good fellow. Except for Tang Lan, everyone at the scene widened their eyes. Even Zhu Rong and others who were busy working couldn't help but look at Tang San a few more times. How thick-skinned are you to say this? You ate and practiced with your brother's food. Now you want to steal your brother's food? I don't agree. Xiao Wu said angrily, little jerk, I've been enduring you for a long time. Forget about the previous ones, this thunder hell vine was cultivated by my brother. How dare you bring it up? Look at the rhythmic soul ring on his body. New book bar. If Tang Lan hadn't stopped him, Xiao Wu could have used the 8-segment burst throw on Tang San. Tang San knew he was in the wrong, so he shrank his head and didn't say anything. Waiting for Tang Lan's decision. Tang Lan said, can he be the bad guy? He sighed for a long time. In the eyes of everyone who was incredulous, heartbroken, and envious, Tang Lan pushed Tang San in the direction of the thunder hell vine. The soul is about the harmony between the two sides. As long as you can get Xiao Lei's approval, I don't mind. Tang San was ecstatic. Brother really dotes on him. But the thunder hell vine was confused. No. Even if it doesn't last 1,000,000 years, it should be at least 840,000 years, right? Sacrificing it to become Tang Lan's soul is no problem. After all, the sea god gave him a backdoor, and there is also the god of destiny who can't be mentioned. Others can become gods or not. Tang Lan has to choose between happiness and fate. Following him, you can definitely reach the sky. What's the point of following Tang San, waiting for Tang Lan to become a god, then taking him to heaven, and following him to heaven? Is the thunder hell vine sick or something? Do you have to be so roundabout? So. Without even waiting for Tang San to speak, the thundering hell vine cuts the iron path. Except for Tang Lan, if anyone else wants to sacrifice me, there is no way. It glanced sideways at Tang San, opened its mouth and spit out lightning. Although he didn't say anything, it seemed like he had said everything. Tang San's body was trembling with anger, but he couldn't refute. That's why I'm even more angry. Tang Lan's mouth tightened wildly. This is the legendary thing, the more you think about it, the angrier it becomes. Compared to Tang Lan's patience, Xiao Wu laughed unbridled, as sweet as a silver bell. Dai Mubai and others who led him also tilted their heads and laughed. Tang Lan used Jinghua Shuiyu to modify the corners of her mouth that couldn't be suppressed. Seeing that the system was silent. It's strange. Didn't the thunder hell vine refuse? Think about it. After spending 10 months together day and night, Thunder Hell Vine had already understood Tang San's potential and character. They were all blown away by Tang Lan. I didn't even consider the possibility of choosing Tang San. How could the opportunity that Tang San couldn't get be considered stolen by Tang Lan? He couldn't help but feel lucky. Originally, he planned to wait for the Thundering Hell Vine for 1,000,000 years, and then use Tang San as a reward before sacrificing it. If not for today's discovery. It is estimated that Thunder Hell Vine had a disagreement and was directly sacrificed to Tang Lan. What a heavy loss. Fortunately, there is still time to remedy the situation. Ahem. Tang Lan looked at the Thundering Hell Vine with a serious look on his face. Xiao Lei, give me some face and give my brother a chance. As a promise, I will definitely take you to the God realm. How? Tang San suddenly raised his head. He glanced at Tang Lan with emotion, he must be his brother. Then he kept a close eye on the Thundering Hell Vine. Humility? Impossible. The opportunity to change your fate is right in front of you, how can you let it go? Anyway, I still have so many souls, and this one is not enough. Thunder Hell Vine opened its mouth wide and stared at Tang Lan in disbelief. Are you serious? Tang Lan looked back calmly. You didn't give me a chance, and I suffered heavy losses. Thunder Hell Vine's face collapsed. Oh shit! I'm at the food DMO. I can only look embarrassed and engage in fierce ideological struggle. Aside. Xiao Wu bared her teeth angrily, but she was helpless. Brother, it's true. If this little brat has any good qualities, he should always turn to him. Dai Mubai and the others nodded subconsciously. Tang Lan was really kind to his incompetent brother. If there is really any benefit, think of him first. How can it be that the mud cannot support the wall, and it will be of no use if given a chance? This is not true. Faced with Tang Lan's solemn words, Thunder Hell Vine could not refuse him outright. Are you still someone else's soul? But it really looked down on Tang San. Based on what it has learned over the past 10 months, it has come up with a good test. Then I won't force you. Thunder Hell Vine confidently said. When we go to the Demon Whale Sea area later, if the Deep Sea Demon Whale King appears, you can go up and delay for me. When my cultivation reaches 1,000,000 years, I will immediately open the sacrifice to save you. How? Next chapter around 6 o'clock. Chapter 207 Tang San's Self-Knowledge. The Demonic Whale King of the Deep Sea. When a soul beast is sacrificed, a safe zone will be created. Before the sacrifice is completed, unless the gods come, there is absolutely no way to interfere with the internal development. This is the same code of heaven and earth as a soul master must absorb a soul ring to break through. It is written in the Tangman Encyclopedia. So, although the test of the Thunder Hell Vine is excessive, it is not impossible to complete. But how could Tang San, a level 43 ring soul master, be able to stop a million-year-old soul beast and a demigod-level deep-sea demonic whale king? Only if he persuades many partners, and Tang Lan is assisting, there is a glimmer of hope. Although it is close to nothing, is it really there? But the risk he took was a narrow escape from death. It is not an exaggeration to say that it cost someone his life. Not to mention, my family understands their own affairs. His reputation among the Tang sect should not be mentioned. It is estimated that except for Oscar, who is a disciple, he cannot disobey his master's orders. Who else would risk their lives to help him snatch Tang Lan's opportunity? Don't say that you can't get through that hurdle in your heart. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Binger can't pass that test either. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San sighed helplessly and looked at Tang Lan. Brother, send me in. Seeing that there was no hope of conquering him, he didn't even bother to be polite to the Thunder Hell Vine. The host made Tang San lose his 840,000-year-old Thunder Hell Vine soul, and robbed Tang San of a moderate amount of his luck. Reward, 50,000-year-old Emperor's Auspicious Beast 3-eyed Golden Leopard Head Soul Bone. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. The auspicious beast of the Emperor has 3 golden eyes and is naturally auspicious. A person who is born with intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans, has a soul beast habitat where it exists, doubles the growth rate of all soul beasts, and has a 100,000-year soul beast breakthrough. The probability is doubled. The best thing is, this guy's name is 3-eyed Golden Raider, and his head soul bone naturally has 3 holes. It simply doesn't fit Tang Lan too well. He was very satisfied. But he didn't express his position. He patted Tang San on the shoulder comfortingly, used the vast sea to seal the soul, and put it into the Blue King. Then put away the Thunder Hell Vine. Tang Lan waved to everyone and nodded to Bo Sixi. The Demon Whale Sea area is more than 3,000 nautical miles away, and it will definitely not take enough time to fly there. Directly activate the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor of Life, turning into a streak of blood and leaving. But instead of entering the Demon Whale Sea area directly, it stopped at the edge. I studied with Bo Sixi for 10 months. Tang Lan's control of mental power is no longer what it used to be. The blood escape technique is no longer what it used to be. Once the distance is long, it can only be done by darting. You can finally control the output and master the speed and distance of blood escape. Use your own life force to feed, and then use spiritual power to promote the ultimate recovery of life attributes. It takes 10 minutes to replenish the consumed vitality. Be fully prepared. Tang Lan was soaring all the way up, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, and above the thunderstorm clouds covering the Demon Whale Sea. The violent thunder and lightning flashing under his feet, the energy contained in it, made Tang Lan feel terrified. Compared with the power of nature, Tang Lan is still slightly inferior. The divine eyes of the vast sea lit up, and then turned into triangular cones, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Vast Sea Divine Soul Cover. The body of the Vast Sea Divine Eye provides a concealment effect, which is absolutely undetectable by those below the god level. Even if it is hit by a blind cat or a dead mouse, it is bumped into. With its god-level physical and soul defenses, the level 99 peerless Douluo was unable to break through the defense before Tang Lan's spiritual power was exhausted. Use it to cover nearby thunderstorm clouds. The Thunder Hell Vine can safely absorb the thunder energy in the Vast Sea Divine Soul Cover. Then Tang Lan moved quickly to replenish the thunder energy at all times. Like a blackboard eraser. The thunderstorm clouds that passed by had no thunder and turned into ordinary dark clouds. Tang Lan was very measured and only ate the upper part of thunderstorm clouds. There is still no change below. Delay as much as possible for the discovery of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Although I can't let go. But the speed at which Thunder Hell Vine's cultivation level increases is more than 1,000 times faster than that of Poseidon Island. In just one day, it increased from 840,000 years to 900,000 years. Although soul beasts cannot become gods, they do not have the bottleneck restrictions of soul masters. Even if the Great Tribulation has not passed through the Thunder Tribulation, you can still continue to practice. After all, Thunder Tribulation can't sense it, so what does it have to do with it? Of course there are disadvantages to this. Once Lei Ji senses the target, it will increase the corresponding strength after more than 900,000 years of cultivation. But does the Thunder Hell Vine care? It doesn't survive the Thunder Tribulation, and will directly start sacrificing after 1,000,000 years. It's not a big problem. But a new problem has arisen. Based on 900,000 years of cultivation, the efficiency of such a small sweep is greatly reduced. Half a day passed before his cultivation reached 10,000 years. There is only 1.5 days left, and at most he can improve his cultivation level by another 10,000 years. What's the use of this? Unless... How about letting go of the vast sea soul shield? Thunder Hell Vine suggested, the thunder energy of this thunderstorm cloud is enough. If I absorb it with all my strength, I can advance to 1,000,000 years in half a day. Half a day? Can the deep-sea demonic whale king allow another soul beast to be promoted to 1,000,000-year soul beast in his own territory? Tang Lan lowered his head and thought. Thunder Hell Vine did not continue, and quietly waited for Tang Lan to make a decision. Let's give it a try. Tang Lan said, it's been 910,000 years. Give it a try and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Thunder Hell Vine is excited. Look. This is called a man. That shrunken little brat is worthy of being its host? Tang Lan first took out the divine wind boat and placed the flightless Thunder Hell Vine on it. Instructed, you protect this divine wind boat. If the deep-sea demonic whale king appears later, I will fight with it on the battlefield below. Once I am defeated or you reach 1,000,000 years, open the sacrifice immediately. Is it okay? Thunder Hell Vine nodded decisively. How much prostitution you can get next is all earned. Its dense root system will wrap around the divine wind boat. Say hello to Tang Lan. The vast sea divine soul shield is lifted. The thundering hell vine hanging upside down from the golden hook made an inhaling motion. In the boundless thunderstorm clouds below, the thunder accumulated over tens of thousands of years turned into the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, washing upstream against every branch and leaf of the thundering hell vine. The terrifying power made Tang Lan retreat. And the center of the thunderstorm. The aura of the thundering hell vine can be sensed to be skyrocketing. Tang Lan made an estimate. It doesn't even take half a day, just 4 hours, to break through to 1,000,000 years. Only. Buzz buzz. In the deep and thick sound of whales. A huge body broke through the thunderstorm clouds and swam out. It reached an astonishing 200 meters in length, with pits and pits all over its body like magma. The 2 huge eyes on its head were 4 times the size of Tang Lan. But what Tang Lan cares about most is the scar that runs through its left eye. Is that the one who blinded Poseidon back then? Tang Lan stared at the deep-sea demonic whale king's right eye, somewhat ready to move. Do you want to do something exciting? Chapter 208 Battle Half-God. Throw yourself into the whale's mouth. It seems that he sensed Tang Lan's impoliteness. The deep-sea demonic whale king's eyes moved away from the thundering hell vine, which was a greater threat. Staring at the little Tang Lan. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Staring at the trident Poseidon mark between Tang Lan's brows, the violent emotions turned into scarlet light and spewed out as if they had substance. The successor of Poseidon. Die. The demonic whale king of the deep sea opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Tang Lan into his belly with the courage of a whale to devour the hatred in his heart. Tang Lan had an idea. The strongest fortresses often disintegrate from within. Today he also learns from Sun Wukong. The double pupil of the left eye is opened, and the copied soul bone skill and reset mark are on. 7 minutes of wasting time, let's start. There is no need for the deep-sea demonic whale king to come over. Tang Lan activated the blood escape technique and turned into a blood-colored light beam and slammed into its throat. Even because the speed was too fast, the airflow brought up hit something. Ugh! The deep-sea demonic whale king retched, with doubt in his one eye. Why did this human being come in on his own? It's just that it's too small and I can't taste the saltiness. It turned its gaze to the thundering hell vine, and after a while, its cultivation reached 920,000 years. We can't let this guy continue to smoke, these thunders are his private property. The deep-sea demonic whale king is about to take action. The huge body froze. Bang! 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 From the position of the belly, the sound of drumming sounded regularly. Ux.co? The force was so strong that it pushed up its belly. The deep-sea demonic whale king quickly used his mental power to look inside to see the cause. Tang Lan saw the blue-silver emperor, the life soul in his left hand, paired with the three-domain incarnation water pump, which was pumping tons of blood from the deep-sea demonic whale king. The right hand is not idle either. Holding the Lei Yan Haoshan hammer against its stomach wall, it danced happily. The dance of random cloaks. No need to explode the ring. Just the normal titled Douluo combat power of the Vajra indestructible body and Vajra indestructible magic power, in the fragile stomach, each hammer brings a critical hit. Although it cannot break the defense. But it also hit the deep-sea demonic whale king, one after another. It couldn't figure out how this weak human could explode into such a powerful fighting force. But now is not the time to think about that. The deep-sea demonic whale king raised his head and let out a whale cry, with the sound of rolling waves in his anger. The continuous impact on Tang Lan made the Vajra indestructible magic on his body make a clanging sound. The magic whale roars. It is the group control soul skill of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Normally, spirit beasts entitled Douluo who are under 500,000 years old will become dizzy within half a minute after hearing this. If your physique is not strong enough, you may bleed from the 7 orifices, or your body may explode and die. But Tang Lan continued to dance his dance like a normal person. So Upsilon-X, C, O. It even changed the direction so that the hammered-out stomach could push against its liver. Although it is not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. It makes the deep-sea demonic whale king so angry that his liver hurts. I can't even take care of the thundering hell vine. One end rolled over and plunged into the sea below, rushing straight into the deep sea. On the way, it opened its mouth and swallowed a huge amount of sea water. Filled its own stomach and used sea water to weaken Tang Lan's power. Then the demon whale domain was opened, and the sea water rolled and hit Tang Lan, turning into a rolling whale's cry that echoed in his ears. This time it is not an attack on the body, but on the spirit. But it failed again. The divine eye of the vast sea emerges automatically and turns into the divine soul of the vast sea to protect the Lord. All spiritual attacks from the demonic whale domain were absorbed by it. Unable to touch Tang Lan at all. The sea water surges. It condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man, with his left eye closed tightly and penetrated by a scar. It was the deep-sea demonic whale king who took on the human form after arriving as a demigod. It looked at Tang Lan in shock and anger, wondering why this human being was so difficult to deal with. Followed by a ferocious look. No wonder he was chosen by that guy. He is really talented. If you were killed like this, that guy would be very heartbroken, right? The deep-sea demonic whale king clasped his hands together, and a large amount of thunder gathered during the pull, turning into huge deep-sea thunder beads. 30% water, 70% thunder. The destructive power contained in it made Tang Lan understand that if it was hit, even the indestructible power of the Vajra would not be able to withstand it. No wonder this deep-sea demon whale king is entrenched in this sea area. It turns out he was also repairing thunder. Poseidon's lackey, die. The deep-sea demon whale king pushed hard, and the deep-sea thunderballs shot towards Tang Lan. The speed was almost as fast as lightning, and the lightning shot was in front of Tang Lan. Ordinary people simply can't react in time. But Tang Lan has extremely purple pupils, and his dynamic vision can barely capture even light. And it happens to have the speed of light, blood escape technique. A flash of blood flashed. Tang Lan avoided the fatal deep-sea thunderball, flashed to the other corner of his stomach, and continued to dance with his cloak and hammer skills. The hammering is called a vigorous effort. The deep-sea demonic whale king was also in pain, and his stomach was churning. Immediately controlled the deep-sea thunderball, changed the direction and attacked Tang Lan. But Tang Lan was already prepared and used a blood escape technique to dodge to the other side. Excellently implemented the core of guerrilla. When the enemy advances, we retreat, and when the enemy retreats, we pursue. Frontal hard steel? Doesn't exist. The deep-sea demonic whale king was trembling with anger. It wants to chop itself a few times now, so why is it so stupid that it swallows this thing? The strongest combat power of the deep-sea demonic whale king is naturally his body. There is no way to get rid of Tang Lan in his stomach. But it is also a ruthless whale. Mental energy returns to the body. The tail whipped out a bloody half-moon slash, making a semicircle and hitting his stomach hard. The demonic whale is slashed by the furious waves. She forced herself to have a caesarean section, and Tang Lan finally came out of his stomach with the gushing blood. The bright red blood spread for several kilometers, but it was not as deep as the red light in the eyes of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Human! Human! Die! The sea of blood around him carried the thunder of destruction, setting off a giant tsunami under the deep sea, hitting Tang Lan with crushing force. Raging waves in the deep sea. Tang Lan did not dare to neglect the angry blow from the deep-sea demonic whale king. Click! 6 breaking sounds. The 6 red soul rings of the life soul blue silver emperor were all shattered. Under the guidance of Tang Lan's spiritual power, he poured into Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer and turned into a giant hammer over 100 meters tall. He struck hard and collided with the raging waves of the deep sea, causing a brief stalemate for several seconds. In the end, he took advantage of the Arankar and unleashed this fatal blow. Tang Lan turned around. The next hammer was already swung at the deep-sea demonic whale king, and he danced with the cloak hammering technique again. But this was the blow that condensed Tang Lan's strongest means. The body of the deep-sea demonic whale king does not even move. A header went up. Tang Lan's hand was numb from the collision, and Lei Yan Haoshan hammer flew out of his hand and flew backwards into the dark deep sea. If you want to recall it, the spiritual power poured into it cannot be brought back. Ah, this! The life soul blue silver emperor exploded, and Lei Yan Haoshan hammer flew away, facing the menacing deep-sea demonic whale king. Most of Tang Lan's abilities seemed to have no effect. He chooses. Chapter 209 The Demon Whale King Sees Blood. Mouth escape? What should I do if my twin martial arts souls are both useless? Simple. Use the attached soul bone to kill it. The divine eye of the vast sea lit up, and the power of the vast sea combined with the power of the soul was compressed into a thin line, shooting straight at the one eye of the deep-sea demonic whale king. The universe is shattered. The most powerful single target skill of the vast sea divine eye. That sharp cutting power targets the most vulnerable eyeballs. Even the demigod-level deep-sea demonic whale king cannot be ignored. But the charge was too fast and the attack was too urgent. It only had time to close its eyes and try to block the blow with its eyelids. Tisk! The eyelids of the deep-sea demonic whale king were cut open, and his one eye was almost shot out. Buzz! A dull groan. The soul damage caused by Kyunkan broken soul caused the deep-sea demonic whale king to suffer a small loss. Blood surged out of the eyelids, covering them all. Unable to open his eyes, he was afraid that Tang Lan would make up for it with another shot. Angrily, he flicked his tail and hit Tang Lan with his size advantage. Tang Lan had no intention of escaping. The soul bone in the left eye is shattered, and the soul bone skill reset is activated. The next frame disappears directly. Let the deep-sea demonic whale king sweep everything away. Roar! It burst out with undeniable rage, turning the deep sea upside down. No trace of that damn human was found. Until the eyelid wound healed, I could finally open my eyes. Just in time to see a familiar bloody light flash over his head. The deep-sea demonic whale king belatedly realized that the human had actually escaped. The direction is Poseidon Island. There was no hesitation. The deep-sea demonic whale king rode the wind and waves, chasing the direction of the bloody light. Calling the old and new grudges together, it will definitely kill the successor of Poseidon. The distance is getting closer and closer. This gives it motivation. He tried his best to accelerate his soul power while thinking about how to deal with this human being. A little bit of torture leading to death? Or a smooth one-hit kill? This pursuit. Just a full hour. Seeing that the distance had shrunk to within 1,000 meters, the deep-sea demonic whale king immediately opened his demonic whale domain and enveloped the target. The most powerful thing in the demonic whale realm is the control effect. But the bloody light regarded the demon whale's territory as if it were nothing, and it passed through the edge of the barrier as casually as air. But the blood on his body also disappeared. The deep-sea demonic whale king is overjoyed. It's too late to investigate and is about to kill him. Tang Lan's figure split into two, turning into a flaming tiger with wings, and parted ways to the opposite left and right. The deep-sea demonic whale king was stunned. Feel it carefully. I can't even tell which one is the main body and which one is the clone. He hesitated for a moment. He threw the condensed deep-sea fang towards the one on the left. Bang! The mirror clone explodes open and disappear. Tang Lan on the other side set up the blood light again and fled into the distance. 6. Oh at Hux? OM. It's just such a delay. The distance has widened a lot. The deep-sea demonic whale king's temper also increased, and he continued to hunt in a dark voice. But no longer trying to catch up. But like chasing fish, hanging far behind. It wants to see how long this insignificant six-ring soul emperor can keep flying. Can he outlast himself? Tang Lan turned his head and glanced at the deep-sea demonic whale king, keenly aware of the latter's thoughts. I just find it funny. In terms of energy reserve, he is less than 1% of the deep-sea demon whale king. But compared to staying power? Ha! You haven't noticed this guy yet. Are you trying to move the whale out of the sea? Since the deep-sea demonic whale king is not in a hurry, Tang Lan is even less anxious. Continuing to sneak around the deep-sea demonic whale king. It was another 2 hours later. I guess the journey over to the Thunder Hell Vine is almost over. Even if the deep-sea demonic whale king is discovered, he will not be able to return in time. Tang Lan just stopped, waiting for the deep-sea demonic whale king to come closer. Human, keep running. Deep-sea demonic whale king Yin Yang said, Poseidon Island is 1,000 nautical miles ahead, very soon. I didn't expect that this million-year-old soul beast was still a yin-yang monster. Tang Lan didn't take it seriously, and even smiled. He opened his mouth and struck a critical blow. It will be painful if you can't break through a million years to become a god, right? The deep-sea demonic whale king's originally cheerful mood suddenly became irritable. The sea rolls and the waves roll back. Human. Accept. I have a way to make you a god. Tang Lan's words. The furious deep-sea demonic whale king stopped condensing the deep-sea thunderball in his mouth. Staring at Tang Lan questioningly. Just you? If Tang Lan hadn't behaved like a monster before. If it were a human being who said this, his ashes would have been raised. Say Mei Mo Zhao. I said, if it is feasible, I can keep your whole body. Hearing this tone, Tang Lan knew that nothing could be done. How could this deep-sea demonic whale king be so arrogant and become someone else's soul? You can only play the emotional card first. Speaking of which, you are quite miserable. Tang Lan said sympathetically. Obviously it was just a swallowing sea soul beast, practicing quietly, and it didn't attack humans. Just because of the rule in the god realm that soul beasts cannot become gods, I blinded one of your eyes, restricted your cultivation, and suppressed you repeatedly. That's true. That's enough. The deep-sea demonic whale king roared, human. I don't need your sympathy yet. Tell me your solution quickly and don't challenge my patience. Okay. Still impatient? Tang Lan raised his hand and pushed out a spiritual light ball. Seeing that the spiritual power contained in it was not much, the deep-sea demonic whale king accepted it directly. Soul Equality Contract. The growth of Thunder Hell Vine. Poseidon's consciousness is assigned a task by the god of destruction. Know everything. The deep-sea demonic whale king reacted instantly. Human, did you deliberately take me out of the demon whale sea to evolve the vine? Ang. Tang Lan admitted simply, after all, I have tried it, and I really can't beat you. The deep-sea demonic whale king was not furious this time. Terrifying energy emerged, and then collapsed inside. Compressed into substantial armor and fitted to the shrunken human body. Energy armoring. It's the same as human beings who armor their soul bones and use them as divine clothing before becoming gods. At this point, he is already a demigod. When the divine costume and the physical body are integrated, you can accept the appropriate divine position and achieve divine status. Pity. The deep-sea demon whale king came to Tang Lan with his hands crossed. Human, at this distance, I can kill you instantly. Tang Lan pointed to the soul bone in his right eye. This externally attached soul bone is called Evil Eye, and it can reset my state. Once you make a move, I will disappear here. It also means that your chance of becoming a god has completely disappeared. The deep-sea demonic whale king squinted his eyes and looked at it for a few seconds. He snorted disdainfully. Human, do you want me to be your soul? Of course, but not now. Tang Lan said frankly, as expected, among my 9 Poseidon exams, there will be one where I need to hunt you down, and you will have time to make a decision by then. The deep-sea demonic whale king was non-committal. Tang Lan thought he had persuaded it. Just about to work harder. The deep-sea demonic whale king suddenly rises. A powerful and heavy straight punch, combined with the suppression of the demon whale realm, I wanted to hit Tang Lan's head with one punch. But Tang Lan's purple divine pupils could catch even light. But Tang Lan didn't hide. He took the punch hard and heard. Chapter 210 Playing with Destruction. Millions of years of blood sacrifice. For Go Qing, 25. The deep-sea demonic whale king suddenly made a sneak attack. Tang Lan did not dodge, but resisted his punch. Then, pfft! His head exploded. This made the deep-sea demonic whale king stunned. Is it so simple? But follow. The headless corpse in front of him shattered into pieces, turning into energy and dispersing in the air. The air next to it fluctuates. Tang Lan rushed through the vast sea of soul shield. The deep-sea demonic whale king waved his hand. The evil eye in the right eye activated the soul bone skill and disappeared. Returned to the previously marked spatial location. An explosion came from behind him. It was the punch that the deep-sea demon whale king had just punched. It can be seen how fast the fight is. But Tang Lan was a little confused. What is going on with the deep-sea demonic whale king? Or? Tang Lan thought for a few seconds and seemed to have some realization. But it was not stated clearly. Following the soul seed's induction, determine the location of the thundering hell vine. As soon as the blood escape technique is turned on and off, it reaches the destination. The outer edges of the originally boundless thunderstorm clouds were completely white. There were only 10 kilometers left where lightning and thunder continued, and the thunder turned into a substantial torrent, dazzled by the thundering hell vines like noodles. And its breath is 990,000 years. 3 minutes later. The last thunderstorm clouds were wiped clean by the thundering hell vine. But there is still a long way to go after millions of years. So Sigma M. The thunder hell vine transformed into a villain with a very troubled expression. I didn't expect that the energy required for a million years would almost catch up with the previous total. Master, this. It's just a little bit close. It's so uncomfortable to be neither up nor down. Tang Lan also frowned. The difference between 990,000 years and 1 million years is not as simple as 1 year. The latter can evolve into a god-level soul ring. But this last step requires a lot of lightning energy. With only 1 day left, it is difficult to find such a treasure. Think about it. Tang Lan picked up the thundering hell vine and used a blood escape technique to leave the demonic whale sea. I found a random place in the far north to make sure that the deep-sea demonic whale king would not catch up. Then he tapped his eyebrows. Poseidon, come out and have a chat. Golden light emerged and condensed into Poseidon consciousness. Okay, looking at Tang Lan, he answered directly. Once the disguise is removed, the God King of Destruction will definitely sense it. It doesn't have much influence on me. I was originally going to retire. But with the 2 and 1 of the 900,000 year and million year catastrophes, the God King of Destruction has a reason to operate and drop the divine thunder of annihilation with the aura of destruction. If you can survive it, the evolution you will get will be stronger. That. There is no need to say the following words, everyone understands them. But Tang Lan keenly discovered a bug. Then if Xiao Lei finds that he can't bear it, can he sacrifice it to me on the spot? The force field generated during the sacrifice cannot be broken except by gods. Poseidon's consciousness was stunned for a moment. It seems that I didn't expect that there is such a cool operation. Think for a few seconds. Nod, then shake his head. What does this mean? There is a high probability that it is feasible. Poseidon's consciousness explained. The divine thunder of annihilation, which contains the aura of destruction, is still limited by the rules of heaven and earth after all. Although the God King of Destruction is a God King, he can pay a certain price to break through this limit. But the purpose of lowering the divine thunder of annihilation is to kill this million-year-old soul beast. Since the million-year-old soul beast is willing to sacrifice, it has no vitality, so naturally there is no need to waste that strength. But Poseidon's consciousness paused and glanced around. Make sure there is no other life. Then he waved his hand to set up a barrier, closed the door and started talking from the bottom of his heart. The divine world is also divided into factions. I belong to the lineage of the Shura God King, which conflicts with the concept of the God King of Destruction. According to the current trend, it is almost certain that you will inherit the Poseidon God. I will be free then and can explore the depths of chaos. But you? Do you offend your superiors as soon as you take office? Although he is not his immediate boss, after all, the God King's fist is stronger. It's not a good thing after all. It's just that Tang Lan said. Sorry Poseidon. What he is interested in is the position of Shura God King. At least equal to the God King of Destruction. Afraid of someone? I understand. Tang Lan smiled and said, Xiao Lei, prepare yourself and continue to be struck by lightning. Ah! Thunder Hellvine was a little timid. How about it's just a year difference, let's forget it. That is the God King of Destruction. Even if Tang Lan became a god, he would only be a first-level god. When the time comes, Tang Lan will be wearing small shoes at most. As a connected person, my fate is unknown. Now we have no choice but to fight. Let's start flying. Hanhai Soul Ceiling was removed directly. The next moment, the sun and moon are dim, and the color of heaven and earth changes. Poseidon's consciousness slipped directly back into the vast sea divine eye without making a sound. The red-purple thunder calamity emerged and condensed into an eye of divine punishment with a destructive aura. He stared at the thunder hellvine. The divine thunder of annihilation was directly lowered and struck the heavenly spirit cap of the thundering hellvine. The speed is so fast that there is no martial ethics. The green vines of the thunder hellvine, which is completely immune to thunder, are a bit darker. But the aura has soared. This made the god's eye of punishment in the sky angry. The overall thunder calamity rolled, and all the thunder was pulled away, turning into an ultimate black light, shining on the thunder hellvine. The part in contact with it can only last for 1 second. In a moment, it turned into a piece of charcoal, and the ashes were blown away. The thundering hellvine was wiped from this world bit by bit from top to bottom. But its breath is rising with the tide. 4/5 remaining, peak in 990,000 years. The remaining 3/5 have exceeded 1 million years in one fell swoop. The remaining 2/5 are surrounded by purple and gold. The remaining 1/5. Not this far. When the purple gold lights up, it is replaced by blood red. Blood sacrifice, which is more domineering than sacrifice, has its own domain with the rules of heaven and earth, breaking through the eye of divine punishment controlled by the God King of Destruction. It enveloped Tang Lan, who was watching the show on the side. The million-year blood sacrifice of ferocious beasts, open it. The god's eye of punishment stared at Tang Lan, as if to remember this face. Tang Lan's prediction of danger was dancing like a disco. Until the god's eye of punishment dissipated, it was still twitching. That guy is probably in the god realm, still talking about Tang Lan. This left Tang Lan quite speechless. You are a majestic god king, why are you so fussy about everything? Fortunately, once the sacrifice is opened, even the god king cannot reverse it. OK's mission is accomplished, and he can't stay any longer. Otherwise, refer to the god king of the Tang dynasty brought chaos to Douluo Star, and you may not know what the God King of Destruction did. But now, Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer appeared automatically, taking away less than half of the pressure. This was the first time for Tang Lan to experience the experience of being stuffed. A massive amount of soul power filled his whole body, even filling his cells. The Nine Yang divine art is running at full strength, but to no avail. The road is blocked and I can't move at all. And under the rules of blood sacrifice, no matter what the host's condition is, it will definitely be able to absorb it successfully. There is still a lot of congestion outside. This created a terrible scene. How cool is it to publish 4 chapters in a row? The monthly ticket for additional updates is about to be exhausted. If you don't have more updates, you can only use rewards to top it up. Everyone, please start voting soon. Otherwise, I will take the opportunity to turn on the explosive update mode, he. Chapter 211 Promoted to Soul Saint. Beyond the shit fork. What should I do if the road is blocked? Clear or widen it? The majestic million-year cultivation with no way to go turned into thunder and lightning, and began to give Tang Lan electric therapy. Increase the strength of his physical body, widen the width of his meridians, and strengthen the thickness of his meridians. Try your best to squander it. Tang Lan didn't give up treatment either. Open the soul realm and put as much soul power as possible into the paste in the lower danshan. With the help of the rules that blood sacrifice must be successful, the paste is forcibly compressed. The liquid paste was unable to resist, and was forced to move closer to the center, condensing into a solid form. And spontaneously absorb the power of the soul. This. Is it really a golden elixir? Tang Lan multitasked. Drive the equal contract between souls, transform the origin of the Thunder Hellvine, and become your own soul. Because the energy is too huge, and Tang Lan is operating it carefully. Never allow any energy to be wasted. The progress has been greatly slowed down. Fortunately, There is the protection of the blood sacrifice position and the protection of the sea god's consciousness. Tang Lan can operate without any distractions. A full 7 days and 7 nights passed. At the end of the blood sacrifice, the blood barrier quietly shrank. Buzz! A round of darkness spread from Tang Lan's feet, like a gluttonous abyss, biting down the fading blood barrier in one bite. Black hole field. A pure spiritual power merged into Tang Lan's body. 69 Shuz.c.m. Hiccup. Tang Lan's belches were full of energy. Really, eat it and wipe it clean. He stood up. The only soul ring of Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer lit up, and its entire body was purple gold with 10 blood lines. The light comes on. Xiao Lei jumped out of Tang Lan's chest, scratching his head in confusion. Strangeness. After I am promoted to a million-year soul beast, it stands to reason that by offering sacrifices, I can gain an additional martial spirit for my master, with 4 million-year soul rings, and each soul ring has 4 soul skills. How come you don't have a martial soul? All the energy has been absorbed by the first soul ring, and you don't even have a soul skill. Only the soul bone has 2 soul bone skills, but master, why did you choose the left leg that is the worst? Talking and talking. Xiao Lei was a little crazy. This majestic million-year-old soul beast took the initiative to perform a blood sacrifice. Why was it so miserable? Tang Lan has the answers to the previous questions. The power of destruction, absorbing soul power, can increase weight and size. This characteristic allows Lei Yan Haoshan hammer to absorb energy without limit. Under Tang Lan's precise control, all the energy of the Thunder Hell Vine blood sacrifice was divided between his body and martial soul. Where does the extra energy come from to condense the third martial spirit? In other words, the remaining million-year soul rings are guaranteed. Otherwise, the designation will be digested by him. As for the 4 soul skills of the million-year soul ring, the source of destruction, no matter what soul ring is obtained, the soul skill will only increase the body's strength and the upper limit of the weight of the Lei Yan Haoshan hammer. But now Tang Lan is driving Poseidon Mark, so it's not easy to explain. You can only change the topic. I forgot to tell you, my soul bone is empty, only my left arm, left leg, torso and skull are left. Tang Lan thought. Well, the head soul bone of the 3-eyed golden lion was withdrawn to the Blue King. Then it was taken out. The auspicious beast aura on it made Xiao Lei stare straight. Especially the 3 eye holes, which made Xiao Lei understand that this head soul bone must be the most suitable for Tang Lan. What about the trunk bone? Xiao Lei said unconvinced, I have cultivated for a million years, so I am not qualified to condense the trunk bone. Tang Lan silently summoned all the soul bones. The configuration of 8 external soul bones made Xiao Lei's green bean eyes bulge. Good guy. What are you doing? I have an idea. Tang Lan explained, soul bones can also perform fusion skills, and the effect is similar to the energy armor of demigods. The trunk bone is the center of all soul bones. As thunder, you are too domineering and it is not easy to connect them in series. If the deep-sea demon whale king can become my soul in the future, this trunk bone is the most suitable for it. Xiao Lei smacked his lips. It seems to make sense. The deep-sea demon whale king is not a crash course for it, so there is nothing wrong with ordering a trunk bone. Okay then. Xiao Lei compromised, this piece of bone actually contains a hint of destruction. Can I apply to swallow it? Just now, the last blow of the annihilation thunder tribulation, swallowing this piece, maybe I can simulate some of the taste. Thinking of the last annihilation power, Tang Lan nodded without hesitation. Although the left foot of the meteorite scorpion is precious, he believes in Xiao Lei's potential more. Okay. Then I'll get busy. Xiao Lei dived into Tang Lan's left leg. Controlling his million-year soul bone, he began to swallow it in reverse. That taste! Tang Lan hurriedly slapped the head soul bone of the 3-eyed golden lion in his hand on his forehead. Then the soul left the body. Let the body absorb it by itself. He came to Lei Yan Haoshan hammer and picked it up to weigh it. Under the characteristics of constant destruction, the weight has never changed. But he clearly knew that its actual weight now is 25 tons. What is this concept? The trident of the sea god's artifact is only 108,000 jin. That is 54 tons. This million-year soul beast blood sacrifice, combined with the artifact of the god of destruction, has caught up with nearly half of it. The sea god's dung fork is just an artifact, so this hammer of mine must be a super artifact? Even now, just swinging this hammer, I must have the destructive power of a titled Douluo, right? No. It must be. Because. Sizzle. The purple lightning jumped and pierced the air with a bang. The power contained in it is terrifying. Ultimate Thunder. Tanglan has the fourth ultimate attribute after the ultimate soul, ultimate life, and ultimate power. It is also the ultimate attribute with the strongest destructive power. A 25-ton hammer, plus the ultimate thunder with the strongest destructive power. Tanglan is now confident that he can fight against the titled Douluo with his physical body alone. The harvest is not limited to this. He summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor, the soul of his life, and checked the age of his soul ring. 7 blood-red soul rings emerged, each with 3 golden lines on it. 370,000 years. It has been improved by 220,000 years. And the width, strength, and thickness of the meridians have also increased exponentially. The paste in the lower dantian has shrunk by 1/3. The outline of a sphere can be seen. Moreover, 7 soul rings. Tanglan also condensed the 7th soul ring and broke through to the 7-ring soul saint. 370,000 year soul rings should have 2 soul skills. But the 7th soul skill is solidified into the martial soul true body. All the energy is poured into it, and the effect given is outrageous. Tanglan's 7th soul skill life soul true body. Unlike the beast martial soul true body, which needs to transform. Or like the weapon martial soul, which enlarges the martial soul body. Instead, it adds several buffs to the life soul Blue-Silver Emperor. Rampage, all abilities of the life soul Blue-Silver Emperor are enhanced by 370%. Energy saving, all consumption of the life soul Blue-Silver Emperor is reduced to 37%. Power increase, consumption reduction. The threat level of the life soul Blue-Silver Emperor increases geometrically. Fighting rotation, Tanglan can shuttle through any blue-silver grass. Within the range covered by the blue-silver life field, Tanglan will be everywhere. Star shift, all damage suffered is automatically transferred to the nearest life soul Blue-Silver Emperor. This is combined with danger prediction. Even if the god comes, single attacks can't fall on him. Chapter 212 The Inheritance of the Thunder God. The Thunder of Destruction. 4 buffs. Kai.com. Although there is no direct way to increase his destructive power. But it has raised his survival, control, injury tolerance, flexibility, etc. to the extreme. Since then, the Soul Blue-Silver Emperor is responsible for restriction and control, and the Thunder Flame Clear Sky Hammer is used to kill with one blow. Clear division of labor, each doing its own job. Perfect. However, why is there no information about the Thunder God? Soul Tanglan glanced at the Sea God mark. No rash action. Take off the Blue King in the main body's hand and release Ning Rongrong and others. Unlock the Soul Seal of the Vast Sea one by one. Although it has been 7 days have passed, but for them who were sealed, it was just a sleep. As soon as the Ice and Snow Emperor came out, he clearly noticed something. Looking straight at Tanglan, who was absorbing the soul bone. Thunder Hellvine, a 1,000,000-year blood sacrifice. The Snow Emperor guessed. Soul Tanglan nodded. The Ice Emperor smacked his mouth. I couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. They won't be like Deming and Yarming, who obviously came first and then lost their place after waiting, right? Snow Emperor obviously thought so too. She took a step forward. In that case, can the sacrifice of the two of us begin now? Soul Tanglan blinked. It's a bit funny to guess what the Ice and Snow Emperors are thinking. Hux.co. When? Are there people rushing to offer sacrifices to ferocious beasts? Tang San on the side looked jealous. If you really can't wait, you can choose me. Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er's eyes were full of pride. Have a look. Our men are so good that even ferocious beasts rush to sacrifice them. All right. Tanglan made it clear. This return to the far north is for Zuqing and the others to find suitable 100,000-year-old souls. When the time comes, everyone will open the sacrifice together, and I will test my guess. Although it is estimated that it will be difficult in the future, there will be a lot of sacrifices. No problem. The Snow Emperor agreed, they all have the appearance of becoming gods. There are many 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the far north. We will be responsible for convincing them. The Ice Emperor nodded repeatedly. In order to sacrifice as quickly as possible, they worked hard. Tang Lan naturally had no objection. The next step is to wait patiently. An hour later, the fusion of the soul bones on the head of the three-eyed golden beast was completed first. Although it is only a 50,000-year-old soul bone. But because of his auspicious beast quality, Tang Lan was given 2 soul bone skills. Soul bone skill Fate Judgment, the power to control fate and bring bad luck to your opponent. This soul bone technique seems a bit metaphysical, but it is actually very metaphysical. To put it in layman's terms, it means making the target unlucky. At critical moments, it may have miraculous effects. For example, when the enemy was about to activate his full power, he accidentally used the wrong energy, and the soul skill exploded in his hand. Or, when you are about to break through the bottleneck, a person is unlucky and the soul power goes crazy, instead of advancing, you retreat. A very interesting soul bone skill. Soul bone skill Soul Blast, let the opponent's soul continue to vibrate, causing huge mental damage. There's nothing to say about this. It's just an ordinary soul attack, which belongs to magic damage. No matter how high the physical defense is, if there are no corresponding defensive measures, it can only depend on whether his life is strong or not. Normal, but bug. Besides, the three-eyed golden tiger itself also has a defensive ability. Psychic immunity. In one day, you can be passively immune to 3 mental soul attacks. Or say it is an auspicious beast. It's just generosity. It's just a pity. The fusion effect was not triggered, allowing the head soul bone and the 3 external soul bones around the eyes to merge into one. After inspecting the soul bone on the head of the three-eyed golden beast, Xiao Lei also jumped out, with his head held high and his hands on his hips. It was written all over his face, "Praise me." Tang Lan felt the soul bone of his left leg and showed a look of surprise. The left foot of the destroying scorpion, which was originally an external soul bone attached to the left leg, has been completely replaced. The sole, calf, and thigh of the entire left leg are all occupied by the left leg bone of the Hell of Nirvana Thunder. Until it connects with the Ice Jade Scorpion tail. The left leg bone of Hell of Nirvana provided Tang Lan with 3 soul bone skills. Thunder God's Body, immune to all thunder attribute damage, and can absorb thunder attribute energy to restore its own state. Immortal Thunder Pond, a domain-like soul bone skill. All injuries and the consumption of soul power are transformed into the ultimate thunder that envelops the whole body. These 2 soul bone skills complement each other. With the Immortal Thunder Pool as the core, the injuries received are transformed into ultimate thunder by consuming soul power. You can attack enemies around you. Retreat can be absorbed and restored to itself. It is simply more shameless than the Immortal Seal technique. The last 3rd soul bone skill is a brand new ability born after swallowing the left foot of the meteor scorpion. The Divine Thunder of Annihilation, the thunder with some destructive power of the God of Destruction can consume itself and destroy everything. The Divine Thunder of Annihilation is not a thunder, but a form of thunder and lightning. Like the previous stamp of destruction, it can destroy soul skills and soul power within a wide range. It can also exist alone and attack enemies as thunder. Or attach it to fists or martial arts to enchant your attacks. The uses are endless. As for power, destroying everything, do you still need to explain? Or dodge before being hit? Or he is powerful enough to consume all the energy of the Divine Thunder of Annihilation. Otherwise, there is only one way to destroy it. Hold C. That's awesome, old man. Tang Lan praised, "Well done, Xiao Lei. Well done." Xiao Lei looked even more proud. "That's right. Don't even look at who I am. They. Million-year-old soul beast Thundering Hellvine. Thor's future successor." Tang Lan noticed the obvious pause. It seems that Xiao Lei should know something. Chuan pretended not to have heard. He took out the divine wind boat and waved for everyone to come up. More than 100 kilometers to the east is the Northern Spirit Tower. The Ice Emperor, who was eager to sacrifice, consciously stepped forward to take charge. The soul power was directly filled and he flew away at the fastest speed. Ning Rongrong and others are very interested in the million-year soul ring. But he didn't wait to get together. Tang Lan just meditated on the spot, as if entering a state of cultivation. So he didn't come forward to disturb me. But actually, Tang Lan was opening the spiritual link and talking to Xiao Lei. "Tang Lan, what happened to the Thor you just mentioned?" "Xiao Lei, Master, when I was promoted to a million-year soul beast, a voice told me that I could go to this location to open the inheritance of the God of Thunder. An address is sent. Tang Lan compared the map of Douluo continent and found that it was near the Stardo forest. It's not far from the killing city. Tang Lan, very good. Just pretend you don't know about this and don't let it slip anymore. Xiao Lei, okay. Tang Lan cut the spiritual link. Continue to integrate the power of the soul into the paste of the Danshan. He had a premonition. The day this paste completely became solid was the day when he became a titled Douluo. Golden elixir is a titled Douluo. Then the next stage of nascent soul will be able to become a god. It is indeed a fantasy floor tile. Chapter 213 Tang Clan Crisis? Wonderful use of spiritual power. The northern spiritual tower stands on the edge of the far north. 9. Upsilon. Oh. Because 90% of the 9 soul beasts have ice attributes. Therefore, most of the soul masters who come here have ice and water related attributes. Generally, there is no clear goal like Oscar. If the age is suitable, it will be a direct match. Therefore, compared with the Sunset Spirit Transferring Tower and the Stardo Spirit Transferring Tower, the efficiency is much higher. There is even a phenomenon of the beast does not ask for what it wants. Yes. When the Divine Wind Boat arrived, the area around the far north Spirit Pagoda was overcrowded. There is no place to stay. Tang Lan didn't bother to land, so he just hung in the sky. Then let's leave first. The Snow Emperor said, the 100,000-year-old soul beasts are near the core area. If you want to touch them, you have to go there in person. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Lan nodded and said, you also know the abilities of Zuking and the others, just look at the match. Leave it to us. Ice Emperor grinned in a dangerous smile, guaranteed fit. I don't know if this vicious beast that was targeted is lucky or unlucky. The Ice and Snow Emperors left. 10 seconds later. An ice bird flew from below and landed on the Divine Wind Boat. A young man turned over, trembling with excitement. The power of faith surges like silk. My subordinate Zhuang Wei, the branch tower of the Northern Spiritual Pagoda, pays homage to the sect master. Now that the Tang sect is in danger, please ask the sect leader to turn the tide and revive the Tang sect's glory. Is the Tang sect in danger? Tang Lan looked at Zhang Wei and felt that he looked familiar. 6. Shux.cm. A group of spiritual masters from Dongfang Sunrise. Tang Lan asked. Yes. I am. Zhang Wei said with a flushed face, I didn't expect you, sect leader, to still remember me. It's my honor. Wait for Zhang Wei to calm down. Tang Lan asked about the specific situation. Ning Rongrong and others also gathered around, very concerned. Zhang Wei explains everything in great detail. His Highness the Crown Prince's recruitment. Wuhan Palace came to threaten Prince Snowstar's support. Tang sect's public opinion counterattack. Become one of the next 4 sects. Platinum Bishop Yu Xiaogang. Now, under the mediation of Elder Yu, Wuhan Palace turns a blind eye to the Tang sect. But the families of the middle and high-level members of the Tang sect are being squeezed out and suppressed. This makes even the soul masters from the family dare not join our Tang sect. 3 months ago, Wuhan Palace also released a detailed explanation of Wuhan Palace's training, which recorded the training experiences of many titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace over the past 10,000 years. They are still secretly trying to win over the members of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda. His heart is so cruel. The next few sentences. Zhang Wei was jumping on his feet and scolding. You guys did a good job. Tang Lan praised, don't worry about Wuhan Palace, I will take care of it when I come back this time. When Zhang Wei heard this, his body went limp. The whole person is light and airy. This is the psychological reaction that comes from suddenly letting go of heavy pressure. This shows his loyalty to Tang clan. Tang Lan felt that it would be unreasonable not to reward him with something. He raised his hand and popped out a ball of light, which landed in Zhang Weimei's heart. It is a combination of mental power and spiritual power. High-quality spiritual power, under the guidance of spiritual power, washed through Zhang Wei's meridians like a torrent. Transformed into Lingbo Weibu's internal force that fits Zhang Wei. A few seconds later, Zhang Wei broke through the bottleneck and reached level 34. This is the unique breakthrough effect of spiritual power, but it only works for the first time. Effective, and can only be improved by one small level. But... click. Click. 2 crisp sounds. The blocked Ren and Du meridians were also opened by Tang Lan. Zhang Wei's cultivation will be smooth, and he no longer has to worry about bottlenecks in front of the 5-ring Soul King. Zhang Wei was ecstatic. Thank you, Sect Master, for the gift. I will die for the Tang clan. After patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder, Tang Lan looked down. Around the extreme north spiritual pagoda, there were tents all over the place, creating a smoky atmosphere. Zhang Wei is very discerning and consciously explains. Because the supply of soul beasts exceeds the demand, we are queuing up according to the order of registration, and some of them are staying nearby. But more people regard the spirit transferring tower as a safe zone. Because of the agreement reached between you and the soul beasts, the sect leader, within a radius of 10 kilometers of the spirit transferring tower, soul beasts are not allowed to invade. It will be safe to live here. My subordinates have applied to Deputy Sect Leader Zhao to build a small city around the Spirit Pagoda. It will definitely be extremely lively. Tang Lando glanced at Zhang Wei. Lively? A small town that will not be attacked by soul beasts, can also distribute souls, and is dedicated to receiving soul masters. Is that simple excitement? This is a huge wealth, it depends on how it is developed. Tang Lan nodded clearly. He dialed Zhao Wuji's communication, but it took half a minute to get through. Not seen in October. Zhao Wuji's hair turned grey, and his face became a little older. Only one pair of eyes, extremely bright. Sect Master. You finally showed up. Zhao Wuji will pour out his bitterness. Tang Lan waved his hand to stop. I already know what happened during this period. Tang Lan nodded and said, where are you? I'm going to find you. I just happened to be here, Hall Master Yang. Come quickly. Zhao Wuji said hurriedly. Tang Lan hung up the communication. Looked at Tang San. Take everyone with you and go a little further into the far north first. I'll come find you later. Don't worry, leave it to me, brother. He patted Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er on the head and signaled them to wait for him. Tang Lan turned into blood and shot towards the sky. In an instant, he arrived at the sunset forest, hovering precisely over the ice and fire eyes. When crossing the poison barrier, it was found that the strength of the jade phosphorus snake venom had nearly doubled. It seems that Douluo has made great progress in these 10 months. Falling into the eyes of ice and fire from the mouth of the valley. A dense patch of herbs, planted in square rows in an orderly manner. Yang Wudi was sitting next to the fire eye, setting up a furnace and concentrating on refining the elixir. Zhao Wuji moved farther away before putting away the communication soul guide. Then he saw Tang Lan landing next to Ayin, waving hello to Ayin in his soul body. Zhao Wuji was stunned at first. He followed up with a lunge and knelt down in front of Tang Lan. Sect Master. You are finally back. Lao Zhao, I have suffered so much in the past 10 months. The corners of Tang Lan's mouth twitched. Looking at Zhao Wuji's white hair, which covered most of his head, he couldn't just kick the person away. This hands-off shopkeeper is too thorough. Immediately activated the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, and while supporting Zhao Wuji, infused with life force. Feeling comfortable, Zhao Wuji stopped complaining. The grey hair turns black and the old look on the face recedes. Tang Lan then used his spiritual power to sort out Zhao Wuji's meridians and upgrade him to a small level. Zhao, are you level 80? Ah? Oh. Yes. Zhao Wuji said proudly, it's been a few months since I broke through, but I still haven't had time to hunt the soul beasts. Are you sure you're not waiting for my medicine? Yang Wudi walked over, holding a ceramic bottle in his hand. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. Abandoning Tang Lan's thigh, he rushed towards Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi. Chapter 214 Speeding through the killing city in 10 days? Zhao Wuji, OS. Yang Wudi. Zhao Wuji made this pounce. Shuz, C.O. Yang Wudi was so frightened that he threw the ceramic bottle away. As if he had activated his soul-locking skill, Zhao Wuji made a U-turn in the air and firmly caught the ceramic bottle. Holding the treasure in the palm of your hand. This made Tang Lan a little suspicious. Zhao Wuji is already level 80, and he's not stuck at a bottleneck or anything. What elixir makes him so precious? Is it to strengthen the body? Tang Lan used his mental power to check Zhao Wuji's physical condition. 98,000 years. Tang Lan had not returned before. If Zhao Wuji wanted to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, he really needed to strengthen his body. But now, with Tang Lan here, absorbing the 100,000-year-old soul ring will not be a problem. But it's been 100,000 years, why not persuade it to be sacrificed and become a soul? It means that Zhao Wuji has no hope of becoming a god. An ordinary 100,000-year-old ferocious beast would probably not want to follow him. After all, even if Zhao Wuji was level 99, he would only live a few hundred more years. What's this about the 100,000-year-old ferocious beast that's missing you? Unless you find one that will suffer a catastrophe tomorrow and you don't have the confidence to survive it yet. But this is a probability. Disaster. Old Zhao, I have 3 plans. Tang Lan took the initiative and said. I'll find you a mutilated soul beast that's about 90,000 years old, convince it to become your soul, and feed it to 100,000 years before sacrificing it. 669s, UOV.C, Claw. Or just find a 100,000-year-old ferocious beast, and then. Tang Lan glanced at Ayan and did not continue. Everyone who understands understands. This third one is a kind of soul ring called God-given. Its approximate effect. Mayurakun dog umbrella. Oh. This moment. Zhao Waoqi's waist doesn't feel good anymore, his legs don't hurt anymore, and his thinking becomes clearer. The hard work we endured for 10 months finally paid off. As for how to choose? Of course it is. Sect Master, actually I have already negotiated for one. Zhao Wuji rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed and said. That one happens to be a powerful Vajra bear. It's 94,000 years old. It hibernated in the Star Forest and only woke up recently. Dongfang helped me pull the strings, and we've basically reached an agreement. Panel Master Yang has also mastered the elixir for increasing the lifespan. I'm just waiting for you, the Sect Master, to come back and preside over the soul equality contract, he he he. Good guy. Tang Lan stared at Zhao Wuji sideways. So that's why you did that thing just now. Zhao Wuji scratched his head and smiled, then started to pretend to be dumbfounded. Made Tang Lan smile. Okay, then let's go to the Star Forest. Take your big baby and go to the far north. Let's do an experiment together then. Zhao Wuji naturally agreed. The 100,000-year-old soul has been found, and nothing else matters. Consciously pulled Yang Wudi and moved aside. Give Tang Lan and Ayan space to chat privately. Mom, please wait for me for another 2 years. Tang Lan said confidently, when I master the Poseidon's light, I can directly resurrect you. Ayan smiled happily. Seeing that you are so promising, as a mother, I feel relieved. It's good like this now. Take your time there, don't rush it. Once Ayan started talking, he couldn't stop. Tang Lan also listened patiently. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji was anxious and scratching his head. But it's not easy to go up and ask for a stop, so we can only wait. Until half an hour later. The communication soul guide on the ground sounded. Ayan skillfully controlled the blue-silver emperor, and after connecting it, he raised it in front of him. Showing Tang Hao's smiling face. When he saw Tang Lan, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled even more happily. Is my son here too? Just in time, come to the killing city as soon as possible. The dark demon evil god tiger will be 100,000 years old soon. Xiao Ao's sausage has been tested many times and is not a serious problem in the storage ring. It will dissipate immediately after being taken out, but it can stay for 3 seconds when wrapped with internal force. It's just that I run out like this every day, and the King of Slaughter has a dark face all day long. It seems that he can't stand me anymore. Tang Lan blinked. Annoying the King of Slaughter? Judging from the original work, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King parasitic on Tang Chen was wary of Tang Hao. After all, it is parasitism. Just like a child driving a big car, he cannot use his full strength. Tang Hao can anger the King of Slaughter. Isn't it because of the convenience of the God of Death that when you miss your wife, you go to the killing city, talk on the phone and then go back? His own territory was being come in and out like this, and he was killing people to feed the tigers. It's strange to have a good face. You are so dishonest. Ayan scolded gently, the children have their own careers. As parents, of course we will help if we can. Tang Hao showed a doting smile. Yes, everything my wife said is right. But don't I miss you? It's been almost a year, and it's so hard for me to have a tiger by my side all day long. Tang Lan didn't even look at it. Dad, how old are you? and you are still miserable? But Ayan still sticks to this trick. Looking at Tang Lan helplessly, you can tell your father yourself. Okay, I'll go there in the next 2 days. Tang Lan nodded and said, strive to quickly pass through the killing city within 10 days and obtain the position of God of Killing, which will also confirm some speculations. Tang Hao. He frowned and looked a little solemn. Tang Lan seems to look down upon the city of Killing. 10-day speed pass? How is that possible? Tang Hao suddenly glared. What happened to the purple gold soul ring on the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer that Tang Lan summoned? Ayan, who was so close, held her breath. Because. Son. Ayan said tremblingly, why do I sense that this soul ring is far older than 100,000 years? More than 100,000 years old. Tang Hao asked doubtfully, isn't the 100,000-year-old soul ring blood-colored? Why is this purple gold? Ayan was startled. Then he thought of something and hurriedly looked at the blood pattern. Counted it carefully. No more, no less, exactly 10. This is. Because this is a million-year soul ring. Tang Lan shrugged and said, Xiao Lei, come out and see me. Xiao Lei jumped out of Tang Lan's chest and waved to Ayan and Tang Hao. Hello, you two. I am Xiaoliai, and my true form is the million-year-old Thunder Hell Vine. Tang Hao, 0Q. Ayan. The melon-eating duo, QQ, Q. 100. A million-year soul? Hold C. Tang Lan has been out for 10 months and has come back with such a big commotion? Wait a minute. Tang Hao realized later, son, what level are you at? How much does the clear sky hammer weigh? Level 71, 25 tons. Tang Lan added, I have to accept the blood sacrifice of the 690,000-year-old and 380,000-year-old ferocious beasts, which should increase by another 100 million. 4 people, Phi, _Phi. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Zhao Wuji even felt that his 100,000-year-old soul was no longer fragrant. Millions of years. 690,000 years. 380,000 years. There is also a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger waiting for Tang Lan in the killing city. The azure bull python and the titan giant ape were also given to Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing by him. At once. A ferocious beast is rare to see in 100 years, so why do you want to wholesale it directly? The Q group has been established, welcome to communicate. Q group, 370404054. It is expected that I will write 2-3 more Douluo fanfics in the future. If you have any plots or ideas you want to see, please feel free to join the group to communicate. Of course, additional updates are negotiable. Above. Chapter 215 White Tiger Sect Surprise Attack. Fighting Soul Douluo. Regarding Tang Lan's wholesale sale of 100,000-year-old souls. After the 4 people were briefly shocked. Gradually came back to reality. It's the same sentence. No matter how outrageous it is, everything that happens to Tang Lan suddenly makes sense. Then I'll wait here for you to come. Tang Hao said, your father and I can still afford to wait for 10 days and a half. This is to guard Tang Lan and speed through the killing city. Okay, you talk to mom, we're leaving first. Say hello to Ayan and Yang Wudi. Tang Lan grabbed Zhao Wuji and stuffed him into the Blue King. But he didn't immediately fly to the Star Dough Forest. Instead, following the guidance of the Soul Seed, he found Daming not far away. Sorry, I'm sorry. Feedback from Bizua Falcon's food training. 10 months ago. Tang Lan sent it to Sunset Forest to build the spirit transferring pagoda here. Now that the Sunset Spiritual Pagoda is on the right track, it can retire with success. Talk about it. The first people Tang Lan deceived were Daming and Ming, letting them work hard to conquer the Star Forest. The result turned around. When there are better options, let them go. It's a little unreasonable. Old rules, go in first and stay for a while. I'm picking you up this time to offer sacrifices. Tang Lan said. Daming nodded in agreement. Without any resistance, the soul was sealed in the vast sea and stuffed into a new storage ring. Tang Lan identified the direction. Turned into bloody light, shining directly to the south. Arriving at the sky above the Star Forest. Release Zhao Wuji and let him show the way. As a result, when the communication soul guide was taken out, there was a rapid vibration. Zhao Wuji took a look and his expression changed drastically. Just about to say something. Suddenly, Tang Lan looked to the northwest and saw a powerful aura rising straight into the sky. That direction is. The Douluo Spirit Tower was attacked. Zhao Wuji said hurriedly, they are from the White Tiger sect, led by 3 Soul Douluo. White Tiger sect? The one who was replaced by the Tang sect in the lower 4 sects? Tang Lan instructed, you go find your sweetheart, I'll go over and have a look. Zhao Wuji just raised his hand, originally wanting to persuade him to stay and take him with him. Tang Lan had already activated the blood escape technique and left by Aoshi. Zhao Wuji hovered with one hand for a while, then scratched his head. He took out the communication soul guide and hesitated for a moment. Tang Hao was still not informed. The sect master was able to attack Haoshan Crown Emperor before, with only 3 contras, but one of them was killed instantly. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? And there are more. Zhao Wuji was certain. Then he took out his communication soul guide and dialed a number. Hey, what's up, Big Bear? I'm not here to give you food this time, I'm here for something good. My sect master is back and is here to take you home. Star Spirit Transferring Tower. As the first soul experiment base, it is also adjacent to the Douluo Forest, which has the largest number of soul beasts on the mainland. Under the construction of Niu Gao, this place can be called an iron wall. There is an arrow sentry every 100 meters, and the Vulcan cannon installed on it is not only to prevent the soul beast from running amok, but also to protect the spirit tower with firepower. At this moment, they were roaring collectively, and the bright lines of fire intertwined into a web of death, pouring towards the invading enemies on the periphery. The White Tiger sect was also well prepared. The defensive soul masters lined up in a row, supporting the defensive soul skills of the third soul ring and above, protecting the large army as they approached with difficulty. Under the terrifying rate of fire of the Vulcan cannon, most of the defensive soul masters could not last more than a minute before they had to be replaced. And inside the Douluo Spirit Tower, there are also several powerful Soul Douluo and Soul Saints wreaking havoc. They had their sights set on each of the arrow posts, and used their soul attacking skills without hesitation, destroying each of their firepower points. After all, the Tang sect was founded not long ago and its foundation is still shallow. The strongest person stationed there is only Medang's Niu Gao, a level 87 defense Soul Douluo. But he can't protect himself either. A sturdy middle-aged man was attacking continuously with an angry look on his face. He stepped on 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, and he beat Niu Gao so hard that he was unable to fight back. It is none other than the leader of the White Tiger sect, the level 89 attack spirit Douluo Dai Bai. Fortunately, Niu Gao relied on the immortal seal technique to drag Dai Bai along without causing greater chaos. Tang Lan put away the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life and stood up out of thin air. Opened the blue-silver life domain, used its domain ability, and changed the shape of Lei Yan Haoshan hammer. It turned into a 3-foot-long sword, with the ultimate thunder flashing on its surface. His own spiritual power surges out, blends into the spiritual power according to a specific ratio, and drives the thunder sword through the air. Whoops! The thunder sword pierced the sky, and struck a soul saint in front of the lightning and flint. The protective soul power he used to resist the firearms only resisted for less than a moment before it shattered. As the head exploded on the spot, the headless body was shrouded in lightning, turning into pieces of charcoal and falling to the ground, scattering into ashes everywhere. It was blown all over the sky by the roaring wind. No bones left. This. It is the fighting method that Tang Lan created by following Bo Sixi and practicing his spiritual power for 10 months. Flying sword. The exaggerated weight of 25 tons of Lei Yan Haoshan hammer was stabilized at 1 gram under the effect of the eternal destruction. This caused the thunder sword to move almost at will. The speed all depends on how fast his mental power is. And the blessing of the ultimate thunder gives it powerful penetration and destructive power. These 7-ringed soul saints who suddenly came in were not generals regardless of their power attack or agility attack systems. This made the White Tiger sect, the only one in the field, keep an eye on Tang Lan. Jumped up and attacked Tang Lan. I thought it was necessary to attack the enemy and let the thunder sword return to help. But Tang Lan just glanced at him. Only level 81? It can be done in seconds. The vast sea of gods appeared between his eyebrows, and blue-purple light shot out. It came first and shattered all his defenses, penetrating through his head. The universe is shattered. The most powerful blow with a soul bone attached to the divine skill. This Contra obviously didn't expect that Tang Lan would open up as soon as he came up, who is the best in Landlord. He could only fall down weakly and hit Dai Bai's feet. My eyes are so wide open that I won't close my eyes until death. Third Elder. Dai Bai raised his head in disbelief. Just where he saw the thunder sword passed, a 7-ringed soul saint fell to the ground with a headshot. There is no way to fight back. That man in the sky actually defeated the surprise attack of his White Tiger sect all by himself? How dare you? Dai Bai turned around and was about to kill towards the sky. Moo. Niu Gao, who had been passively beaten just now, took the initiative to stop in front of him. He grinned, showing his white teeth, and smiled sarcastically. Master Dai, where are you going? Get away! Dai Bai's fists turned into tiger claws and slapped Niu Gao's giant rhinoceros hard. But it only made him take half a step back. Immediately, as if nothing happened, they blocked him again. Just this time, the thunder-flying sword blasted the heads of 3 soul saints again. Dai Bai's eyes were so dizzy when he saw it. You are looking for death. The 8th soul skill. Seeing Dai Bai opening his mouth, Niu Gao's heart tightened. The 8 soul rings under his feet all lit up, building up the strongest defense. But Tang Lan in the sky reacted faster. The left leg lit up in a purple gold color and turned into a bolt of thunder, attacking with an aura of destruction. Soul Bone Technique, Divine Thunder of Annihilation. Chapter 216 The Power of the Divine Thunder of Annihilation. Kill Contra instantly. Soul Bone Technique, Divine Thunder of Annihilation. Dai Bai, who was locked, only felt horrified. You will die. If you don't block this blow, you will definitely die. There was no hesitation. Dai Bai changed direction, abandoned Niu Gao, and raised his head and roared towards the divine thunder of Nirvana. The 8th soul ring tiger roaring and dragon roaring. From the huge white tiger spirit's mouth, long golden dragons roared out, facing the divine thunder of annihilation with great momentum. The two of them, who were vastly different in size, collided, creating a one-sided situation. It was the divine thunder of annihilation holding the golden dragon, falling slowly but firmly towards Dai Bai. No matter how Dai Bai activated his 9th soul skill, he could not stop the small divine thunder of annihilation. This frightened Dai Bai. Impossible. His 8th soul skill comes from an 80,000-year-old earth dragon. How old is that young man in the sky? It's just a soul bone skill, how could it be so powerful? Wait. Dai Bai suddenly focused his eyes and tried his best to see clearly the young man's face through the dazzling brilliance of soul skills. Isn't it the Tang sect leader who disappeared for 10 months? Tang Lan. The Tang sect's mountain holding stone is back? Dai Bai realized that this raid was meaningless. The return to the lower 4 sects promised by Wuhan Palace is no longer possible. As long as Tang Lan is here. Even if the Tang sect is destroyed, so what? Just rebuild. In addition, now facing the threat of death, he made a decision. Tang sect master, my White Tiger sect is willing to surrender. Dai Bai shouted, I am the sect master of the White Tiger sect, and I am willing to bring all the White Tiger sect to surrender to the Tang sect. Oh? Tang Lan looked over. Without waiting for a statement. Master, don't do that. Niu Gao shouted, Dai Bai's brother Dai He was sniped to death by Barrett. With today's blood feud, there is no way he will surrender. Oh? Tang Lan silently increased his strength. No. I won't. Dai Bai said anxiously, Dai He and my wife are together. I have wanted to kill him for a long time. Good job. Tang Lan, Niu Gao, This. It is really hard to judge. But no matter whether it is true or not. Tang Lan is such a considerate person, he still decided to send them all off, neatly below. Snap. A snap of fingers. The thunder sword made a right angle turn, and the lightning flashed straight at him. But Dai Bai is a level 89 soul Douluo after all. The tiger claws closed. He caught the white blade with his bare hands and clamped the thunder sword. But he never expected that this small 3-foot-long sword had an exaggerated weight of 25 tons. The thunder sword penetrated halfway and hit his lungs. An abnormal blood color appeared on his face, and a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He dared not spit it out and could not swallow it. And suffered this impact. The soul skill Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar was also difficult to maintain. It was suppressed by the strong power of the destruction god Thunder, and it was seen that it had been killed 10 meters in front of him. Dai Bai's eyes rose with madness. Want me to die? Then you. Dong. Dai Bai only felt that his brain was hit by a heavy hammer, and his pupils were scattered without focus. He was unconscious and could not maintain his soul skills and catch the white blade with his bare hands. Soul bone skill soul explosion. The thunder sword passed through his chest first, chopped his white tiger true body into pieces, and nailed his body to the ground. The destruction god Thunder then came and fell on Dai Bai. There was no movement. The silenced thunder was like an eraser, erasing Dai Bai from this world. Only a thunderbolt sword was left, stuck in the ground. The White Tiger sect leader, a level 89 strong attack soul Douluo. He died on the spot. The rest of the White Tiger sect members who came to chase him were all stunned. I thought that the two titled Douluos of the Tang sect were in Tiandu city and could not come back to help. The 3 soul Douluos of the White Tiger sect couldn't take down a soul transmission tower? Unexpectedly. Just when the battle started, a second elder Dai He, a level 85 soul Douluo, was sniped and killed. The third elder was also sent away by Tang Lan with a glance. Now another one was killed cleanly by the Tang sect leader? How can we fight this? Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. The deafening explosions came one after another. Tang Lan, standing high in the sky, saw it clearly. With the Vulcan cannon on the periphery, the White Tiger sect's army was about to approach within 1,000 meters. Huge fireballs exploded under their feet, swallowing up a large number of lives. Why does this thing look so much like a landmine? It should be a new product developed by the Tang sect during the time when Tang Lan was away. Tang Lan raised his hand. He recalled the Thunder Sword and flew into the air again. The White Tiger sect, which had completely lost hope, chose to surrender. No more fighting. Surrender. Master Tang. I am your fan. Master Tang, please show mercy. We are willing to surrender. Looking at the White Tiger sect who surrendered, the Tang sect disciples looked up at the sky, the legend who created the Tang sect. Waiting for Tang Lan to make a judgment. Tang Lan also had a headache. Kill them all? It would be a pity. Although all the soul Douluo were killed. But there are still several 7-ring soul saints on the scene, which are still useful. Including the scattered survivors, there are more than 300 soul masters. These are the backbone of the White Tiger sect. If they can swallow this power, the speed of the Tang sect's rise will be greatly improved. But can the hatred of exterminating the sect really be erased? Tang Lan descended and came to Niu Gao. Sect Master. You are finally back. Niu Gao said cautiously, you killed a level 89 soul Douluo in 2 moves, and you also. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking? Tang Lan said with a smile, I have only been away for 10 months. Can I jump from a 6-ring soul emperor to a titled Douluo? Niu Gao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not, it's good that it's not. I thought that you, the sect master, were forced by the spirit hall and used some evil methods. That will hurt the foundation, absolutely not. It turns out that Niu Gao was worried about this. Master Niu has a good idea. Tang Lan looked around and said loudly. I plan to build the Soul Transmission City with the Soul Transmission Towers as the center. This matter will be fully entrusted to you Tang. A large number of manpower will continue to be sent in the near future. I wonder if Master Niu thinks these people can be used. Niu Gao frowned and looked at the White Tiger sect members around him. There are many with hatred in their eyes. If they are allowed to enter the Tang sect, there will be endless troubles. Master, you can't take them in. Niu Gao said softly. Although Yu Tang is only responsible for construction, he will be exposed to many confidential firearms of the Tang sect, and these interested people cannot be allowed to contact them. And many of these people have seeds of hatred in their hearts. Now they are just temporarily forbearing. If they are not careful, they will become the next Yu Xiao gang. But if you kill them all now, it will damage your reputation as a teacher. Why not let them kill a fellow disciple as a token of surrender, and send the remaining half to Li Tang temporarily, and let the old gorilla find a way. Zhang still old and spicy. Niu Gao's plan is ruthless and vicious. Not only has he gained fame, but he has also avoided future troubles forever. Available. But need to change it a little bit. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor appeared, and its 7 blood red soul rings made everyone dizzy. The 6th soul skill, Ancient Tree of Life. The sixth soul skill, Life Restricted Area. The pollen spread and covered a kilometer in radius. Those who want to live, go in. Tang Lan said coldly, after 30 seconds, shoot without mercy. Chapter 217 Tang San's 100,000 years turned out to be. Chapter 217 Tang San's 100,000 years was actually. After 30 seconds, shoot to death. Everyone in the White Tiger sect knew there was a problem, so they could only rush in. Soul power, vitality, and spiritual power were quickly drained. Using this, they made a life soul heart, paired with soul seeds, and implanted them into their own bodies. Became a puppet of Tang Lan. Tang Lan dispersed the ancient tree of life and the forbidden zone of life. He said loudly, "Now, you can return to the White Tiger sect, collect the wealth within the sect, and then report to the Tang sect." When most people heard this, they showed incredible expressions. Some people even looked at Tang Lan as if they were looking at the Great Holy Mother. "Sure enough, you are still too young and not cruel enough." Then the next second. Ah! Hiss! A total of 314 people. They all covered their hearts, kneeling, lying down, or rolling around. No one can stand. After lasting for half a minute. Only then did Tang Lan stop the torture and said calmly. "The heart of the soul will explode in 3 months. During these 3 months, you can use any method to try to get rid of it or fulfill your last wish. In 3 months, I will be in the Tang sect to lift the countdown to the explosion for the 100 members who have brought the most wealth. Now, the competition begins." The members of the White Tiger sect looked very ugly. 314 people, but only 100 places? Doesn't this force them to fight among themselves? And even if they win in the end, they will lose most of their property and become Tang Lan's dogs from then on. This. How to make them willing to do so? But some people are hesitant, wondering whether to negotiate the price. Some people have already run away. The 3 major Contras of the White Tiger sect were killed in battle, and the rest of the backbone forces were also instigated to rebel. "Why don't you hurry up and go back and loot?" Seeing this, the rest of the people couldn't care less about bargaining. They all started to move and flew away from the Star Spirit Tower. Afraid of falling behind. Niu Gao was quite emotional when he saw it. The sect leader is worthy of the name of Master Tang, and he has maximized his profits without losing any blood. And he is sure. The remaining 100 White Tiger sect remnants will not have an easy life either. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy running came. I saw Zhao Wuji riding a powerful Vajra bear, galloping from the gate, waving excitedly from afar. As for the powerful Vajra bear, not only his arms were broken at the base, but also his eyes were gouged out, and his left ear was still missing. No wonder he could agree to Zhao Wuji and become his soul sect master. "I'm back with Big Bear. Just right. The life force just absorbed has filled the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life." Tang Lan gave a few more instructions. "Don't let the outside world know about my return this time. It will probably take about 2 months before we can temporarily escape from there. When the time comes, the grievances between Tang sect and Wuhan Palace will be settled in the elite competition. In addition, my alliance partner and I will discuss the TC market. After you come up with a rough plan, you can go to Zhao Yuki to apply for funds." Niu Gao wrote it down one by one and nodded to express his understanding. Tang Lan took Zhao Wuji and the powerful Vajra bear, activated the blood escape technique and disappeared into the sky. Niu Gao withdrew his gaze. Looking at the mess everywhere, I suddenly reacted. What level is the sect master now? Why is killing Soul Douluo the same as killing a chicken? Although Tang Lan has demonstrated combat power at the title Douluo level before. But that can only be achieved by exploding the ring. This time Tang Lan was standing there without even opening the soul ring. And what happened to the long sword with thunder? The far north, the periphery. Tang Lan followed the guidance of Soul Seed and found the Divine Wind Boat. Release Daming, Zhao Wuji and the powerful Vajra bear. Old Zhao, it doesn't matter how long you cultivate it first, it doesn't matter if it's less than 110,000 years. Okay. Zhao Wuji was filled with joy and went to work aside. Tang San came closer, rubbing his hands expectantly. Brother, why are you back so soon? Did you find something good? Tang Lan glanced at him speechlessly. His round trip seemed like a long journey, but it actually only took him half a day. Most of them are still used in chatting with a yin. What on earth is Tang San expecting? But facing his younger brother's expectations, as a brother, I can't disappoint him, right? Immediately said. I found a treasure land, I can get a domain for free. I will spend 10 days to speed through it later. If you want, you can go with me. Tang San was just asking casually. I didn't expect it to be there. And it's a rare thing like a domain? He has been coveting Tang Lan's domain for a long time. As for the difficulty, Tang Lan only needs 10 days to speed through it. No matter how bad he is, 1 month should be enough, right? Yes, yes, yes. Tang San said hurriedly, brother, you must take me with you. I have wanted a domain for a long time. Tang Lan agreed readily. Even looking forward to it. I believe Tang Hao will be very excited to see Tang San in the Slaughter City. And he is willing to stay for a while to train Tang San properly. And Tang San is only a 4-ring soul master, and he doesn't have any top-notch hidden weapons. The most buggy 100,000 year soul ring is disabled there. It is not impossible for Yu Baishan to become a killing god with firearms and hidden weapons. But don't forget. There are only 2 months left before the assessment. Tang San entered the Slaughter City as a 5-ring soul king after receiving Tang Hao's careful teaching. It will take 2 years to pass. 2 months now? As long as he doesn't want his head to explode, he can only ask Tang Lan to take him out. Then make up an excuse of being blacklisted and being hunted down if he goes there. Tang San's life son, forget about getting the killing god domain. I just don't know if this counts as a chance to snatch. But no matter whether it counts or not, being able to abuse Tang San is also great. Tang Lan smiled sincerely. Tang San saw his brother smile, and also grinned. That silly look. It made Tang Lan laugh even happier. Later. Tang Lan called Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, and asked them to leave with him. Zhu Zuqing rolled her eyes at Tang Lan, full of charm. Shui Binger pretended to be calm and took Tang Lan's right hand. What about Shui Yuer? Three together. Shui Yuer said shyly, why don't we wait until we go back? Oh? Are you sure? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and said, then Zuqing and Binger come with me, you stay? Shui Yuer was anxious on the spot. Isn't this is isolating her? Go. I can go. Tang Lan took the 3 women and flew to the depths of the far north. Zhao Wuji and others looked envious. What can a man and 3 women do in this icy and snowy place? The sect master is really good at playing. They flew several kilometers away. This is it. Tang Lan said casually, you go and set up a tent. The 3 women were sent away. Tang Lan touched the Poseidon mark on his forehead and whispered. Don't look at it without permission. A vast sea sealed the soul and imprisoned the Poseidon mark. Then he untied the mark of the god of destruction on his right hand without stopping. There was a reaction on the spot. Get a 1,000,000-year soul ring, and pass the first test of the god of destruction. Reward the god of destruction affinity by 20%. Open the second test of the god of destruction, add a 100,000-year second soul ring to the spirit Lei Yan Hao Tian hammer. Tang Lan smiled. Sure enough, the content of the 9 tests of the god of destruction is to simply add 9 100,000-year soul rings. Of course, it is only simple for Tang Lan. If it were an ordinary person, they would not even be able to find the 100,000-year beast. No more seals on the mark of the god of destruction. They will be sacrificed soon, 2 at a time. Complete the second and third tests by the way. Tang Lan turned his head and looked to the side. The 3 women had already set up a tent and waited inside for a long time. Although the 3 girls were brought along to seal the sea god's mark. However, how could Tang Lan bear to disappoint the 3 girls? Let's go. 3 days later. The 2 Ice and Snow Emperors and Titan Snow Demon King Atai returned with 4 100,000-year-old spirits. Shui Binger didn't need to say much. Atai, who had the blood of the ice god, was ready. The Snow Emperor looked at Ning Rongrong. He pushed a penguin that was as high as Ning Rongrong's knees to her. Your martial soul is special, and the first 7 spirit skills are fixed. So I found you a 150,000-year-old Ice Emperor penguin. The Ice Emperor penguin is the Emperor of Ice penguins. It is not good at attacking, but has first-class defensibility, and is lazy and doesn't like to move. Becoming your soul, it doesn't matter whether my own spirit skills can be inherited. Speaking of this, the Snow Queen also took a special look at Tang Lan. The million-year-old Thunder Hellvine could not give Tang Lan soul skills on the soul ring. Although I don't know the reason. But the Snow Queen doesn't think she can do it. She is a 690,000-year-old Snow Queen. Not only does she have to sacrifice herself to humans, but her powerful soul skills may also be lost. It's very... I'm fine, thank you Sister Snow Queen. Ning Rongrong squatted down with a smile and looked at the Ice Emperor Penguin. Do you have a name? The Ice Emperor Penguin blinked cutely and opened his mouth. Quack, okay. This guy can't talk. Ning Rongrong could only look at Tang Lan for help. Tang Lan placed a spiritual link, allowing one person and one beast to communicate with each other, which would be beneficial to the conclusion of an equal soul contract later. The Ice Emperor patted his body. It was a giant, bright white dolphin, nearly 10 meters long, with a single horn on its head. The Ice Emperor explained. This is a 120,000-year-old one-horned ice dolphin. Its speed is in the ice sea in the far north. Even Snow Emperor and I can't catch up. A single horn can condense the power of extreme ice, so it is just a little short of the ultimate ice. Shui Yuer, as a spirit master of the agility and attack system, it fits your martial spirit very well. Shui Yuer also nodded happily. A ferocious beast that is 120,000 years old. It still fits so well. She never dared to think about it before. Where are the other requirements? I also held the one-horned ice dolphin and went to the side to communicate my feelings. Tang San was left alone, looking around suspiciously. There are no other soul beasts here. Where is his 100,000-year-old beast? It won't be. Didn't find the right one? Think of this. Tang San's face was livid, and he cast a please make the decision look towards Tang Lan. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. How could he not have his own younger brother? He specifically told Tang San to find it. Look at your effeminate appearance. Ice Emperor said disdainfully, don't worry, the ferocious beast I found for you is 150,000 years old. Tang San's eyes lit up. They all ignored the Ice Emperor's taunts, and there was only satisfaction in their eyes. Where is it? Where is my 150,000-year-old beast? Come out quickly and meet your master. The Ice Emperor threw out a storage ring. This made the anticipation in Tang San's eyes even more intense. It needs to be installed with a storage ring. How big is this beast? It must be an amazing beast. Full of anticipation, he activated the storage ring and released the only living thing in it. The scene went dark immediately. See you soon. In order to stop updating today, I posted an extra 700 plus, you're welcome. The monthly tickets for extra updates have been exhausted. Please vote quickly, otherwise you will have to waste your rewards for extra updates tomorrow. Sorry, I forgot that there are no titled Douluo in the next 4 sects. The text has been changed, the White Tiger sect has been changed to 3 Contras, and Dai Bai is level 89. The number of Soul Masters has also been changed to 300. This is my first Douluo fanfic, I didn't take care of these details, sorry. Above. Chapter 218 Tang San collapsed. Blood sacrifice to the 8th company. Tang San's eyesight went dark. I just thought it was blocked by some giant object. But look up. It was still pitch black. Only then did I realize that I had a foreign body sensation in front of my eyes. Raise your hand and grab it. It's soft and slippery. Take it down and take a look. But it was a big long white insect, as big as his forearm. This 150,000-year-old ferocious beast? It looks nothing like it. Tang San looked at the Ice Emperor in confusion, and saw a bit of sarcasm on the latter's face. What's going on? Tang Lan took a step forward and blocked the Ice Emperor's face. Explained. This should be an ice silkworm. Soul beasts that cultivate both spiritual attributes and ice attributes are not very powerful in combat, and their cultivation speed is also very slow. Only a few can cultivate for more than 1,000 years. Those that are 150,000 years old are quite rare. Its spiritual attributes can improve your purple demon eyes. In addition, after my mental power becomes stronger, I can also teach you related skills. Among these people, you are the only one who has this talent. Mental skills? Tang San swallowed his saliva in disappointment. That was the small stove opened by the 99th level Peerless Douluo, High Priest Bo Sixi, to Tang Lan. Can you teach him? Sure enough. It's still that I prefer myself and try my best to think about myself. Immediately, he picked up the ice silkworm in his hand with great pleasure. That's it. Thank you, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. The Ice and Snow Emperor frowned. We call you sister if we are together? For Tang Lan's sake, he didn't say much. Tang Lan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. A wave of his hand. The spiritual power held up the snow-white lotus flowers, floating in front of everyone. This is an ice lotus that is 50,000 years old. You can eat as much as you want, and try to increase the age before sacrificing it. Because it's about opening up the blood sacrifice. So there is no need to worry about failure, it will be a wonderful achievement. Among them, the ice silkworm ate the most happily, showing off 10 flowers in a row. Seeing this made Tang San smile with joy. It's a blessing to be able to eat. The more you eat, the longer you will live. In the end, it was he who benefited. Tang Lan smiled and said nothing. Just let him be happy for a while, and make him cry later. Absorb, digest, and enhance. More than one day has passed. The people and the beasts are almost able to communicate. Tang Lan asked everyone to form a circle around him according to their groups, thousands of meters apart. That is the way. I will count down to 3, and everyone will open the sacrifice together. Don't worry about the rest, just leave it to me. Everyone nodded solemnly. Tang Lan took advantage of this opportunity and used the cover of Jinghua Shuiyu to throw a soul bone skill at Tang San. The verdict of fate. It's the one that brings bad luck to people. Then the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The words fell. A total of 8 blood-colored light pillars soared into the sky in this snow-white extreme north. The sky was reflected in blood red, and it was as majestic as the burning sky. The overbearing effect of blood sacrifice is like a funnel that gathers the energy of heaven and earth. The energy fluctuations caused the entire Douluo continent to look askance at the powerful people. Even as far away as the star forest, you can see the bloody light rising into the sky. Especially the titled Douluo. One by one they flew into the sky, looking at the far north. There was a look of shock in his eyes. Sacrifice of ferocious beasts? How old do you have to be to make such a big noise? Immediately, one after another, figures flew towards the far north. But all this has nothing to do with them. At this moment, they who were in the blood sacrifice light pillar were filled with majestic energy. Except for Tang Lan. Others don't have such perverted mental power. You can only bear it passively. But he still had to cheer up and complete the soul equality contract under Tang Lan's guidance. That's painful and happy at the same time. But Tang Lan, who was at the core, had a different feeling. In addition to being distracted and useful, assisting in signing the soul equality contract, he still had his mind open, and he opened his purple divine eyes and looked down at his surroundings. 8 ferocious beasts started the blood sacrifice at the same time, which was unprecedented. But just as Tang Lan expected, this triggered a chain reaction. The multiple stacked blood sacrifice barriers devoured the energy of heaven and earth, exceeding the scale of the million-year-old thunder hell vine. This allowed everyone in the blood sacrifice to gain many more years for nothing. But because of the rules of heaven and earth that blood sacrifice must succeed, it's not even half dangerous. It can be said that you have used the code of heaven for nothing. This made Tang Lan very proud. Last time, the blood sacrifice barrier of Thunder Hell Vine was swallowed up by the black hole domain. He thought of the original work. Tang San absorbed 390,000-year-old Ant Emperor spirit rings at the same time, and changes occurred that doubled the difficulty of absorption. But the 3 soul rings after success also increased to 100,000 years. Now after an experiment, it is indeed feasible. Now the third Tangman encyclopedia has new information. Only whether it is absorbing multiple soul rings at the same time or sacrificing multiple ferocious beasts at the same time. Ordinary people hardly use it. Put it in the back and take a look at it as a curiosity. Tang Lan calmed down. Focus on guiding souls to make an equal contract. Time passed little by little. Half a day later, Zhao Wuji's blood sacrifice ended first, and the 100,000-year-old powerful diamond bear that was spawned successfully turned into his soul. The final age limit is set at 110,000 years. It stands to reason. The team of Zhu Zuqing and Azure Bull Python, or the team of Shui Yuer and One-Horned Ice Dolphin, should be the second one to finish. But the second one to die was Tang San. The final age of the ice silkworm is fixed at 170,000 years. The lifespan is extremely high. But Tang San was stunned, looking like he couldn't believe it. Zhao Wuji noticed something was wrong and quietly walked over. As expected. The first thing Tang San did when he woke up was to look at Tang Lan and open his mouth to shout something. Being covered by Zhao Wuji. No matter how hard Tang San struggled, he couldn't escape control. Tang San. Zhao Wuji warned in a low voice. Everyone is signing soul contracts now. If you keep saying this, big trouble will happen. No matter what the problem is, we'll talk about it later. Not if you understand. Tang San looked at the focused people in front of him and could only nod helplessly. Zhao Wuji slowly let go of his hand cautiously. Make sure Tang San doesn't yell anymore. Just step aside. He was not the least bit interested in what happened to Tang San. Aside from inventing some concealed weapons, this guy doesn't have much effect. But everyone sitting below is the core of Tang sect. If any soul fails to sign, it will suffer heavy losses. Even if Tang San is about to lay an egg, he has to hold it back first. Under the supervision of Zhao Wuji, Shui Yu finished the third one and retreated from it. Followed by Zhu Zuqing. After half a day, Ning Rongrong was the one who completed the signing, which made Tang San's face turn black. It's also a ferocious beast that's 150,000 years old. Why does it take so long for other people to do it, but it only takes half a day for me? This is too watery. Chapter 219 Tang San has no soul bone? Single martial soul fusion skill. Another day and night passed. 6. S. UXC. O. M. Shui Binger finally completed the signing. Follow. Her ice phoenix martial spirit appeared, and the temperature dropped sharply as she looked up to the sky and chanted. Everyone had to gather their soul power to withstand the low temperature. The ultimate ice. Under the blood sacrifice of the 200,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King, Shui Binger's ice phoenix spirit finally transformed into the ultimate ice. And the ice phoenix spirit's crown faded, its tail wings bifurcated into two tails, and its overall body shape became much slender. This is... Has the martial spirit evolved again? Even Shui Binger herself wasn't sure. But the ultimate ice attribute is already an established fact. This is the second person from the Tang sect with ultimate attributes after Tang Lan. This made Shui Binger smile very happily. It made the gloomy Tang San even more gloomy. Tang Lan was the only one left on the field, still absorbing. The two ferocious beasts of the Ice and Snow Emperor sacrificed blood at the same time. Although the energy was not as powerful as the Thunder Hellvine, it was still extremely huge. Even under the stimulation of the same source, the lifespan of the two Ice and Snow Emperors exceeded 700,000 years and 400,000 years. The difficulty naturally increases. This is not true. The Ice Emperor took the lead in attacking. Her scorpion tail fell off from her body and attached to Tang Lan's Ice Jade scorpion tail. They have the same origin but are more powerful. They will occupy the magpie's nest as soon as they come. But Ice Jade scorpion tail is already Tang Lan's soul bone, and there are other brothers. He was unwilling to give up his position to the emperor who had never been masked before. The two were in a stalemate and collided with each other. It made Tang Lan think about whether to use the Ice Jade scorpion tail, that opportunity for soul bone fusion. That's all. The Ice Emperor sighed. No longer choose to replace each other, but merge with each other. Turn your own Ice Jade Emperor scorpion tail into the essence of energy, and merge it into the Ice Jade Emperor scorpion tail bit by bit. Looking outside, Tang San's eyes widened. So what I said before is that soul bones from the same origin can be fused with each other. It is really feasible. He touched his skull. If it weren't for the Titan ape and dog looking down on others, he would have a 100,000-year-old soul bone now. How hateful! Compared to the Ice Emperor's mutation. The spirit bone that the Snow Emperor shed was just a simple left arm bone. Under the rules of blood sacrifice, Tang Lan easily completed the fusion. The two Ice and Snow Emperors turned into the second and third soul rings of the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer and fell steadily. The mark of the God of Destruction began its continuous announcement. Obtained the 700,000-year-old second soul ring and exceeded the limit for the second test of the God of Destruction. Reward God of Destruction affinity plus 12%. Open the third test of the God of Destruction, give the martial soul Lei Yanhaoshan hammer, and impose the third soul ring of 100,000 years. Obtained the 400,000-year-old second spirit ring and exceeded the limit for the third test of the God of Destruction. Reward God of Destruction affinity plus 8%. Open the fourth test of the God of Destruction, give the martial spirit Lei Yanhaoshan hammer, and impose the fourth spirit ring of 100,000 years. Tang Lan opened his eyes. This is 40% affinity. It's very fast. The blood sacrifice barrier began to shrink. Tang Lan unceremoniously opened the black hole field and swallowed it all in one breath along with the energy accumulated before. This is when you stand up with satisfaction. Seal the God of Destruction's mark at will, and then unlock the Poseidon's mark. The Ice and Snow Emperors walked out of Tang Lan's body and looked at themselves and each other with curiosity. After they had been busy for so long, they finally became Tang Lan's soul. It's not easy. Zhao Wuji and others also rushed to Tang Lan. Lan, how's it going? Sect Master, is it okay? Brother. You make the decision for me. Several people were chatting, most of them concerned. Only one sentence. Especially outstanding. Everyone, including Tang Lan, looked at the aggrieved Tang San. What's your situation? Brother. Tang San said with a mournful face, how come these 170,000-year-old ice silkworms don't have soul bones? Tang Lan suddenly realized. So that's what it's for. It's because the ice silkworm clan has no soul bones that they chose it for you. Isn't this normal? The Ice Emperor said disdainfully, the ice silkworms are so lazy to eat. They are all boneless things and are only worthy of being used as food for this emperor. Tang San sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute. Food. Tang San's eyes widened, allied silkworms, are they your food? Wrong. The Ice Emperor said unceremoniously, the ice silkworm clan is the food of all the soul beasts in the entire far north, and their status is like the blue-silver grass on the mainland. Tang Sanyi was stunned. I thought I found a treasure, but it turned out to be a piece of grass? Such a precious ferocious beast soul position was wasted on an ice silkworm without a soul bone? Tang San felt so angry that he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Little Sanzi, don't worry. Tang Lan reassured, I didn't expect that these 170,000-year-old ice silkworms have no soul bones. But after all, it has 170,000 years of cultivation. That is the Emperor in the blue-silver grass, and it exists equally with my life soul, the blue-silver Emperor. What is the soul skill it gives you? When Tang San talked about this, his mood calmed down a little. Summoning the blue and silver grass martial spirit, white, yellow, purple and red spirit rings appeared. This extreme configuration is very funny. But Tang San looked excited. This blood-red 100,000-year-old soul ring is so eye-catching. Elder brother. The fourth soul ring given to me by Ice Silkworm has two soul skills. They are the touch of frost and the whipping of soul. The former gave my blue-silver grass the power of frost second only to ultimate ice, allowing those who come into contact to be frozen, increasing the power of frost. Improved. My control ability. The latter gives my blue-silver grass the ability to damage the enemy's soul, making it unable to concentrate. If the soul is not strong enough, it will even cause coma. It is indeed a 100,000-year-old soul ring. The effect of this soul skill is indeed powerful. The words fell. The scene was silent. CO author. The soul skill of a 100,000-year soul ring brings you 2 attribute enchantments? There are no other powerful soul skills? It stands to reason that if there were soul bones, this defect should be made up for. But this ice silkworm has no soul bone. Do you think it's a coincidence? Several people looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Isn't it too weak? No wonder it is said that ice silkworms are at the bottom of the food chain in the far north. This moisture is indeed large enough. Tang Lan was also thinking about how to forcefully praise him. Tang San's expression became lost again. This ice silkworm's other soul skills are not very compatible with my blue-silver grass. It suggested that for my next soul ring, it would be better to hunt it myself. He didn't mention another soul. The 170,000-year-old ice silkworm specializes in spiritual power. Even if Tang San cultivated to have the purple demon eyes, his spiritual world would still be filled to the brim. If there is no chance encounter, Don't ever think about having a second soul in this life. This made everyone look even weirder. Only given a 100,000 year soul ring? Their guarantee is 3-5. Even Tang Lan didn't know how to praise him. The only option is to change the topic. Looked at Shui Binger's martial spirit. Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix is the male and Phoenix is the female. The Phoenix has a crown, a gallbladder, and a three-tailed tail. The Phoenix has no crown, no gallbladder, and only 2 tails. Binger, your Ice Phoenix martial spirit has evolved into an Ice Phoenix. It has reached the limit of the human world. According to my previous theory of martial soul fusion skills, you should be able to use part of the effects of martial soul fusion skills now alone, right? Huh? Can one person perform martial soul fusion skills? Coupled with Shui Binger's ultimate ice. How strong is that? Everyone looked at Shui Binger expectantly, waiting for a reply. All I saw. Chapter 220 Tang San's Jealousy. Great Harvest. For Goqing, 310. Facing the expectant eyes of everyone. 6. Sh.C.M. Shui Binger didn't feel confident either. She silently activated the Ice Phoenix spirit and closed her eyes to comprehend the spirit fusion technique. A few seconds later, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, each one as sharp as a sharp blade, and with the absolute freezing of the ultimate ice. Beautiful and deadly. It is the first stage of the martial soul fusion skill ice and snow floating. Shui Binger increased her intensity again. The snowflakes all over the sky condensed into a huge blue ice phoenix, giving Tang Lan a sense of crisis, and the prediction of danger made his heart beat. But within a few seconds, Shui Binger's feet went limp and was supported by Tang Lan. The consumption was too great and I collapsed. The blue ice phoenix lost control and exploded into a sky full of frost. The ultimate ice bloomed out of control, and was about to affect those nearby. Tang Lan's eyes narrowed. Spiritual power emerged, trapping this force like an iron barrel and suppressing the first wave of riots. Then, a more powerful ultimate ice emerged, freezing this out-of-control energy into a huge ice ball. Tang Lan waved his hand and threw it aside. Extreme ice. Shui Binger said in surprise, Lan, have you also awakened the ultimate ice? Of course. The Ice Emperor said proudly, with me and the Snow Emperor here, giving the martial soul the ultimate ice, isn't that a simple thing? When everyone heard this, while I was happy, I also made calculations in my mind. Tang Lan now has 4 ultimate attributes, life, soul, thunder, and frost. This. Look at Shui Binger, it took a lot of effort to get one. Tang Lan directly 4? At once. What would they think if they knew that Tang Lan still had ultimate power? In the crowd, Shui Yuer looked quite strange. There is both joy and loss. Shui Binger, who had absorbed some of Tang Lan's spiritual power and regained her physical strength, saw this. He stepped forward and hugged his sister's shoulders. Yuer, don't think too much. It's too difficult for me to use this trick alone. We are still a necessary couple, no one can break us up. Shui Yuer immediately relaxed her brows and hugged her sister's hand with a smile. Of course. We want to conquer the world for Tang sect and Lan. This statement, everyone present deeply agreed. For Tang Lan/sect leader, conquer the world. Okay, stop thinking about the future. Tang Lan clapped his hands and said, let's talk about our respective gains. Zhao Wuji was the first to come out to show off, he was so excited that he wanted to share his joy at this moment. 110,000-year-old powerful Vajra Bear, level 83. The 8th soul skill, Vajra Iron Mountain Reliance. Close single target powerful attack soul skill. The 8th soul skill Great King Kong Roars. A large-scale sound wave group soul attack skill. The powerful Vajra Trunk Soul Bone obtained has only one soul bone skill, Vajra Body. The effect is similar to Tang Lan's indestructible body, which passively improves defense and physical 4-dimensional attributes. Good luck. Tang Lan praised, the soul bone only has one soul bone skill. Does this mean that this soul bone skill is strong enough? Zhao Wuji laughed. Sect Master, the indestructible magical power of Vajra, have started to learn it. Oh? This was what Tang Lan taught Zhao Wuji before he went to Poseidon Island. I haven't been able to make any progress for 10 months, but I started today. The opportunity is not shallow. Not bad, you are now considered invincible even if you are banned. Zhao Wuji just smiled innocently, but there were tears in his eyes. Once upon a time, he is just a little person who is being hunted down by Douluo. Who could have imagined that he would be here today? New 69 Book Bar. And all of this is thanks to Tang Lan. Zhao Wuji raised his head vigorously, grinning wantonly. He will be sold to the Tang clan for the rest of his life. Next. Shui Yuer, a 140,000-year-old one-horned ice porpoise, level 45. The fourth soul ring only gave her one soul skill, but it was an extremely rare domain soul skill. The realm of extreme cold. You can expand an extremely cold field to weaken the enemy's soul power and speed. All your own soul skills will increase ice attribute damage, and the cost of using ice attribute soul skills will be halved. The soul bones obtained are rare external soul bones. Ice dolphin with one horn. Soul bone technique, source of ice, convert one's own soul power into ice attribute and store it in the ice dolphin's horn. Soul bone technique, ice sorrow, the ice dolphin's horn explodes all the stored soul power, pushing the ice dolphin's horn towards the target. Yuer is amazing, she is the second one with a domain. Tang Lan joked. Shui Yuer smiled cheerfully and bowed her hands to everyone. Little sister, take the first step, everyone should hurry up. Go. Just do it. Shui Binger quickly answered, there are many titled Douluo who don't have a domain, and they even have attached soul bones. Shui Yuer smiled even happier. Tang Lan took advantage of the situation and asked Shui Binger to introduce it. 220,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon. Let Shui Binger possess the ultimate ice, her martial soul has completely evolved to its peak, and her level has soared to level 52. He added the fourth and fifth soul rings to her in a row. The last time I brought Shui Binger to the far north, although I ordered the Titan Snow Demon King, I didn't sacrifice him until now. The effects of soul skills are: the fourth soul skill, Ice and Snowstorm. The group slows down by 22% and has a radius of 220 meters. Simple and clear. But just like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, no matter what the opponent's level is, it will be reduced by 22%. This is a bug, worthy of its 220,000 years. The fourth soul skill, Angry Snow Collapsing River. A control skill that condenses massive icicles in the sky like mountains and rivers, and stabs the target with a sudden attack, a range of attack. The fifth soul skill, the Wrath of the Snow Demon. Ultra-wide range soul control skill requires summoning the spirit of the Titan Snow Demon to cooperate. It roars to generate a freezing shock wave that stuns targets within a diameter of 220 meters. And the last. The fifth soul skill, Ice Domain. Like Shui Yuer's extreme cold territory, it is a rare domain skill. Can control ice and snow elements within a large range, enhance and accelerate the release of one's own ice attribute soul skills. That's it. Shui Yuer said unexpectedly, aren't there any other effects? For example, freezing enemies. Shui Binger smiled brightly. A circle of icy blue halo spread out, covering a radius of 2,200 meters. This is a distance that Tang Lan has never experienced in the realm of his soul. Shui Binger's first soul ring flashed several times. At the edge of the ice domain, 20 ice piers stand up. This realm of ice covers a huge area. Shui Binger said happily. My first soul skill, Freeze, although it can be cast instantly, is limited by the release distance, and the effect is becoming less and less ideal. Now that we have this realm of ice, we can freeze the enemy with just a thought within the covered area. And with the blessing of the ultimate ice, the power is much more domineering. Unless someone of the same level has a strong trump card, they can only be frozen into ice sculptures. It suits me perfectly. Tang Lan also nodded in agreement, it was indeed a good fit. But this fit makes someone jealous. What about the soul bones? What are they? Tang San asked through gritted teeth. It must be garbage, right? However, Shui Binger's joy became even stronger. Just listen. Thanks to Go Ching for the 12 inspirations. Buy 3, get 1 free, plus 5 more chapters. Progress 3/10. The monthly ticket is currently 374, and it will be updated when it reaches 420. Chapter 221 Snow Demon Ice God Fist. Tang San wants to convert to 9 Sun God. Achievement? Facing Tang San's question, Shui Binger is even more happy. Show off the way. The right arm bone of the Titan Snow Demon King gave me only one soul bone skill, called the Snow Demon Ice God Fist. And after using it, it takes a full month before it can be used again. But it can actually summon the phantom of the Ice God and merge into my right hand. As long as it is, the enemies I hit will be frozen together with their souls. Freezing the soul? Now Tang Lan was a little moved. Attacks against the soul are extremely difficult to defend against. If he were to face Shui Binger, the first choice can only be long-range sniping, and she will never be allowed to get close. He will not use his soul to gamble whether he can bear it or not. It's a very powerful soul bone skill. Tang Lan Rui commented, but this is a close-range ability and the cooldown time is long. Binger, you are not strong in melee combat. Keeping your arms is the best way to defend yourself. Shui Binger nodded repeatedly. As a control soul master, he now has a very large ice domain. Definitely standing at the back of the team. If there is an agility attack type at this time, he will go through all the trouble to rush in front of her. A single shot of the Snow Demon Ice God Fist can make the opponent despair. That picture is very interesting to think about. Everyone was happy for Shui Binger to get such a powerful soul bone. Only Tang San, who was behind the crowd, had his lowered face contorted. Why do each of them fit so well? Can't you give him some rubbish to make him feel at ease? But no one paid attention to him. Or maybe I noticed it, but didn't bother to pay attention. Zhu Zuqing took a step forward and introduced himself. The 140,000-year-old Azure Bull Python has only 1/5 soul skill, the Shadow Slow Divine Claw. Launching an attack from within the enemy's shadow, ignoring all defenses, the captured person's 6 senses and physical mobility will be all 10 times slower. The function of this soul skill itself is limited, so there will be no energy fluctuations. The victim will not even notice that he has been hit because of his slow reaction. Charging time is 5 seconds. The duration is 12 seconds, which varies depending on the strength of the mental power. I'm going. This skill is good. Paired with Zhu Zuqing's Shadow Soul skill, it can be said that killing people is invisible. This is not over yet. The right arm bone of the Azure Bull Python is also endowed with a soul bone skill. The Azure Silence of Thunder. Single target attack soul skill, summons a thunderous blue dragon to wrap around the opponent, and attack from body to soul, inflicting severe pain. It is a continuous ability that will always reduce the enemy's overall status, creating an opportunity for me to kill with one hit. Tang Lan was surprised. Today's 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones have so many but only one skill? One does not mean weak, but a manifestation of concentrated energy. Unlike Tang San, I have two 100,000-year-old soul skills, but what's the use? I could only hide in the dark with a ferocious look on my face, roaring in my heart that I was so unlucky. It proves that destiny judgment is really useful. It's my turn. Ning Rongrong raised her hand to summon the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, and said in an unintentional manner. The 160,000-year-old Ice Emperor Penguin has raised me to level 47. The 4th soul skill is nothing. It just increases the defense increase. The ratio is still fixed at 50%. But the 9 treasures turn out to be glass, and the 4th is ice. The light enveloped everyone. Tang Lan sensed his own ultimate ice, and its power increased by nearly half. This made him feel incredible. That is the ultimate ice. The ultimate in ice attributes. Can this also be increased? Looking at Shui Binger again, she was equally surprised. Then, Ning Rongrong rolled his eyes and leaned straight towards Tang Lan. Zhu Zuqing, who has sharp eyes and quick hands, hugged him. Tang Lan's mental power swept over. It's nothing serious, it's just that I was exhausted and fell into a coma. Isn't it very expensive? Tang Lan and Shui Binger, the 2 ultimate ices, are even higher than her. With a fixed increase of 50%, the consumption must be huge. Even if he didn't drain her dry, he could recover his soul skills quickly. Interesting. Zhao Wuji said, just now, my 9 Yang Divine Skill internal energy strangely had an ice attribute effect, and it didn't conflict. Oh? Only then did everyone react. Ning Rongrong's 4th soul ring actually has 2 soul skills. And the second one has broken away from the limitations of her own martial spirit. Not only does it allow people to gain increased ice attributes, it can also increase the ultimate ice. Tang Lan touched his chin and thought. I don't know if it's caused by the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda's own special characteristics. Still a 100,000-year-old soul beast, what about the changes brought about by the blood sacrifice? Or maybe it's evolved a little bit more. It can be included in the third Tangman encyclopedia with just a few words, to serve as reference material for future generations. While talking, Shui Yuer gave Ning Rongrong some Lingbo Weibu internal energy. Let her take a breath and slowly open her eyes. Oh my god! Ning Rongrong sighed, Uncle Tang, what level are you at now? I feel like I was squeezed dry just now. Level? Tang Lan checked it. Level 76. Everyone, including Zhao Wuji, was shocked. Only promoted to level 5. Zhao Wuji said in disbelief, previously, Sect Master, you were already at level 71, and the 2 major sacrifices only promoted you to level 5? This is too little. After the crowd, Tang San's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Even he 170,000-year-old ice silkworm, upgraded by 5 levels. Tang Lan sacrificed 2 fierce beasts, and only upgraded by 5 levels? Isn't this a complete trap? He is indeed a real brother, and he didn't forget to accompany me at this time. So touching. Faced with everyone's doubts, the 2 emperors of ice and snow disagreed. It's not our fault. Ice Emperor complained. The soul power in Lan's body is so sticky that it is almost solid. The energy contained in each unit is more than 100 times that of ordinary soul power. So it seems that it has only been upgraded by 5 levels, but in fact, it is no problem for a 7-ring soul saint to be directly upgraded to soul Douluo or even titled Douluo. It's not that we are too weak, but Lan's foundation is too strong. Snow Emperor nodded in agreement. Tang Lan is really too abnormal. Everyone was stunned. Is Tang Lan so awesome? Zhu Zuqing and Shui Binger were proud of it. Look! The man of my family is so outstanding that he shines. After half a minute, Zhao Wuji, who also practiced the 9-yang magic art, said. Speaking of which, the quality of the 9-yang magic art internal force is also 10 times higher than the ordinary soul power. What is your soul power that is 100 times higher than the soul power? A higher level 9-yang magic art. Tang San looked over immediately after hearing this. If there is a martial art higher than the 9-yang magic art, even if it is incomplete, it is enough for him to give up the Xiantian art and practice it instead. Tang Lan chuckled. Old Zhao, your 9-yang magic art has not yet been fully perfected, and you are already thinking about a new martial art. But I have a lot of experience. Because. Chapter 222 Field Fusion Skill? Not as good as a normal attack. You can't learn this from me. Because. Tang Lan used the 8 spider lands to unfold the black hole domain. Zhu Zuqing and others standing on it felt that the internal force in their bodies surged out like a flood. This is the only ability of the black hole domain, powerful energy plunder. As long as it contains energy, no matter what object it is, it will be crushed and swallowed by the black hole domain. Finally, it is squeezed into pure spiritual power and provided to Tang Lan. It can be called the fantasy version of Northern Divine Art. Domain. Zhao Wuji widened his eyes, another new domain? Sect Master, you are here. Blue-Silver Life Domain, Soul Domain. Now here comes another one. Does the domain also sell in bulk? That's outrageous. Tang Lan put away the black hole domain and gave everyone time to digest it. He checked his harvest. The soul ring is nothing to look at, and it doesn't have any soul skills. Summoned Lei Yan Haotian hammer and weighed it. 36 tons. The sacrifice of the 2 emperors of ice and snow increased the weight by 11 tons. Just over half of Xiao Lei. Tang Lan's physique also increased in the same proportion. The age of the soul ring of the life soul blue-silver emperor is exactly 500,000 years. The progress is more than half of the 1 million years. Now, although he is still a 7-ring soul saint, his physique is even better than the 92-level strong attack title Douluo. In addition, the Ice Jade Scorpion Tail that merged with the Ice Emperor Scorpion Tail, now it should be called the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Tail. It has also undergone a significant evolution. The age has been increased from 12,5100 years to 450,000 years. A new soul bone skill has also been added, the Ever-Freeze Domain. Domain type soul bone skills can rapidly freeze the area around the body. In its prime, the Ice Emperor can freeze thousands of miles. Due to the limitation that there was already one soul bone skill, no new soul bone skills were added. Just the principle of the soul bone skill, the flame frozen poison needle, is to condense the extreme ice of the ice jade scorpion tail and collide with the extreme fire of the 9 yang divine art's internal force. It bursts out with a powerful thrust to hurt the enemy. The premise is that the two are evenly matched. But Tang Lan has now obtained the ultimate ice, which is more powerful than Shui Binger. The flame of the 9 yang divine art's internal force alone cannot match it. The result is that the 9 yang divine art's internal force will be frozen. Yes, frozen. So this soul bone skill is useless. Of course. If Tang Lan can obtain the ultimate fire, then this soul bone skill can not only be restored, but it will even become a T0 level killer. Unfortunately, I have never heard of a beast with the ultimate fire. The only hope. It depends on whether the Fire Dragon King has left any good things at the moment of Binghuo Lianji. There is no rush for this. Wait until his mother is resurrected. Tang Lan looked at towards the 700,000-year-old Snow Emperor Hantian's extreme ice left arm. Soul bone skill, Emperor Hantian Snow Dance Shining Sun. It is also a domain soul bone skill. Different from the Everfreeze domain which targets the whole body. Snow Dance Shining Sun focuses more on covering a very large area. The Snow Emperor can turn the surrounding area within 10,000 meters into his own domain in an instant. Where the snowflakes fly, it is a forbidden place for life. Even the sun's radiance will be frozen into ice. You can see how terrifying it is. But if it were Tang Lan to perform it. Tang Lan closed his eyes and activated the soul bone. The next moment, Tang Lan sensed the icy power of the far north within a radius of 3,000 meters, and all of it was under his control. And he could use the extreme ice to amplify them at any time to perform soul skills. But Tang Lan's ice attribute soul skills, except for the realm of eternal freezing. Swish, brush, brush. A dark blue ice crystal longsword emerged out of thin air in the Swu Ye Yang, exuding a cold and cold light. Emperor Sword Bing Ji Wushuan. The second soul bone skill on the left arm of Snow Emperor Han Tian Ji Bing. One of Snow Emperor's 3 signature abilities. It was specially chosen by Tang Lan. 4. Mental power emerged to control these imperial swords. Rotating around Tang Lan, the speed dragged out the afterimage, forming a sword storm. It makes people's scalp numb. But Tang Lan was satisfied. This is the real sword immortal. Although currently limited by strength, he can only control a maximum of 15 imperial swords. But what about the future? After becoming a god, it's not a big problem to return to the sect with 10,000 swords, right? I'm looking forward to it. Lan. The Snow Emperor suddenly said, my Snow Dance Ye Yang and the Ice Emperor's eternal frozen domain should have what you humans call domain fusion skills. Domain fusion technology? Everyone present heard of this thing for the first time. They all looked at Tang Lan. Tang Lan nodded, also activating the eternal frozen domain of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Tail. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor consciously cooperated, integrating the two realms into one body in an extremely smooth manner. The exaggerated radius of 3,000 meters has shrunk to about 1,000 meters. But the icy blue energy visible to the naked eye seemed to freeze minds, slowing down the brain reactions of several people. And from Tang Lan's perspective, the entire field is filled with ultimate ice. And it is extremely docile, like an arm driving it. You can follow Tang Lan's thoughts to set off blizzards, hailstorms, ice cone forests, etc. in the domain. It's like, take control of this small world. This is the domain fusion skill, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. Tang Lan played for a while. Then the field dispersed. Take a look inside. Hey! The experiment of just half a minute consumed 40% of his spiritual energy. This is spiritual power 100 times the soul power. If it were an ordinary soul master, it would be enough to drain a contra. The power is impressive, but the consumption is equally impressive. Tang Lan commented. Unless it is functionally required, the same spiritual power will be more destructive when used to activate the Thunder Yanhaoshan hammer. These words made the Ice and Snow Emperor a little confused. Such a rare domain fusion skill, is it worse than a flat A when it comes to you? But thinking about Tang Lan's combat power, they couldn't deny it. It is true that Lei Yanhaoshan hammer is more violent. All he could do was run headlong into Tang Lan and return to the spiritual world. My heart is hurt and I need to rest. Tang Lan smiled and didn't pay much attention. After all, he has 6 major domains, and the most powerful one has to be the blue-silver life domain. Although in terms of lethality, it is not as good as Suojai Binjaiu. But opening the blue-silver life domain can greatly protect him and make his peak combat power last longer. This is something Suojai Binjaiu cannot do. Okay. Tang Lan clapped his hands, since the soul has been obtained, let me send everyone back to Poseidon Island first. We should go back early. Zhu Zuqing agreed, Poseidon's light still has more than a month to practice, so don't waste it. This girl. Even after following Tang Lan, she still didn't lose her determination to become stronger, she even became more obsessed with keeping up with him. Yes, we can't waste it. Shui Binger nodded, before we become gods, we must race against time. Right. Let's go. We are ready. Chapter 223 Tang Lan 1v4. Tough wool. I saw a few people who didn't slack off just because they had obtained the souls of ferocious beasts. Tang Lan was very satisfied. Put everyone into the Blue King, sense the location of the soul seeds in Xiaowu and the others, activate the blood escape technique and shoot away. It accurately landed at the foot of Poseidon Mountain, without disturbing the restrictions outside. As soon as it landed, Xiaowu, Dai Mubai and others were practicing cross-legged on the steps. There was no slacking off. This gave Tang Lan a sense of accomplishment. Have a look. These are the soldiers brought out by the young master. They are all very conscious. Why worry about not being able to compete for hegemony in the god realm in the future? Release Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Ning Rongrong. Then you continue to practice. If Sister Xi asks about me, just say that I will go to the killing city to explore the way. Should be back soon. Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer came forward to offer their kisses. Lan, be careful. Shui Yuer said worriedly. How about you take a night's rest? Zhu Zuqing licked his lips and suggested, we have prepared a big surprise for you. Yes, it's a big surprise. Shui Binger said with a smile. Only Shui Yuer looked confused. What surprise? Why doesn't she know? Tang Lan looked at the expressions of the two women and made some bold guess. I can't help but feel it's hot. During this period of time, I have been cultivating without taking a break. This is not possible. Indeed, cultivation must also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Tang Lan said matter-of-factly, call Xiaowu and the others, let's go to Haima City for a walk. Hee. I'll call you right away. Shui Binger took Shui Yuer and Zhu Zuqing and ran away in a hurry. Ning Rongrong was left alone, with a rather complicated expression. You probably guessed something. I really want to join them. But... Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Lan. The latter had closed his eyes and left his body to go to Poseidon Temple to find Bo Sixi. This guy really has no idea about himself. This made Ning Rongrong feel aggrieved. She was obviously here before Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Poseidon Temple. Bo Sixi glanced at Soul Tang Lan and nodded. Good. With your current ability, you can already complete the first test. Soul Tang Lan shook his head. That's not possible. If we finish it early, Sister Xi, your time with your great-grandfather will be shortened. Bo Sixi raised her eyelids in surprise and stared at Tang Lan. 10 seconds later. Then he asked, why do you say that? The last of the 9 Poseidon tests requires you to sacrifice your life, right? Tang Lansha has his own way. Otherwise, Shelley, Wea and the others wouldn't have looked sad after seeing me. And before I reveal my identity, your attitude is also. After much thought, I can only think that there is something wrong with the 9th Poseidon examination. Bo Sixi pursed her lips and stared at Tang Lan for several seconds. A sudden smile. It would have been great if he had a Mei Mo Yang Shas Yachia back then. After feeling emotional, she faced the statue of Poseidon devoutly and bowed respectfully. That is my mission and my honor as the High Priest of Poseidon Island. Tang Lan didn't refute. So, for the sake of you and my great-grandfather, Sister Xi, I will postpone every assessment until the last 3 days to complete. This leaves more than 8 years for everyone to figure out a solution together. Bo Sixi just made a prayer gesture and neither denied nor responded. On the other hand, the Poseidon mark between Tang Lan's eyebrows fluctuated 100 million points. Just because of this, your becoming a god has been postponed? Poseidon's consciousness was speechless. But what is even more speechless is yet to come. Just listen to Tang Landeo. By the way, Sister Xi, my level has broken through to the 7th ring Soul Saint. Shouldn't I also be given a God-given soul ring? Bo Sixi couldn't help but turn around and glanced at Tang Lan strangely. You are already level 76, you have broken through the bottleneck. You still come to me to ask for a God-given soul ring? Or in front of Poseidon's consciousness? This. Bo Sixi was silent for nearly half a minute. In the end, he selectively ignored Tang Lan's current level. Nodded and said, according to the regulations, you have reached the level 70 bottleneck in the first test of Poseidon's light, so you should be given a God-given soul ring. A wave of his hand. The golden God-given soul ring floated out. Caught by Tang Lan. There are people up here, which is convenient. Sister Xi, I don't take your money for nothing. Tang Lan said with a smile, I am going to go to the city of killing to see for myself whether the king of killing is my great-grandfather. Bo Sixi's breath was stagnant. Tang Chen. She looked outside the Poseidon temple. That girl named Shui Bing'er was also stuck at the level 50 bottleneck before, right? According to the rules, this is hers. Waved his hand, another God-given soul ring came out. Tang Lan happily accepted it. It is a gift given by elders and cannot be turned away. But after doing this, Bo Sixi felt a little guilty. Afraid that Tang Lan would climb along the pole. Hurriedly said. Next, it's time to start our lessons. Aren't you very interested in my step-by-step movements? Now that your physical strength is up, I can teach you. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. You can have this. After dawn. Tang Lan left Poseidon Temple with unfinished thoughts, his mind was filled with the self-created soul skill called treading waves. I really didn't expect it. The principle of one step and one moment is so simple. When you return to your physical body, you open your eyes and take a look. Xiao Wu's anger, Zhu Zuking's speechlessness, Shui Bing'er's gentleness, and Shui Yuer's shyness. This is what I remembered. It seems like there is some surprise waiting for me. As a result, Tang Lan forgot about time as soon as he learned it. Cough. Tang Lan took out 2 God-given soul rings and handed them to Shui Bing'er and Xiao Wu. One is yours, Bing'er. I don't need the other one, so I'll keep it with Xiao Wu. Let's go out and relax for a day. Release the divine wind boat and pull everyone up. Biao shot towards Haima City. In this rare moment of relaxation, everyone dispersed to have fun. Tang Lan, who was a little unreasonable, also accompanied the 4 girls to go shopping. This is how the 4 girls calmed down. Eat enough, drink enough, and buy enough. She took Tang Lan to a hotel and got the highest-end room, otherwise the bed would be too small to accommodate 5 people. After entering the door, Tang Lan only had time to leave the vast sea behind, sealing the souls of Poseidon Mark, Shui Binger sisters and Zhu Zuking. He was pushed to the ground. 2 days later, Tang Lan walked out of the hotel door refreshed and followed the soul seed to find Tang San and the others. Let's have one more day of rest. Tang Lan said with a smile. Everyone listened. Just know that Tang Lan won this war after all. Daimyo Bai and Oscar gave Tang Lan a thumbs up. As expected of the sect master, 1v4 is so easy. Tang Lan raised his head proudly. 3 agility attack systems plus 1 control system, instant kill. Brother, let's go quickly. Tang San urged, I have gained new insights in the past 2 days about the mental skills you taught me, and I urgently need a target to experiment with. Okay. I am still anxious to step into the trap. Okay, let's go first. You guys practice well. Said hello. Stuffed Tang San and Zhao Wuji into the Blue King. Tang Lan activated his blood escape technique and disappeared into the sky. God King Shura, I'm here. Chapter 224 Pua Tang San. The Blessed Land of the Evil Eye. Follow the direction of the soul seed. 6-9 degrees Celsius. Tang Lan came to a tavern in the wilderness next to the Star Do forest. If you want to enter the killing city, you still need to accept the test. Although Tang Lan has someone inside, he is here to save people this time. You can't scare the snake away. Tang Lan used his mental power to check the situation in the tavern. He gave Zhao Wuji a direction. That's the Star Spirit Tower over there. You can get there in an hour. Go back and take charge of the Tang sect first. The benefits of this murderous city, I will let you prostitute later. Zhao Wuji shook his head repeatedly. I have also heard of the name of this killing city. I was almost forced into it at the beginning. There are only a handful of people in history who have become gods of death. I'm living a good life now, so I won't join in the fun. Sect Master, be careful. He ran away like a fool. This made Tang San feel a little flustered. What place? Is even Zhao Wuji so afraid? Tang Lan was also determined at this time. The tavern is full of rotten fish and shrimps, and the highest one is the fourth ring soul sect. Look back. Tang San actually hesitated. That must not be possible. Little Sanzi, to put it simply, this city of killing is the soul fighting field where evil soul masters gather. As long as you win 100 times in a row, you can get a god of killing domain. It's Dad's one. Tang San was a little stunned. Tang Hao's god of death domain was actually wholesale? It's difficult to win 100 times in a row, isn't it? Tang San said unconfidently, how about I level up and give it another try? Crack. Tang Lan slapped Tang San to the ground. Your brother and I have never been fooled. Yun Bai Pingdong, Li Yungxuan, Kui Bomo and the Bureau all have a special rule, that is, soul skills cannot be used, but other methods are not restricted. As soon as these words came out, Tang San's eyes instantly lit up. Good guy. You can't use soul skills, you can only use martial souls and soul power? Then his advantage is too great. Self-created soul skills, hidden weapons, firearms, and twin martial spirits. The most important thing is, and Tang Lan is taking care of it. Are you afraid of a bird egg? Brother. Tang San said confidently, tell me, what should I do? Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction, the deception was successful. When you enter the tavern, ask for a glass of nectar or a Bloody Mary. This means you are going to the killing city. The people inside are all here for this, you need to kill them all. I've looked at it with my mental power. It's a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimps, and every one of them smells like blood. They're not good things. You can still use soul skills at this time, so don't worry about killing. The next step is to challenge the Death Knight. Now we are in the killing city, and our soul skills cannot be used. You beat it, just wait for me after entering. Tang San suddenly realized. No wonder Tang Lan didn't follow him in. It turns out there is still such a saying. Now that Tang Lan has completed the investigation, Tang San just walked into the tavern in a carefree manner. Wait until his figure disappears. Tang Lan knocked on his forehead. The city of killing is the territory of other gods, right? Is it okay to just take you in like this? The Poseidon mark flashed and a message was sent out. The city of killing is the inheritance place left by god Shura. As the inheritor of Poseidon, Tang Lan should not have entered. But Tang Lan thought that this trip was to find his great-grandfather, and also to find Bo Sixie's former lover. Therefore, Poseidon's divine consciousness suggestion is to use the ability to isolate information to temporarily seal Poseidon's mark. There's just a lot of nonsense. Tang Lan sealed his soul into the vast sea and grinned. I finally found an opportunity and put this guy in solitary confinement. Next, should we go to the killing city first, or to the thunder god inheritance place? Just thinking about it. A strong figure appeared in the perception, at least a 5-ring soul king. Tang Lan frowned. The soul master who can appear here is naturally coming to the city of killing. Never mind. Let's go to the killing city first, or don't let a ruthless character show up midway and kill Tang San. Tang Lan condensed an ice sword at random, and shot it out with his mental power with a snap of his fingers. The 5-ringed Soul King didn't even see Tang Lan before he was thrust into the eye by the ice sword and died on the spot. He died peacefully. Tang Lan had no intention of going there. This guy doesn't even have a storage soul guide, he's a pauper. It's not worth touching the corpse. Use the blue-silver life domain to spawn a giant blue-silver grass. Tang Lan lay on top and took out Barrett. New book bar. A hearty sniper minigame started. No need to aim. As soon as the mental power comes out, direct perspective and headlock is a headshot with a gun. A few hours later, Tang Lan just jumped off the blue-silver grass and walked towards the tavern. There was no one inside, the air smelled of blood, and there were still wet stains on the floor. Tang Lan found a random place and threw a gold soul coin over. A cup of Huang Chuandu. There is no cynical and brain-dead plot. The bartender carefully brought a glass of Huang Chuandu. The liquid was dark red, very thick, and exuded a strong smell of blood. It's even warm. Tang Lan knew without thinking that this cup was definitely squeezed out by the loser just now. I wanted to pretend to drink it and throw it into the Blue King. His right eye suddenly twitched. The soul bone and evil eye attached to the outside are very heartbeat for this underworld do. Oh! Tang Lan picked up the wine glass and brought it close to his right eye. Xian took a breath and drank up the cup of underworld dew. The age limit has been increased by 1 year. This made Tang Lan stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. The evil eye can absorb energy such as death energy and evolve itself. Damn it! Then those people he killed with long-range sniping just now were wasted? Tang Lan put down his wine glass and looked at the bartender. This yellow spring dew comes as much as it comes. The bartender swallowed. Apparently he was frightened by Tang Lan's ability to drink with his eyes. Thinking again about this man just now, he intercepted and killed a large number of soul masters outside. He started to tremble in his calves. This gentleman. The bartender said with a sad face, the boss has stipulated that each person is limited to 1 cup. Tang Lan frowned. The bartender shivered in fright, thinking that this man was going to chop himself just like the one just now. Squeak. A man described as Kukao pushed open the door and entered the tavern. The bartender's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, each person is limited to 1 cup, but whether the guests drink or not is not our business alone. Got it. You can grab it. Tang Lan threw out the wine glass in his hand, and under the coercion of his mental power, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the newcomer. Pfft! A muffled sound. The wine glass was completely embedded in his right eye socket, and then exploded into pieces, shattering his brain. Bang! The body fell to the ground. A black aura floated up from him and was swallowed by the evil eye. The age limit has increased by 50 years. Tang Lan smiled. In this city of killing, we are indeed in the right place. He looked at the bartender, pointed at the corpse on the ground, and popped out a gold soul coin. Give him a cup of Huang Chuan Du, and I'll treat him. Bartender, ... Everyone else is dead, how can we still drink? But he didn't dare to refute Tang Lan's face anymore, so he quickly poured the wine and served it. Tang Lan fed the evil eye, and the life limit increased by another year. The smile is even bigger. This free prostitution is happiness. But in the eyes of the bartender and others, this is a pervert. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to say anything. 2 people went up and dragged the corpses on the ground away. Such fresh ingredients would be wasted if they were not made into Huang Chuan Lu. The next half day. When a soul master comes in, he will be shot in the head by a wine glass before he can even see the situation clearly. The number of years to become the evil eye. The bartender also consciously handed over Huangkan Lu. 1 breath becomes the evil eye, which increases the lifespan by 2,500 years. In the end, he was the only one in the tavern. The bartender said politely. Guest, you have passed the first level, please follow me. Time is up. Tang Lan was still a little pity. But I thought that in the killing city, I could hunt freely. And a little impatient. He flicked the wine glass in his hand. It hit the corner of the tavern, creating a hole in the floor that was as wide as 1 person. Scarlet light emitted from it, seeping through like the entrance to hell. Tang Lan's mental power has already discovered the entrance. He jumped directly into the blood mist. While free-falling, Tang Lan's powerful mental power discovered that these blood mist were actually poisonous mist that could arouse the murderous intention in people's hearts. Let him be confused in it, go crazy and die. But I'm sorry, Tang Lan is immune to poison. His mental strength is still strong and he is not affected by the strange fluctuations at all. I wanted to leave directly. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 225 The City of Killing. Feeling like coming home. Tang Lan originally wanted to leave the blood mist directly. Suddenly. Right, the evil eyes of his eyes were like those of a big cat that smelled something fishy. Turned into a small whirlpool, swallowing the scarlet blood mist nearby. The age of the evil eye is increasing at 100 years/second. Tang Lan blinked. Momo condensed an ice sword under his feet, and the sword hung in the air. Let the evil eye swallow the blood mist to its heart's content. This thing is surrounded by a large area, so it shouldn't be noticeable if it's smaller, right? Never mind him. Let's feel comfortable first and then talk about it. 100 years/second, that 1 minute is 6,000 years. But the actual effect has to be discounted. Because every year's improvement is based on the evil eye's base of 72,500 years. So half an hour later. The evil eye has been improving for 8,000 years, and its speed has become very slow. A few more minutes passed. Simply stop devouring it, I no longer like this blood mist. Tang Lan smacked his mouth regretfully. This doesn't work either. I thought I could break through the 100,000 year limit here. Plus those improved in the tavern. The evil eye has also been extended to 10,000 years, which is a good start. Tang Lan landed happily. Probably the blood mist was swallowed up too much and the concentration was diluted. The outline of the giant island can be vaguely seen, extending out of a bridge and submerging into the depths of the blood mist. Tang Lan landed on the bridge. At the same time, there is an invisible force shrouding it, acting on its martial spirit. As expected, the soul skills can no longer be used. Tang Lan stepped on the ice sword and flew along the bridge. The blood mist also gradually dispersed. The first thing that came into view was the huge blood moon in the sky and the same blood-red sky. Below, a tall and majestic city gate stands at the end of the bridge. A heavy armored cavalry stood there, his blood-red eyes under the armor staring straight at Tang Lan. I am Scott, the terrifying knight. You violated the code and destroyed the underworld. Beat me, and you will have the opportunity to enter the killing city. Brush. The ice sword under Tang Lan's feet flew out, penetrated the horse's head from bottom to top, and flashed past Scott. Bang! The heavily armored black horse fell to the ground, throwing Scott away. After the man stopped, his left arm did not stop, and fell into the magma under the bridge. Despicable! Scott said angrily, a sneak attack. His words suddenly stopped. Because the ice sword came back again, it was hovering between his eyebrows. The ultimate ice emanating from it dulled his soul power by several points. You talk too much nonsense. Tang Lan said casually, have I passed? I still want to kill the handsome judge. No. Don't. Scott exclaimed, you passed. Passed. He used his remaining right hand to throw out a token. Hovering in front of Tang Lan, the token was in a simple style with the numbers 9, 5, 2, 7 engraved on it. Scott didn't explain much and stepped aside. Tang Lan condensed an ice sword again, stepped on the sword and flew towards the killing city. Not even taking a second glance at Scott. After crossing the tall city gate, we officially entered the killing city. Another burst of blood mist filled the air, and a graceful figure vaguely appeared. He was about to walk towards Tang Lan. A deep voice came. You go, this is my person too. It's Tang Hao. One of the gods of killing in the killing city. The killer didn't hesitate, turned around and left. Tang Lan also followed the sound and flew away, and saw Tang Hao and the dark demon evil god tiger. 10 months no see. The size of the dark demon evil god tiger has not changed much, but its aura has become several times more powerful. There is a bottom line of 100,000 years. New bookbar 69shuz.com. Only. Tang Lan glanced left and right, and found Tang San lying dead not far away. Leave him alone. Tang Hao said casually, this little brat dares to swing a hammer when he sees me? Damn him. Clam? Is Tang San so brave? Heard the noise. Tang San quickly got up and hid behind Tang Lan. Elder brother. I thought this father was the psychedelic effect of the blood mist and belonged to another assessment level. That's why. But Dad didn't listen to my explanation at all, and he just started to mess around with his cloak hammering skills. Brother. The cloak hammering technique is random. Dad, he beat me with the random cloak hammering technique. Tisk. Tang Lan cast a questioning look at Tang Hao. Is it a good fight now? The corners of Tang Hao's mouth curled up. After holding it in for more than 10 months, I finally let it out. Tang Lan nodded and just vented. As for Tang San. Tang Lan casually picked up a ball of life force and threw it to Tang San. Forget it. Walking side by side with Tang Hao into the killing capital. At the same time, a duplicate mirror sausage was taken out from the Blue King. Under the influence of that strange force, it dissipated completely on the spot. Tang Lan didn't take it seriously and took out another one. But this time, he gathered a ball of spiritual power in his hand and wrapped it around the replica mirror intestine. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. The duplicated mirror image intestine has disappeared. Tang Lan smiled knowingly, as expected. He also used spiritual power to transform other internal force experiments. 9 Yang Magic Internal Power, 3 seconds. Lingbo Microstep Internal Force, 2 seconds. Ordinary Soul Power, 0.01 seconds. Then he took out another one, ate it and summoned the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. The function was normal. Not bad. This batch of killing god domains is 70% stable. The remaining 30% still needs to be planned. Tang Lan looked at Tang San and motioned him to try. Result. The Xian Tiangong internal force can only protect the copy mirror intestine for 1.8 seconds. Well. Even the Lingbo microstep internal force is slightly inferior. This makes Tang San look a little ugly. He regretted it in his heart. Why didn't he choose to practice the 9 Yang divine art at the beginning? Otherwise, how could so many opportunities be wasted later? Now his achievements are definitely second only to Tang Lan. He hates it. Human. The dark demon evil god tiger suddenly said, "This place is very suitable for me, why don't I evolve a little higher and then sacrifice it to you?" Yo. After 10 months of not seeing each other, he can speak human language. Okay. Tang Lan nodded. He was thinking the same thing. It was only 100,000 years. Even a beast like the dark demon evil god tiger was not good enough for Tang Lan. Deming and Yarming both gave up. It was the dark demon evil god tiger that was a little hard to believe. This human agreed so readily. I am the dark demon evil god tiger. It was a 100,000-year-old beast that offered its sacrifice. You can even tolerate this? I was just surprised. A flash of light flashed on Tang Lan's body, and the soul emperors of ice and snow jumped out, looking around curiously. Yes, the soul is not restricted. Tang Lan asked, how much strength can you exert? The ice and snow emperors sensed it. Except that the soul skills cannot be used and the soul power needs to consume you, there are no other changes. Ice Emperor said. The soul bone skills can be used. Snow Emperor said, but the domain is restricted, as if it is suppressed by something. The domain is suppressed? This situation usually only occurs in the collision of domains. Coincidentally. Chapter 226 Hell Killing Field. Soul Bone as Lure. Coincidentally. After Tang Chen was controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, the killing god domain evolved into the killing domain, which had the effect of prohibiting the use of soul skills. So, this killing city prohibits the use of soul skills, and is actually covered by a super large killing domain? Just now, Tang Lan estimated that the scale of the entire killing city is only larger than Tiandu city. Maintaining such a large-scale killing domain for thousands of years. The Shura God King is so terrifying. I don't like the atmosphere here. Xue Di frowned and said, I'll go back first. Me too. Bing Di followed. After Tang Lan nodded, he went back to his spiritual world. Tang Hao also explained briefly. There are 2 things you need to pay attention to. There are law enforcement officers in the city. They have the permission of the King of Slaughter and can use soul skills freely. The lowest level is Soul Douluo, and the leader is a titled Douluo. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San. Don't provoke them, otherwise I won't save you. As for Tang Lan, he didn't say much. Although soul skills are not allowed here, soul rings can be displayed. So ring explosion can still be used. Tang Lan now has a 1,000,000-year soul ring, and a 700,000 year and a 400,000 year soul ring. If this explodes, Tang Hao is not sure whether his full-strength hammer is stronger than Tang Lan's. He continued to introduce. Besides that, there is a difference between the inner and outer cities. In the outer city of the Slaughter City, all fighting is prohibited. Violators will be executed on the spot by the law enforcement officers in the city. In the inner city of the Slaughter City, people inside can fight to their heart's content. Even brothers cannot be absolutely trusted here. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San again. This made Tang San feel very strange. Dad, I will tell you that I will never trust you, my brother. I definitely believe in my brother. Tang Hao sneered. He was reminding Tang Lan that he couldn't trust you, a little jerk. Believing that Tang Lan could understand, Tang Hao didn't say much nonsense. Let's go. You are in a hurry. Let's go directly to the Hell Slaughter Field. Tang Lan nodded happily, which was exactly what he wanted. Tang Hao and the dark demon evil tiger walked on the main road without any disguise. People along the way avoided them and didn't even dare to look at them. It was so majestic. It seems that Dad has killed a lot of people in the past 10 months. Tang Lan teased, look at them one by one, they are almost peeing their pants. Isn't it to feed you souls? Tang Hao said unhappily, the King of Slaughter has come to me several times. If you don't come, I should leave. Tang Lan shrugged. This King of Slaughter is quite stingy. I just don't know. If Tang Lan kills randomly, how will the King of Slaughter behave? I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Tang San came over and said, Brother, there is something wrong with the yellow spring dew. It will confuse people's minds and make the internal force mixed. Although you are immune to all poisons, it is better to drink less. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. The raw material of the yellow spring dew is human blood, but the source is the bloody river of the city of slaughter. There is a chronic poison that can control the human heart. It was the blood-red nine-headed bat king that parasitized on Tang Chen. It was specially created using its own abilities to control the killing city. It's strange that it's good. But the evil eye can absorb the underworld dew. I wonder if the evil eye can swallow this blood-red nine-headed bat king. It would be easy if I could. Thinking room. 3 people and 1 tiger came to the killing field of hell. There is Tang Hao, the god of killing. The guard at the door didn't even dare to ask for the ticket to enter, and simply gave way to the passage. Go inside. The noisy heat wave rushed towards us, and a group of people in different costumes cheered wantonly. Kill him. Aim for the vital point. Sealing the throat with 1 sword, well done. What a beautiful girl, what a pity. The layout of the Colosseum in ancient Rome. The arena below is experiencing a huge melee. Moves and moves go straight to the vital point and fight for your life. Tang San was frightened to see it. This is the killing field of hell. Tang Hao explained, in every melee of 10 people, only 1 winner will survive in the end. If I want to get the title of Killer God, I have to win 100 times in a row. That means killing 900 people. Tang Lan already knew the rules and didn't show much performance. Tang San's eyelids twitched. So bloody? Look down again. The remaining 2 people are all 7-ring soul saints. Even if the soul skill is blocked. Tang San still felt extremely stressed when he thought about his 4th ring soul sect going up. This. How to fight. Not to mention that he only has more than a month left to return to Poseidon Island to complete Poseidon's Light. Otherwise. Bang. His brain will blossom. Brother. Tang San said anxiously, is it really possible to win 100 consecutive victories in more than a month? Tang Lan smiled. You're wrong, mistress. Just as the battle ended next time, a beast spirit soul saint killed his opponent at the cost of serious injuries. Tang Lan stepped on the ice sword and flew downwards. Without looking back. The time I set for myself is to speed pass in 10 days. He landed directly in the killing field of hell, without wearing any mask, revealing his childish but handsome face. Wave again. A total of 10 soul bones exuding the aura of 10,000 years are floating around the body. He faced the surrounding crowd, full of provocation. Although he didn't speak. But they all understood what he meant. My master, I have 10,000-year-old soul bones. They belong to whoever kills me. Of the 99 outlaws present, which one came involuntarily? They were all forced to escape when they had no choice but to escape. To put it simply, these are a bunch of country bumpkins. Have you ever seen such a battle? Immediately, 9 greedy people jumped directly into the killing field of hell. Those who are a step too late will beat their chests and sigh. What a great opportunity, why is it so slow? Then he sat down and got ready to watch the show. There are 10 soul bones, and there is only 1 winner in the end. Regardless of whether he absorbs it on the spot or not, he will eventually leave the killing fields of hell, right? But the outside is the inner city, you can take action at will. It is still unclear whose hands this soul bone will ultimately fall into. The staff responsible for hosting the event were also very straightforward. Directly announced, the killing begins. As soon as the words fell, the 9 people in the hell killing fields did not rush towards Tang Lan, but began to fight against each other nearby. Once the killing fields of hell are opened, only 1 out of 10 people will survive. Even if the soul bone is snatched, it cannot be absorbed immediately and converted into combat power. The right path is to kill the powerful opponent first. For a while, Tang Lan, this little baby, was ignored. He was also happy with it. Sit on the mountain nearby and watch the tiger fight, and feel the brutality of the fight at close range. He wants to do a test. Look at what others have killed. Can the evil eye absorb the breath of death? I feel a little uncomfortable today, so the basic update is 4,000. Chapter 227 Mental Skills, Kill everyone in an instant. After a lot of fighting, the first deceased appeared. The evil eye appeared automatically and absorbed a wisp of black energy. The age limit jumped by 500 years. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. It seems that I didn't absorb it just now. It is indeed a matter of distance. Since you can be lazy. Tang Lan took out a handful of melon seeds and stood by the side, cracking them with relish. Sit back and wait for the death to come into your account. The audience who could see it all laughed out loud. Where did this little baby come from? He thought he was here to play house. Wait until he cries later. You won't be frightened into calling me mom, right? That shouldn't be the case. The most you can do is wet your pants. Ha ha ha. Tang Lan ignored these ridicules. Tang San, on the other hand, couldn't help it and was about to speak out to support his brother. Weigh your own importance before causing trouble. Tang Hao said lightly, if you are targeted, I will not care about you. Tang San froze. He looked at Tang Hao in disbelief, aren't you my father? And the emperor's dear wife is just listening to him being ridiculed. Is talking good words useful? Tang Hao sighed and said, I have followed Lanner for so long, why can't I learn smarter? Tang San is autistic. I'm thinking about what's wrong. Tang Lan below had already begun to slap him in the face. A 7-ring soul saint holding a 9-section whip killed his opponent with his own slight injury and won the final victory. He walked towards Tang Lan with a ferocious smile. Little guy, for the sake of giving you the soul bone. Bang! I haven't finished my harsh words yet. Tang Lan Python raised his hand and fired a revolver. With the blessing of mental power, the bullet was so fast that he couldn't react in time. It penetrated the protective soul and hit the head. He was lying dead with his eyes open. The scene was silent for a second. Exploded violently. What is this? You actually killed the 9-section snake in seconds. It's just a sneak attack with foreign objects when people are not alert. It's fine if I go up to you. Everybody was talking about it. But it couldn't be stopped, the referee announced. Number 9527 wins. Wisps of bloody aura gathered towards Tang Lan. Inject it into his body and disappear without a trace. But in Tang Lan's mental power, they are hidden in the meridians. With the movement of spiritual power, it penetrates into it little by little. Being driven into his brain and immersed in his spiritual world. This is both a process of transformation and a process of influence. But no matter what happens in the end, he will undoubtedly become stronger. The difference is whether you will be soaked with murderous energy and lose yourself. Contestant number 9527, you can leave the game. The referee reminded. Tang Lan came back to his senses and grinned. I refuse. I want to participate in the next killing. Those who want soul bones are on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became excited. Young people, don't be too arrogant. It's just a sneak attack to win, how dare you? Let me teach you how to behave. Add me one. Suffer death, kid. He was cursing. In just 10 seconds, the hell-killing fields was filled with 10 people. It can be said that it is the fastest opening. The referee said simply and neatly, the killing begins. The 9 people who were killed this time had a clear and consistent goal. Aimed at Tang Lan. Kill this brat first and get the soul bone first. Yes. Save him from having another sneak attack. Side by shoulder. 9 people came from all directions, armed with weapons and martial spirits, and rushed towards Tang Lan. This made Tang Lan a little regretful. Can't go to the theater anymore. Then. Let's fight quickly. Tang Lan picked up the python revolver with both hands, attracting everyone's attention. In fact, he used the ultimate ice to condense 9 palm-sized ice knives under his feet. And under the disguise of mirror flowers and water moon, the color is almost the same as the ground. Driven by spiritual power, he flew close to the ground and killed 9 people. Bang bang bang. The python's revolver fired continuously with great force. But no one was hurt, and all the bullets were deflected. I was about to laugh a few times. The 9 ice knives came quietly, struck directly at the heart and passed through the chest. The remaining ice energy froze it into an ice sculpture. Kill with one blow. Bang! Crash! 9 people fell to the ground almost at the same time, falling all over the ground. There was silence in the noisy scene. This. How? Wasn't that mysterious attack blocked? The evil eye appears, swallowing up the death energy. The lifespan will increase by another 3,500 years. Murderous aura emerged and poured into the body, penetrating into the limbs and bones. Tang Lan looked around and pointed at the 10 soul bones around him. Is there anyone else who wants soul bones? There was a rush just now, but now no one comes on stage. It's so weird. Before knowing Tang Lan's killing methods, no one was willing to stand out. Anyway, even if someone obtains a soul bone, even if it is absorbed on the spot, they will eventually leave the killing fields of hell. Compared to this mysterious young man, they are more willing to intercept and kill the old fritters who know the ins and outs. For a while, Tang Lan stood out from the crowd in the killing field of hell, but no one dared to take the stage. Tang Lan laughed and expressed disdain. Not going to end? As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. Now everyone is still waiting and watching, just because the soul bone cannot be digested. Then take something that can be consumed. Tang Lan waved his hand again. A 10,000-year-old 9-grade purple's hizzy appeared, with full quality and fragrant fragrance. It's a good thing at first glance. Tang Lan said loudly. This is the 10,000-year-old 9th-grade purple's hizzy from the immortal grass. It has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the vitality, replenishing qi and increasing energy. Anyone who is stuck at the bottleneck can break through the bottleneck on the spot by eating it. Remember, it's on the spot. Everyone doesn't know what fairy grass is. But the appearance of the 9th-grade purple qi is something extraordinary at first glance. The most important thing is, Jupinzizi is a herbal medicine. If you eat it, it will be gone. Those who were sitting firmly on Diao Yute could no longer sit still. Like dumplings being dropped again, they all flocked to hell in the killing field. The place was filled up instantly. The referee, who had been prepared long ago, announced directly, the killing begins. The 9 people didn't need to discuss at all and fired directly at Tang Lan. First kill people and seize the treasure, then stuff the 9th-grade purple qi into your mouth. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Even the python revolver is too lazy to use. Following the same pattern, he summoned 9 ice knives, flying close to the ground and shooting towards the enemy. But this time, the 9 people came prepared. All of them are defensive. Even if you are blinded by the mirror, you cannot see the trajectory of the skate. But as long as a martial soul is possessed, even the sharpness of an ice blade condensed with extreme ice cannot break through the defense. But the strength of ultimate ice is not its sharpness. The ice blade exploded on the body protecting soul, creating a ball of ice blue mist that enveloped the target. The extreme cold of the ultimate ice freezes the soul power together. Transformed into 9 turtle shell ice sculptures. Tang Lan then activated the left arm of Snow Emperor Han Tian's extreme ice, and used the soul bone technique to condense the Emperor's sword. As one of the Snow Emperor's 3 greatest skills, there is no doubt about the lethality of the Imperial Sword. With the blessing of spiritual power, people and ice can be penetrated easily. Go around the field and kill 9 times in a row. Death energy and murderous energy surged in and were absorbed by Tang Lan. The scene was completely silent again. This. Got beaten again? Chapter 228 Contra? Cut melons and vegetables. This. Got beaten again? No. How did this kid do it? How can a person be frozen? What about the soul bones? How can that ice blue sword break their defense? And this kid has won 3 games in a row in 10 minutes. There are no more than 3 things. This kid definitely has hundreds of millions of things, it can't be just luck. For a while, the scene reached a deadlock again, and no one dared to take the stage to participate in the battle. Although the fairy grass is good, my soul and bones also love it. But if your life is gone, what will you use to enjoy it? I'm scared. I'm scared. Tang Lan shrugged. Stimulating road. The killing was so fierce this time, I'm scared to death for you cowards. Everyone thinks they are capable. Aren't you still a coward in the end? This time it directly caused public outrage. Kid, where do you think you are now? Young man, Meyer, you will end up in the killing fields of hell sooner or later, right? 9 may not be your opponent, but what about 20? What about 30? You should be arrogant now, you won't live long. Everyone was shouting loudly, but their bodies remained motionless. Just highlight a chatter. Tang Lan sighed. Pick up the 9th grade purple mushroom and go to the edge of the killing field of hell. Break off a section and throw it directly into the blood river below. It caused everyone a burst of heartache. Even when Tang San saw it, he almost jumped up to stop it. The 9th grade purple's hizzy he ate was less than 10,000 years old. Elder brother. You are too extravagant. Tang San is like this, let alone others? What are you doing, kid? What a waste of natural resources. Young man, please stop this. Hurry up and stop him from being stupid. Seeing that more than half of the 9th grade purple Ji was broken, some people finally couldn't sit still. Several people who were stuck in the bottleneck jumped down into the killing field of hell. Boy, here we come. Don't lose it again. You want to die, we will make it happen for you. Stop it. Tang Lan stopped his extravagant behavior and turned to face the 9 people. Referee, the killing begins. The 9 people gathered around and were bound to kill the brat Tang Lan. But they couldn't detect the ice blades covered by Jinghua Shui Yu. Frozen by the ultimate ice again. Only before Tang Lan's imperial sword was deployed, he heard a clicking sound. The 9 people all broke free from the ice and looked at Tang Lan with a proud look on their faces. Kid, you don't think that we are really here to die, do you? This uncle is a level 86 Contra. Then you are lower than me, I am level 87. Haha. I'm level 89. One by one, they showed their soul rings. Without exception, the 9 people present were all 8-ring soul Douluo. No wonder he can break free from the ultimate ice. But 8 rings of soul Douluo is not enough to watch. An imperial sword flew out. Directly attacked the most confident level 89 old man. The latter confidently summoned the spear spirit, intending to fly the emperor's sword. Tang Lan smiled. Meet someone with a bad brain. Under the control of mental power, the imperial sword bypassed the spear like a snake and suddenly accelerated and penetrated the opponent's throat. The 8-ring soul Douluo's body protecting soul power and strong physique are as thin as paper under the emperor's sword. Blue ice crystals spread throughout the body and turned into familiar ice sculptures. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Seems like an exaggeration. But the 700,000-year-old soul bone skill is blessed by the mysterious skill of Poseidon Douluo. It is really common to instantly kill a Contra who cannot use soul skills. There's something wrong with this kid. Work together to resist. New 69 book bar. Don't retreat. Kill that brat. Should we defend or attack? The remaining 8 people were in a mess. Faced with an imperial sword flying all over the place, no one can be a unified general. Only 10 seconds. 8 Contras turned into ice sculptures one after another, and the nearest one was even 10 meters away from Tang Lan. It's impossible to get close at all. Tang Lan couldn't bear to kill such a precious Contra and swallowed the murderous aura. Put them all into the storage ring, and they will be devoured by the dark demon tiger later. This made the referee above a little confused. The existence of the hell killing fields is to allow soul masters to kill each other and fill up the size of the blood pool. Tang Lan this. Suddenly. The referee looked at Tang Hao intently and glanced at Tang Hao. Hurriedly said, 9,527 wins. No more urging people to leave. The other viewers also understood. There is definitely something wrong with this kid down there. Either he is old and young, but he is very strong. Or he is a peerless genius who came to the killing fields of hell to experience. But no matter which one it is, they can't afford it. Who is willing to use his own life to become a stepping stone for others? The wise man didn't hold back at all, he got up and walked out. And made up his mind that he will not come back to muddy waters in the short term. Tang Lan watched them leave with a smile and did not stop them. Looking at some of the people left behind, I saw that they had no intention of ending. And left the killing field of hell. Deliberately separated from Tang Hao and walked outside. These people followed immediately. This is the idea of killing people to seize treasures. It's the same sentence. 9 can't beat you, what about 20? More than 50 people surrounded Tang Lan in the square outside the hell killing fields. There are more eyes watching here. Boy! Someone said, hand over your storage soul guide, and we can keep your whole body. Kid, if you can crawl under my crotch, maybe I will be happy and can spare your life. That's not possible, I have to crawl too. Yes, yes, and mine too. Ha ha ha. A group of people thought they were sure of victory and were not in a hurry to take action. It was very happy to tease Tang Lan with words. Tang Lan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He said loudly, "Dad, do it, don't kill me." It caused another burst of laughter. Whose father is this kid calling? There are so many of us, even if a titled Douluo comes, we can't use soul skills to kill him. Where is your father? What's wrong? Buzz. The murderous god's domain opened up, and the murderous intent was so solid that they were so frightened that they did not dare to move. This is... They turned their heads with difficulty and saw the iconic figure of one person and one tiger. Everyone looked pale. It turned out to be Tang Hao, the god of death. This kid's father is actually the god of death. There is only one thought in their minds, it's over. Tang Lan said in time, within 3 seconds, the person who opens his mouth can live. Almost without hesitation, everyone opened their mouths. Having been in the city of killing for a long time, I know best what it means to be aware of current affairs. Tang Lan waved his hand and spread out a piece of green light. One piece fell into each person's mouth and entered their bodies. This is the soul seed he gathered in advance. It's the same as Oscar's duplicate mirror intestine. It cannot exist for a long time in the city of killing, but if it is implanted into the body, it will be isolated from the breath and soul power of a living person. It can exist for a long time. And activating them does not require the participation of soul rings, just a thought from Tang Lan. These people. Now they have all become their own soul seed puppets, and life and death depend on a single thought. Just asking if you are afraid? Chapter 229 The Wonderful Use of Soul Seed Puppets. Tang San wants to steal the house? Now you have 2 choices. Tang Lan smiled and said. Go in as a group of 9 and have a fight with me. Or die now. Tang Lan had a thought. I just told him to crawl, but he fell to his knees with a ferocious expression, scratching his heart and liver and injuring himself crazily. It was as if there were living things under the flesh and blood, squirming endlessly. Tortured for several minutes. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of life soul blue silver emperor broke out of the body, stretching the whole person open. Under the rules of the killing city, the life soul blue silver emperor withered and disappeared in the next second. Leaving behind an empty shell, except for the dry bones, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Everyone's liver and gallbladder were split apart when they saw it. Everyone looked at Tang Lan in horror. How could this kid be so vicious? You have half a minute to decide. Tang Lan smiled and said. Those who are willing to participate, stand on the left and form your own team. If you don't want to, just stand there and wait to die. The words just fell. Everyone started by ejection and flew to the left. No one wants to die so miserably. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Holding hands and waiting for them to form a team. That's why. He had never chosen acting before, and he killed people so neatly. Those who can survive in the killing city are all veterans. How could it be simple? Except for life and death, other strategies will not last long. Since it is impossible to lure him with benefits, we can only use force. That is why the scene just now happened. Choose to form a team to challenge Tang Lan, there is still a chance of survival. Otherwise, although there are all desperate people in the slaughter city, no one really wants to die. Otherwise, they would not come here, but would directly end their lives. Brother. Tang San came over and said greedily. Can you give me your 10,000-year-old 9th grade purple fungus and soul bone? This slaughter city is too dangerous, I have to strengthen myself as soon as possible. You are going to die in vain for your own brother. That was so pitiful. Tang Hao frowned, why did he give birth to such a thing? The dark demon evil god tiger snorted a few times, and I don't know who it was laughing at. Tang Lan rolled his eyes at Tang San. Waved his hand. 10,000-year soul bones and a broken 9th grade purple mushroom emerged. Tang San's eyes glowed, and he flew over directly. Pa! He passed through many objects and fell to the ground. He sat up in disbelief and raised his hand to shake it. His palm passed through the soul bone, just like hitting the air. This. Tang San was stunned. What's going on? Is this your new ability? Tang Hao thought. Not really, I have had it for a long time, but I didn't use it much before. Tang Lan shrugged. It's the ability of the third awakening of the soul realm, called Mirror Flower Water Moon, which can produce illusions that are almost the same as things, with a little entity at most, but the quality is not very good. After learning the application of mental power with Sister Xi, I developed it by the way, and found that the breath it simulated was so vivid that even 100,000-year-old beasts were lifelike. If I wasn't afraid that they wouldn't know the goods, I would have simulated a 100,000-year soul bone just now. Okay. So Tang Lan was just trying to get something for nothing from the beginning? Chun Chun was just lying. Tang San stood up disappointedly, looking at the people who were forming a team next to him, and had another idea. Brother. Tang San suggested, why don't I fight them, and you stay below? Pa. Tang Hao slapped Tang San and knocked him into the floor. Boy, don't play tricks. Tang Hao taught him. The king of slaughter here doesn't want a new god of slaughter to be born. So if you win too many games in a row, you will attract the attention of the king of slaughter. He will replace all your opponents with powerful people to prevent you from winning the championship. If you want to rely on this kind of secret operation, you won't know how you died. Tang San dug himself out of the ground. Thankfully. Fortunately, his father is an old acquaintance, otherwise he would have been cheated. After all, he is his own son. Even if he doesn't like him, he won't sit and watch him die. Little did he know. Tang Hao was just looking for an excuse to beat Tang San up. Will Tang San die or not? He didn't care. According to what you said, it must have been very difficult for you to get the title of God of Killing at that time, right? Tang San flattered. I thought Tang Hao would happily admit it. Unexpectedly. Tang Hao slapped Tang San again, and he turned him into a spinning top, dancing in a spiral on the spot. Boy, practice well. If you can talk, the enemy won't let you go. Tang Hao taught him a lesson. You are wronging Tang San. You have to be beaten for flattering. He simply stopped talking. Tang Lan, who was watching from the side, was very happy. It seems that Tang Hao was inexplicably happy when he slapped Tang San. Time is up. Tang Lan stepped forward and looked at the people who had already formed a team. Found that there were still 2 people who were alone, and looked at Tang Lan nervously. Without waiting to speak. Pa! A snap of fingers. The 2 men burst into pieces on the spot, dying very neatly. The 6 teams that formed the team were all terrified. Because they also had that damned thing in their bodies. Very good. Tang Lan nodded and said, I'll go down now, and you guys come up one by one in order to challenge me. Don't worry. In the killing field of hell, I won't activate the soul seed effect. Everything depends on your true ability. Kill me, and the soul bone and fairy grass will all be yours. That being said, everyone looked at Tang Hao, their faces full of disbelief. Tang Hao was full of confidence in his son of N. If he went on the field now, he might not be able to beat him. He said generously. I, Tang Hao, promise here that if anyone can kill him, I will never pursue him. If not, let the king of slaughter come and kill me. A glimmer of hope rose in the eyes of the 6 groups. Very good. Tang Lan said with satisfaction, come in with me. Tang Lan led 6 groups of people and returned to the hell killing field in a mighty manner. The guards blocking the door became blind again and let Tang Lan pass. But the 54 people behind had to pay a cup of Huangchuandu each. Fortunately, they were all experienced and still had some in stock. Tang Hao did not follow. Tang San hesitated and chose to stay. It was still safe to follow Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't care about him. Took out the storage ring given by Tang Lan, which contained the 9 soul Douluo. Feed them to the dark demon evil god tiger one by one. The dark demon evil god tiger was very excited and was very happy to eat one by one. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Tang Hao said without a smile. The dark demon evil god tiger had a meal. Cough cough cough. He coughed violently several times, and the last mouthful of thick phlegm came out. Tang San was confused all over his face. You. Tang San vomited on the spot. He took out the water bag and rinsed himself several times, glaring at the dark demon evil god tiger about to get angry. What I saw was a piece of something shining. Soul bone? He dodged over and grabbed it, confirming that it was a left arm bone. And judging from the aura, it's more than 10,000 years old. It should be from one of the 9 contras just now. It's not too dirty, just press it with your left hand. Adding an update chapter, I recently tried voice coding, and after getting familiar with it, turn on the burst update mode. Chapter 230 Tang San becomes a monster again. Barbecue is finished. Tang San didn't mind being dirty either. S.U.X.co. He directly pressed the saliva-covered left arm bone against his left hand. It's time to kill first and then show off. Crack. Tang Hao slapped Tang San down, knocking him to the ground. The piece of soul bone came out of his hand, spinning in the air, and hit Tang San on the back. Tang San was almost beaten to the point of losing his temper. Tang Hao also stepped on the soul bone, rubbed it a few times and wiped it clean. Then he picked it up and threw it into the storage ring. Lectured, this is Lanner's trophy, and it can only be used with his consent. Tang San stood up with a dark face. Do you want brother's consent? How could I disagree? It's really unnecessary. Simply adjust your breath. Tang San couldn't wait and walked towards the hell-killing fields. Prepare to take advantage of Tang Lan's change of scene to ask for his consent. Let's take down this soul bone first. As a result, he was stopped by the guard. He said businesslike, you need to pay a cup of Huang Chuan Lu to enter. Tang San looked puzzled. Pay the underworld due? Why didn't I go in just now? The guard looked at Tang Hao behind him. Tang San understood. The fox pretended to be a tiger and said, my name is Tang San, and I am the son of the killing god Tang Hao. You dare to stop me? In exchange, the guard looked at the mentally retarded person. Crack. Tang San stumbled and almost fell over. Who? Tang San suddenly turned his head. Just when they saw Tang Hao put away his hands, they were tens of meters apart. This is using soul power from a distance to give him a big pussy. Tang San was angry. It's too much. Why did you hit me this time? Still the guard couldn't help but said, in the city of killing, people are anonymous, referred to by code names or numbers, and they can reveal their names at will. There once was a god of murder who slaughtered everyone who had offended her. So. Tang San later realized how stupid he was. Also under the protection of Tang Lan, there is no need to use your brain to get used to it. Even the most basic vigilance has almost disappeared. I happened to see a middle-aged man walking over here carrying Huang Chuan Lu. Tang San pretended to turn around, and a cold light shot out from his collar. Shoot it into the middle-aged man's eye socket, killing him with one blow. Huang Quanlu let go and was caught firmly by Tang San. He handed it to the guard casually. Now, can I go in? The guard stepped aside and motioned for him to do as he pleased. Tang San is the one who raises his feet. Then he saw Tang Lan walking out. This leg can't be stepped out or retracted. Brother. Tang San said helplessly, why did you come out so quickly? The fight is over. Tang Lan said matter-of-factly, these people are trying to kill me quickly. Tang San twitched the corner of his mouth. A quick decision? Consuming Tang Lan to death? Master Tang Lan uses his spiritual power to deal with the enemy, and the soul realm can always devour the enemy to replenish himself. The spiritual power consumed also has the 9 Yang divine skill, which can be recovered very quickly throughout life. Not to mention that there is still a soul seed, which can replenish mana at any time from the air. Consume him? This is not seeking death. Brother, you're welcome. Tang San rubbed his hands and said, the soul Douluo that was fed to the dark demon evil god tiger just now contained a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Can it be absorbed by me directly? Oh? Tang Lan looked at Tang Hao, who was walking towards him, and the latter handed back a storage ring. After sweeping away his mental energy, he found that there was indeed a left arm bone that was 10,000 years old. The age is about 40,000 years, and it is still a rare dark attribute. It can be considered a fine product. You can consider replacing him with Zhu Zuqing, or sending him to Jingling. As for Tang San, Tang Lan took out the soul bone and silently entered the vast sea to seal the soul. He simply handed it to Tang San. Then he looked at Tang Hao. New 69 book bar. Dad, let's get here first today and go to your residence. Tang Hao nodded in agreement, turned around and led the way. Tang San hurriedly followed. Tang Lan turned to look at the guard and threw out a cup of Huang Chuan Du. Please help spread the word that I will bring a 100,000-year-old soul bone to participate in the hell-killing fields tomorrow. Anyone who wants this 100,000-year-old soul bone is welcome to participate. The guard took the Huangquan Lu and responded with interest. He also wanted to see how much trouble this person could cause. Wait for Tang Lan to go away. The guard left immediately. Go and report to your superiors, there's something tough happening in the hell killing fields. Tang Hao's residence was unexpectedly in the outer city. The living environment is simple, but private fighting is prohibited. Tang Hao slapped the dark demon evil god tiger on the head. It's not because of this beast. Tang Hao said unhappily, every time after eating, he has to sleep for several days and nights. If it is in the inner city, I still have to guard it all the time, right? Tang Lan nodded clearly. That is more convenient in the outer city. Living environment and so on. Tang Hao is not particular about people, as long as he can live there. Tang San didn't care, he just lay on the ground and began to absorb the soul bones. But as soon as the left arm bone rested on the arm, it was bounced away. This is not because the soul ceiling in the vast sea has taken effect, but because the soul bone does not recognize him at all. Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He did not believe in evil and absorbed it again, only to be bounced away again. Tang San immediately turned grey-white, hanging his head dejectedly, unable to believe this fact. Tang Lan waved. The spiritual power held up the soul bone, released the boundless soul from the sea, and brought it into the Blue King. When you go back, give this soul bone to others to absorb. The reward has arrived. I wonder if any of the lucky ones behind have exploded soul bones? Expect. Tang Lan looked at Tang Hao. Dad, you have been here for 10 months and have killed many people. Have any of them revealed soul bones? Tang San was startled and looked at Tang Hao. Pity. Tang Hao shrugged and spread his hands. Almost all those who can come here are broke. If you want to meet someone with soul bones, you really have to be lucky. This explanation is very reasonable. Tang San lowered his head again. Tang Lan stood up and walked outside. Then you stay here for now, while I go for a walk in the inner city. I don't know how many scammers I can get into tomorrow just by relying on the temptation of a 100,000-year-old soul bone. You still have to take the initiative on your own. When Tang Hao heard this, he also stood up and followed. The King of Slaughter is not a man of martial ethics, so it would be better for me to follow you. Otherwise, I will steal the secret hand. Tang Lan didn't refuse either. So, when Tang San came to his senses, I found that there were only myself and the dark demon evil god tiger in this simple tent. Don't look at the dark demon evil god tiger acting like an obedient tiger in front of Tang Hao and Tang Lan. Don't forget this is the public enemy of the soul beast. It's not a good thing. The evil attribute in his bones, even if it was only released unintentionally, made Tang San feel uncomfortable all over. There is a feeling that I will be eaten in the next moment. Torture. But he was not familiar with the place here. The Four-Ring Soul sect was directly at the bottom of the food chain. I dare not move around at will. For a while, he regretted it endlessly. Why did he follow him? On Poseidon Island, using Poseidon's light to hone your body and improve your cultivation level, wouldn't it be much happier than now? But it's a pity. It's too late to regret now. It's better to think about how to get 100 consecutive wins and get out as soon as possible. Don't forget. There is a time bomb above your head, which will be detonated in more than a month. Chapter 231 The Test of Melon Seed Shell. A familiar scene. The next day. Degree? 69 Shuz.c.m. Degree. The killing field of hell. When Tang Lan arrived, the scene was packed with people. That's called a packed house. Didn't you say there are 100,000-year-old soul bones? Why haven't you given birth yet? My sword is already thirsty. If I find out which grandson is spreading false news, I will torture him until he wants to die. No, if the soul bone hasn't come out in 100,000 years, why don't we stop fighting? I paid the ticket to come in, not to watch you chat. The scene was extremely lively. Tang Lan was also unambiguous. Jumped directly into the killing field of hell, attracting the attention of most people. Raise one hand. The 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone perfectly reappears before the eyes of the world in the simulation of mirror flowers and water moon. The rich vitality exuded made everyone extremely certain. This is a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time understood that the real master had appeared. A group of people jumped down in no particular order, and the hell-killing field was filled with people. The referee who had been resting for a long time appeared. There are 47 people in total. According to the order of priority, groups take turns to start killing. The 37 people who arrived late will voluntarily leave the venue and wait nearby. As a staff member of the killing city, the referee's words still carry a lot of weight. Even if you are unwilling to do so. A little later, the 37 people still voluntarily left the stage. Of course. The premise is that even if these 100,000-year-old soul bones are absorbed, they can still kill people and seize treasures. Give it a try instead of a piece of grass jelly? When there are only 10 people left in the hell killing field, the referee directly announces, the killing begins. The 9 people who had been waiting for a long time charged towards Tang Lan with a ferocious smile. All color contra. This is obviously someone who has done some homework and knows Tang Lan's record yesterday. So Tang Lan stopped pretending. Start with the Imperial Sword directly, and its 9 handles. Consumed less than half of Tang Lan's soul power. Yi Shenjiu used the Imperial Sword to attack the 9 contras. The 9 people obviously didn't expect that Tang Lan would open up as soon as he came up. He was caught off guard, and when he reacted, the Imperial Sword had already hit his face. Can only defend passively. But whether it is the possession of a beast spirit or the manifestation of a weapon spirit, the only outcome of facing the Emperor's Sword is to be frozen into ice and then shattered into pieces. Except for the 3 level 89 contras, they managed to shatter the ultimate ice with their own powerful strength. A donkey rolled to avoid the incoming Emperor's Sword. The other 6 contras all had their vital points penetrated and died on the spot. United defense. Just turn it up. There's something weird about this kid. The 3 of them roared angrily, their souls surged, and they were ready to fight. But then I became desperate. Because what they will face is the 9 Emperor Swords. There is no need for any bells and whistles at all, just a 9 sword attack. The 3 contras, who were unable to use their soul skills, could only open their eyes angrily and were frozen, and put them into their storage rings. Become the backup food of the dark demon evil tiger. The battle is over. But all 9 contras were put away by Tang Lan. Except for the death energy being absorbed by the evil eye, there was no murderous energy at all. The referee in charge acted as if he hadn't seen it and announced. 9,527 wins. The next group comes on. The 37 people who went down just now, you look at me, I look at you. No one wants to end. How is this here to give you a 100,000-year-old soul bone? Obviously sending them on their way. 9 contras. In just one face-to-face meeting and 2 rounds, the entire army was wiped out? What level is that kid? Hesitating. The referee said coldly, if no one comes on the field within 10 seconds, it will be deemed that all of us have abstained. I will represent the hell killing fields and execute the killing. He burst out with his own momentum and turned out to be a titled Douluo. Well known. The staff of the killing city can all use soul skills. This person 37 people immediately went numb. Both sides are dead, why not give it a try? That kid's sudden outburst must have consumed a lot of energy. Yes. My breath has become a lot weaker. Consumption can kill him. New 69 book bar. Come on. The 37 people said it was easy, but no one moved. Seeing that the 10-second countdown is approaching. Suddenly, someone took action and pushed the 9 people in the front off the field. I'm going. You don't have martial ethics. When I come up, I will make sure you look good. I will remember this grudge. With the referee announcing the start of the killing. The 9 players were also forced to go on the shelf and forced themselves to play. Come up and open it up directly, bursting out a powerful wave of soul power. There are 9 contras again. Then, when they saw Tang Lan summoning the 9 Emperor Swords again, they almost collapsed. You kid, your soul power doesn't cost money. Why are you still using such a powerful trick? Tang Lan said. When I was collecting the corpse just now, I swallowed some soul power. In addition to the time they hesitated, they recovered a little. The maintenance consumption is enough. Wave your hands. The 9-handled Imperial Sword came out, thinking that the battle would be over in 2 rounds. But this time we encountered a problem. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, a Contra showed a look of madness on his face. I can't survive, and you can't even think about it. You seize the opportunity and remember to avenge me. The words fell. His whole body swelled up strangely, and a purple shadow emerged behind him. triggered Tang Lan's danger prediction. He sped up the flying speed of the Emperor's sword, but it was still a step slower. Rumble. The other party blew himself up. The flesh and blood turned into a circle of purple mist, covering most of the killing field of hell. Tang Lan, who was affected, found that his spiritual power was unclear. The soul realm then stopped functioning, and the simulated right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor dissipated. The left arm of Snow Emperor Hantian's extreme eyes turned dim and lost contact for a short time. The same is true for other soul bones. This Contra's self-destruction actually created a forbidden demon realm where soul bones and even most of the soul power cannot be used in the short term. Tang Lan had no choice but to fight with the remaining 8 Contras, shirtless, in close combat. I didn't expect that Lao Wang has this trick. No wonder he usually looks like his eyes are higher than his head. There are 2 brushes. Don't waste time, everyone go up and kill this kid. Yes. Don't waste Lao Wang's sacrifice. Result. None of the 8 Contras came to attack Tang Lan. Instead, they looked at each other warily. Don't forget. On the killing field of hell, only 1 out of 10 people can survive. That weird boy's soul bone skill has been disabled. It's the fish on the chopping board. At this time, the other Contras are the real threat. Why, aren't you afraid that Lao Wang will be chilling underground? Someone asked. Ha! If you are afraid, then go down and accompany him. Someone retorted. Stop talking nonsense and decide the winner as soon as possible. Kill. The 8 Contras fought each other in pairs, leaving Tang Lan alone. Okay. Tang Lan was also happy. Are these people really unrepentant and think he has no power to fight back? Tang Lan was also happy. He took out a handful of melon seeds from the Blue King and cracked them with relish. Click. Bah. The melon seed shells spit directly into the blood river below. The referee, the titled Douluo who was on top, trembled in shame. That is what that adult values the most. How dare this person? But he made no movement, just watched silently. This made Tang Lan feel sure. I probably understand something. Watch the close combat between 8 Contras in the VIP seats with peace of mind. Punch to the flesh, that's a thrill. In the auditorium. Some of the witnesses yesterday looked strange. This scene. Why does it look so familiar? Chapter 232 9 Emperor Swords, 31 consecutive victories. A few minutes later. The 4 Contras fought their opponents and found that the purple mist around them was obviously much lighter. His own soul power can also be activated a little. They all turned their attention to Tang Lan. The plan has changed, kid, deal with it first. I think so. We can't let him get an advantage. Superior. Facing the siege of 4 people, Tang Lan threw the melon seeds into the river of blood. The 4 people were more than 10 meters apart and charged towards Tang Lan. This made Tang Lan a little regretful. Since there is no chance left, then you can just go and die. Although Tang Lan's physical strength is already that of a titled Douluo. But he did not choose close combat. What if someone explodes again? A flash of light. 15 barrets appeared behind Tang Lan, being lifted up by spiritual power. The purple mist dispersed a little. Although the mental power is not yet able to form lethality, it is still very easy to just lift barret. 4 Contras. The slightly weaker 3-pointed barret. The remaining 3-4 barrels. Fire at the same time. Under the lock of mental power, Tang San's specially made soul-breaking armor-piercing bullets were all aimed at their right eyes. Fire. Boom, equals. Boom, equals. Boom, equals. In the deafening roar. There are no surprises. The 4 people were directly shot in the head, their heads flying all over the sky, and the blood mist merged with the purple mist. Exudes a strange blue color. The long-lost murderous aura came to him. The death energy is also absorbed by the evil eye, and the lifespan increases by another 2,000 years. The year 94,017 has arrived. It will be 100,000 years soon. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tang Lan sighed, if the 8 of you were shoulder to shoulder just now, I would really have a headache. After all, the difficulty in the movement of spiritual power means that the skills are also difficult to use. As for the purest close combat, even the immortal seal cannot transform it. Only Lingbo Weibo can barely function without internal support. Definitely not as flexible as before. Even if he had the physique of a titled Douluo, he might still be beaten to death by random punches. But there is no regret medicine in the world. The result is 9,527 wins. The referee said excitedly, this is 9,527's 11th consecutive victory. And it was completed within 24 hours, 11 consecutive victories. Breaking the fastest history in the Killing City. Let's wait and see, how big of a miracle can 9,527 create. Please invite the next group of killer contestants. The remaining 28 people all looked at each other warily. Afraid of being pushed down. He used that trick again just now, and it must have cost more. If you go down now, you have a high probability of winning. Didn't you see just now that the 100,000 soul bones disappeared? It should be an illusion created by soul bone skills or the realm. Damn it! I was deceived by this kid. Just when they regret it. The referee lost his patience and just made a stroke. Sister Qiangu is going to die. The 9 people looked unnatural, but they did not dare to refute. I can only jump down with a dark face. Before I could stand firm. The killing begins. Following Tang Lan, the left arm of Snow Emperor Hantian's extreme ice appeared again. The familiar 9-handled imperial sword, the familiar 9 swords came out in unison. These 9 people chose to scatter and run away, trying to use a wider radius to allow Tang Lan to transform. The person who also possessed a weapon soul directly threw his weapon soul towards Tang Lan through the air, forcing him to use the imperial sword to defend himself and distract him. I have to say, the effect is there. But not much. Tang Lan used Lingbo microstep, his body swayed like a ghost, and he avoided the incoming attacks. Weapon spirit. But his feet didn't move at all. The 5 people who had lost their weapon souls could only use their bodies to resist the incoming Emperor's sword. The consequences are already determined. Then, the person and the body protecting soul were frozen. The Emperor's sword turned around and killed the other 4 people. 10 seconds later. All the Contras who could move the wind and rain in the outside world died. Tang Lan sighed while collecting the corpses for them. That is, in the city of killing. Otherwise, if Contra can use soul skills outside. If Tang Lan wanted to kill him, he would have to put in a lot of effort. It can't be so easy. The next group. The referee directly designated, it's just you 9. Among the remaining 19 people, the designated 9 people gritted their teeth and ended up simply. What's at stake now is that Tang Lan's soul power has been consumed too much. Even if the first 3 games were easy, they still killed 27 Contras. They are the top few in the Killing City. Here we are the landowners. If it weren't for the news that Tang Lan had released the 100,000-year-old soul bone, none of them would have appeared. Even if Tang Lan was a titled Douluo, killing them would cost a lot of money, right? And such a small titled Douluo? They don't believe it. So they are very anxious. After the referee announced that the killing had begun, he couldn't wait to kill Tang Lan. Result. The familiar 9-handled imperial sword, the familiar 9 swords came out in unison. 9 people are desperate. The 4 bloody people among them, seeing no hope of survival, simply chose to self-destruct before the Emperor's sword could kill them. The imperial sword was blown away, and most of the spiritual power contained in it was consumed. Contra's self-destruction should not be underestimated. But the same thing. Several nearby Contras were also dizzy from the explosion. Unable to parry the Emperor's sword, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Let Tang Lan end the battle faster. Of the 10 people left on the field, 9 were called up again. The only one left showed a happy smile. Watching Tang Lan cut melons and vegetables, and then beheaded 9 people. I am confident that no fool would choose to play now. And as long as there are not 10 people gathered, the Hell Killing Fields will not be able to open. Once you leave the Hell Killing Fields, your registration will be deemed invalid. You can settle down now. He couldn't help but smile. However, Tang Lan looked around the field and wrote lightly. According to the order I arranged for you yesterday, proceed one by one. Numbers 1 to 8 will come down first. The 8 ugly-looking people stood up with difficulty and rushed towards the Hell-Killing Fields. They had the same idea, to kill Tang Lan quickly. What's going on with you? Contra, who thought he had survived, said angrily, you know clearly that there is something wrong with this kid, but you still rush here to die. The 100,000-year-old soul bones are most likely fake. Can't you see clearly? If you want to die, don't take me with you. Pity. No matter how incompetent and furious he is, he can't change the outcome. Under the gaze of the titled Douluo level referee, he could only step onto the hell-killing field with heavy steps. He glared at the 8 people. 8 people glared back. Do you think we are willing to come up and die? It wasn't the evil star in front of him last night who rushed directly to his house with the god of death and fed him a life-threatening thing. It's still possible to survive. If you don't come up, you will definitely die. How would you choose? Stop talking nonsense. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. According to the plan discussed last night, we will fight and kill this brat quickly. Whoever survives must help his dead brother fulfill his last wish. Come on. At the referee's order, a series of bloody killings were staged one after another. The quality of follow-up games is not as high as that of Soul Douluo. Mixed with most of the 7 Ring Soul Saints, 6 Ring Soul Emperors, and even 5 Ring Soul Kings. There are no lower ones, and they dare not enter the inner city. But without exception, they all died at the hands of Tang Lan. The difference is, only those who have reached the 7th Ring Soul Saint will temporarily have a whole corpse. This is the food of the dark demon evil god tiger. 14 consecutive wins. 17 consecutive wins. 20 consecutive wins. Until night. Tang Lan was not consumed by the quick battle and quick decision tactics either. Instead, he left the killing fields of hell with a 31-game winning streak, safe and sound. Leave a legend behind. As well as the externally attached soul bone that finally exceeded the 100,000 year limit, the evil eye. I'll add another chapter today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 233 Evil Eye 100,000 Years. The King of Slaughter appears. At the beginning, a contra can directly increase the lifespan by 3,500 plus 9, hux.c. But later, it was only about 500 years. Even as it approached 100,000 years, it dropped below 100 years. The 7th Ring Soul Saint is simply in single digits. That is to say, in the City of Killing, most of them have some evil soul master characteristics. High-level soul masters can appear in groups. Otherwise, change it outside. If the evil eye wants to evolve to 100,000 years, it still has to rely on the system. But now, it's 100,000 years old. The soul bone skill remains unchanged. But the practicality has been greatly increased. Except for the duration, which is extended to 10 minutes. More importantly, it adds a new passive default trigger. Set your own status in advanced state. Once it falls below a certain threshold, it will automatically go back to the specified maximum 10 minutes ago. That is, Tang Lan sets the state to death, and the time of going back is 1 minute ago. Then when Tang Lan dies, Evil Eye Soul Bone skill reset, even if it is not used. You can also let Tang Lan go back to 1 minute ago. This state can also be set to spiritual power exhaustion, mental power exhaustion, or even a certain part of the backtracking. For example, the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor of Life uses the blood escape technique to consume all the stored vitality. You can use the reset soul bone skill to go back to the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor of Life alone. And it will not let Tang Lan himself return to the position before the blood escape. There is a lot of room for operation. It is worthy of being a 100,000 year soul bone skill. This effect is a bug. Tang Lan is very satisfied. Go out with Tang Hao. Prepare to look for the opponents of the hell-killing field tomorrow. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw a charming woman with a bright smile. Your Majesty the God of Killing, and this 9527 brother, the Master, the King of Killing, invites you to. Tang Lan nodded calmly. The attitude of the referee during the day, it was clear that it was instructed by the King of Killing. Tang Hao said casually, lead the way. Even if he couldn't use spirit skills, he was confident that he could escape from the King of Killing. As for Tang Lan, this guy might be more powerful than him, why should he worry about it? Seeing the two leave, Tang San glanced at the dark demon evil god tiger beside him and hurriedly stepped forward. That, brother, father, I will go with you. He didn't care about the King of Killing. He could only feel at ease when he was with his family. Tang Lan didn't answer and looked at the killing messenger. Sorry. The killing envoy said firmly, the master only invited 2 people, I have no right to take more people. What? Tang San said relentlessly, then you go and ask for instructions, what's wrong with seeing one more person? The killing envoy frowned. How can this kid not understand good or bad words? It can only be changed to words that Tang-san can understand. The status of the king of killing is extremely high. You are only a 4-ring soul master. The bloody murderous aura around him alone may kill you. Can you understand this? Tang-san understood. But his face turned black like a pot of charcoal, very angry. Who are you looking down on? He looked at Tang Lan and wanted to say something. Pa! Tang Hao's familiar big dick slapped Tang San to the ground. You are such a troublemaker. The king of human slaughter is the king of the city of slaughter. Can you see him whenever you want? If you don't want to die, stay here. What are you talking about? Waste my time. Little tiger, keep an eye on this kid. If he dares to run, bite off all his limbs. New Bar Book 69. The dark demon evil god tiger blinked. Look at Tang Hao, look at Tang Lan, and then look at Tang San. This. Are you sure they are his biological children? It doesn't know that Tang Lan can regenerate broken limbs. Even the slaughter messenger looked strange when he heard this. It is really biased. Let's go. Tang Hao called out, see the king of slaughter as soon as possible. We still have to continue to pass the hell slaughter field quickly. The slaughter messenger, dot. Only this one is the god of slaughter. Otherwise, who would dare to say this? I can't afford to offend you. Lead the way obediently. Tang Lan fell behind and dug Tang San out of the floor. He lost some vitality. Little Sanzi, don't blame your father for being harsh. Your current strength is indeed a bit. Wait a little later, I'll see if I can find an opportunity for you to participate in the battle safely. If not, wait for me to challenge the Hell Road, and then take you with me. Tang San nodded silently. This is the only way now. Calm down Tang San. Tang Lan caught up with Tang Hao and left with the killing envoy. All the way to the central building. The killing envoy said respectfully, the master is in the main hall in front, please enter by yourselves. Tang Lan and Tang Hao walked into the palace openly. The king of killing sat on the throne. He was wrapped in a scarlet cloak and a blood-red robe inside. Only a pale face was revealed, and he looked like a middle-aged man, with blood-red hair and eyes. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red bat, not a human being. Tang Lan was not polite. The mental power swept directly over, sensing a violent mood, and there was a faint smell of blood floating at the tip of the nose. This was the mental power of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. As for the great-grandfather Tang Chen, Tang Lan did not sense it. For this situation to occur, according to the knowledge taught by Bo Sixi, the soul belonging to Tang Chen must be sleeping in the spiritual world. And this body was controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Even the soul power was bloody. That belonged to the blood-red 9-headed Bat King himself. No wonder in the original book with the majestic ground invincibility and the forbidden soul skills in the killing field, killing Tang San would be so strenuous. It turns out that the dish is the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The king of slaughter's eyes condensed, and the murderous aura around him condensed into a sharp sword, trying to cut off Tang Lan's mental power directly. Tang Lan, whose danger prediction was triggered, withdrew his mental power in advance to avoid it. Humph! The king of slaughter said with a stern face, at such a young age, it's not polite to look around. You invited me here, but you still don't allow me to take a look. Tang Lan said rudely, then I'll go. There is no respect in the words. This made the king of slaughter, who had always been in a high position, turn his anger into actual murderous intent, forming a layer of flaming clothing that was rolling. Very bluffing. Pity. Tang Lan is not an ordinary person. The Tang Hao beside him was not an ordinary person. Ha! Tang Hao let go of his level 98 title Douluo momentum and faced off against the king of slaughter. We haven't fought each other for more than 10 years. Do you want to have another fight? This brought back bad memories of the Slaughter King. The city of killing is the inheritance place where God Shura selects successors. After it seized Tang Chen's body, it tried its best to stifle the appearance of the killing god. The purpose is to prevent the inheritance of Shura God from reappearing. Otherwise it would be dead. So. Chapter 234 Immortal Grass for the God of Death. Secret Operation. When Tang Hao wanted to challenge the Hell Road, the King of Slaughter chose to take action. The result. The fact that Tang Hao can stand here has explained everything. That's enough. The King of Slaughter shouted, what do you want to do when you come to this king's capital of killing? Isn't this obvious? Tang Hao said matter-of-factly, of course it is for my son to obtain the realm of the god of death. Otherwise, why would I still be reminiscing with you? The king of slaughter had already expected it, but instead put away his flame robe. Nodding and saying, "Can. In the next few days, as long as you can still fight, I will risk my life for you. After you win 100 consecutive games, I will personally open the road to hell and send you away from the killing city. During this period, you are not allowed to do any other unnecessary things. Make a deal." It's surprisingly easy to talk to. But it also proves from the side that the king of slaughter is a strong-willed person. Since everyone is so considerate, Tang Lan can't help but follow the path, can't he? He took out the fairy grass, melon, and golden dragon. When feeding the iron-backed dragon, only 1/10 was consumed. "This thing is the fairy grass melon golden dragon," Tang Lan introduced. The so-called fairy grass is a fairy herb that absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. This sweet potato golden dragon has the power of an earth dragon to turn over. After use, it can not only control the power of the earth, but also have the effect of strengthening the body. I hope to use it in exchange for a small favor for you, the king of slaughter. Although the king of slaughter pretended to be calm, his eyes were staring straight at the sweet potato golden dragon. The soul beast's instinct makes it impossible to refuse. And although this body belongs to a level 99 peerless Douluo, decades of corrosion have left it riddled with holes. Before you meet a more suitable one, you still have to take good care of it. But how can I be sure that what you say is true? The king of slaughter questioned. The commotion you have made in the past 2 days is quite big. The implication? I suspect Tang Lan is deceiving people again. Tang Lan smiled without saying a word and threw the sweet potato and golden dragon. The king of slaughter caught it steadily. "Feel it with your own hands to confirm that this sweet potato golden dragon is real." "I am certain in my heart." "What's the deal?" The king of slaughter said restrainedly, "As long as it doesn't involve the fundamentals of the slaughter city, I can consider it." "It's very simple." Tang Lan smiled and said, "You should know that my father is feeding the dark demon evil god tiger, right?" The king of slaughter nodded, guessing something. "That's right, it's exactly what you think." Tang Lan affirmed. "After I leave, please help me feed this dark evil tiger and evolve it for as long as possible. In about a year or so, I will come back to pick it up. As a reward, this sweet potato golden dragon is only part of it. When I come to take back the dark devil god tiger later, I will pay you a maximum of 1 fairy grass suitable for you based on the number of years it has evolved." "How? Feeding the dark demon tiger? This is not simple. There isn't much else in the killing city, except that there are a lot of soul masters." "No problem." The king of slaughter agreed. The corpses of soul masters produced in the slaughter city will become its food rations. The reason why he agreed so simply was that he even temporarily gave up feeding the blood river. Just telling Tang Lan, "Remember to bring the fairy grass next time. It's a pleasure to work with you." Tang Lan stretched out his hand. The king of slaughter had no doubt that he was there and shook hands with Tang Lan readily. The deal is reached. Tang Lan left the palace in a happy mood. Until it's far away. Tang Hao couldn't help but said, "Son, just feed the dark demon evil god tiger." "Dad, I'll be here." "You don't need to waste a piece of fairy grass, right?" "That's fairy grass. Is it that cheap, blood loss?" "This doesn't free you, Dad, so you can accompany your mom." Tang Lan explained. Tang Hao smacked his mouth and covered his heart. Still a little heartbroken. But the matter has come to this, so there will be no further evaluation. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. Of course, giving this sweet potato and golden dragon to the king of slaughter was not for the purpose of liberating Tang Hao. Rather, in order to strengthen Tang Chen's body. Tang Chen had been parasitized by the bloody 9-headed Bat King for decades, and his body had long been riddled with poisonous poison. In the original work, his consciousness was awakened by Tang San's Poseidon's light, and he regained his level 99 peerless Douluo strength. He also completed the 8 tests of the Shura God and obtained a large amount of the inherited power of the Shura God. The huge energy overwhelmed him and his body collapsed on the spot. Once I met Bo Sixi, I was stunned. "Why don't you try to make up for your ancestors and continue to be your backer? Just return to his residence." Then I saw the killing envoy just now, bringing a storage ring. "This is what the master ordered me to send. Please check it." Tang Lan took the storage ring and swept away his mental energy. Oh haha! They are all corpses. A full storage ring contains hundreds of rings. And they are all high-end goods with 7-ring soul saints and above. With the vacuum preservation function of the storage ring, it is impossible to tell how long it has been dead. The only thing that is certain is that these new faces have been stored for a long time. Does the blood-red 9-headed Bat King have any strange habits? Tang Lan threw the storage ring to the dark demon evil god tiger. He took out a handful of storage rings and gave them to the killing messenger. Instructed, from now on, just give these things to him directly. Yes. Sir. The killing messenger said respectfully. Tomorrow's contestants have been arranged for you, sir. Please, my lord, just kill him directly when the time comes. Someone will bring the body to you later. The implication. Give the hell killing fields some respect and don't always make extra money yourself. Tang Lan was still happy and relaxed, nodding happily. That's nothing. I'll leave now. After getting the answer, the killing envoy saluted Tang Hao and Tang Lan, then exited the Tangmen in facing the two of them. Tang San on the side. Looking at the respectful killing envoy, his eyes rolled. Elder brother. Did you make any deal with the King of Slaughter? There is nothing to hide, Tang Lan simply said. Tang San's eyes glowed golden when he heard this. Just about to speak. Crack. It was the familiar big fight again. Tang San was slapped on the floor. You kid, don't be so crazy. The King of Killing is just arranging opponents. But if you want to get the title of Killer God, you still have to defeat your opponent. With your strength as a 4th-ring soul sect, it would be difficult for any 5-ring soul king, let alone a 6-ring soul emperor or a 7-ring soul saint. If you want to die, just sign up yourself. No one will stop you. Tang San touched the back of his head and bared his teeth. It's both painful and angry. Since the King of Slaughter can arrange opponents, why can't he arrange some for me with levels adjacent to mine? Tang Hao glared. You little brat, you are so whimsical. In no mood. Post more in the evening. It's the last day, the unwanted tickets are coming soon. Chapter 235. Is this the road to hell? Shearing time. Ad. Updated to Goching, 810. Tang Hao glared. You little brat, you are so whimsical. He raised his hand to give Tang San a shot. Tang San used Ghost Shadow and disappeared behind Tang Lan. Brother. Dad can't talk to me, so he wants to take action again. Tang Lan blinked. Seeing Tang Hao looking at him, he understood what the other party meant. He couldn't let this little brat gain the realm of the god of death. This idea suits me exactly. Ahem. Tang Lan said, my mistress, let me arrange one for you, and I will already give away the remaining sweet potatoes and golden dragons. I'll make arrangements for you again. With your level of strength, even one fairy grass won't be enough. After all, every time a killing god domain is created, it is also a big burden for the killing city. Tang San's expression darkened. But then he was stunned. Wait. Brother. What's wrong with you? Tang San glared, you still have fairy grass on you, but you won't let me eat it. When Tang Lan heard this, he slapped his palms. Damn it! Why did this blood-red 9-headed Bat King, who was so scheming, forget to use Tang San to get rewards first? Although the sweet potato golden dragon is incomplete, it is still an immortal grass. What a loss, what a loss! As for Tang San's side. Crack! Tang Hao made a big move and was sent flying by Tang San. That sweet potato golden dragon, I haven't taken it yet. Why should I give it to you, this little brat? You just know how to keep an eye on your brother's stuff. If you want fairy grass, go out and find it yourself. This time Tang Hao was really angry. You, a little brat like you, still want fairy grass? Chasing after Tang San and giving him a fierce slap. Tang San used Ghost Shadow and wanted to escape, but Tang Hao could also take a slight step on the waves. Crack! 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 Tang Lan shrugged. It seemed that he didn't need to think of any more reasons to deceive Tang San. At the same time, remind yourself, if there is any good stuff in the future, you must use Tang San as a reward as soon as possible. For example, if you go out later to find the Thunder God inheritance, you can take him with you. The next 3 consecutive days, the King of Slaughter has arranged for Tang Lan a super intense hell-killing field. An average of 30 games per day, no less than the 7th ring soul saint. Seeing this made Tang San give up his last thought. If it were him in his place, it would be difficult for him to kill him standing up. On the 5th day of entering the killing city, Tang Lan just won 100 consecutive victories and could officially open the road to hell. The King of Slaughter suddenly appeared. No nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the red mist was released. What's weird is not the slightest hint of murderous intent, but an extremely evil aura, a coldness that makes one's bones stiffen. The evil cold red ripples spread out and enveloped the audience. The eyes of the fallen people who came into contact gradually became dull, and then turned into bloodshot red. 10 seconds later, the red light formed a huge barrier in the entire hell-killing field. The painful screams sounded one after another. Those degenerates looked like crazy, desperately grabbing their faces and bodies. Until the skin rolled, blood spurted everywhere, and even his own internal organs were pulled out. That bloody scene! This was the second time he saw it, and Tang Hao also frowned. How does this thing look like some kind of evil ritual? Tang San also felt uncomfortable and silently moved towards Tang Hao. Although he was slapped every day, only by staying with Tang Hao at this moment could he feel safe. Tang Lan, who had accumulated a lot of murderous intent, looked straight at it, unable to control himself and wanted to go up and kill. But soon this murderous intention was suppressed by his huge mental power. Wait a minute. After passing the road to hell, the murderous aura condenses into the realm of the god of death. It will become controllable. A large amount of blood gathered into a stream, flowing along the small and inconspicuous pipe under the auditorium, towards the center of the killing field. Standing in the middle of the killing field of hell, countless winding red liquids can be clearly seen, swimming like little snakes. At some point, grooves appeared on the ground. Blood flow was injected into it, and a huge blood-red strange bird was outlined. Tang Lan could tell with just one glance that it was the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The next moment, a huge red light rose into the sky and engulfed Tang Lan. The deep and sharp voice of the King of Slaughter came to my ears. I like that sweet potato golden dragon very much. The feet were empty. Tang Lan disappeared into the killing field of hell. The blood light dissipated. Only the King of Slaughter is left on the field. He looked at Tang Hao and pointed outside. Leave through the passage. Next time you come, remember to bring my fairy grass with you. Tang Hao nodded. Grab Tang San's neck to prevent this guy from asking questions. He quickly left the killing field of hell. Returning to the entrance where Tang Lan had come down before, the god of death domain appeared and dispersed the blood mist, flying straight into the sky. Until a bloody vortex appeared and plunged into it. On the road to hell, Tang Lan opened the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life and flew carelessly across the river of magma and blood. The soul realm is open, and you should be alert to possible attacks at any time. It stands to reason. On the current hell road, you need to face 2 bosses. They are the dark gold 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed blazing sun snake. Actually, there is a 3rd level, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, but it is parasitic on Tang Chen, so it was skipped. But everything in front of you is indeed the same as the original work. But there is not even a soul beast. Not to mention the dark gold 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed blazing sun snake. Not even a fly has it. No need to guess. It must be the back door opened by the King of Slaughter. Certainly. Or maybe he knew that Tang Lan was not easy to mess with, and he didn't want the 3-headed dark gold Bat King and the 10-headed blazing sun snake to die. They still have to rely on them to stop others. In short, Tang Lan arrived at the final exit without any obstruction. Hit it head first. He finally felt a little bit of difficulty, there was a lot of cold air, and even his ultimate ice couldn't resist that chill. This is the purest killing spirit. As a reward for Tang Lan's passing the road to hell, he could absorb as much killing energy as possible within his own endurance limit, and use it to condense the god of killing domain. Unfortunately, Tang Lan's physique is very strong. He is like a giant sponge, swallowing the breath of killing with its big mouth. As a man with 6 realms, he gathered these murderous auras with ease and merged them with the murderous aura accumulated in his body, condensed into his own killing god realm. But the speed is too slow. So, Tang Lan opened the lower black hole field slightly, swallowing the killing energy in a larger mouth. But what he didn't know was that the aura of killing was the foundation that supported the city of killing. This is also the reason why the King of Slaughter is unwilling to give birth to a new god of slaughter. And Tang Lan has swallowed enough to awaken 2 killing gods so far. But he still looks unsatisfied. This makes the King of Killing feel sad. What a loss. The King of Killing suddenly stood up. Just saw. There is one more chapter, which is placed at midnight, asking for New Year's monthly tickets. Open new monthly tickets for more chapters, 1 chapter for every 10 tickets. Only on the first. Chapter 236. The Shura God is here. The Shura God's 9 tests. Additional chapter for Dog Ching, 910. In 2024, I wish you good fortune. Open New Year's monthly tickets for more chapters, 1 chapter for every 10 tickets. Only on the first. Group number, 370404054. Welcome to chat and urge for more chapters. The King of Killing suddenly stood up. He smashed the wine glass filled with blood on the gorgeous floor. S-U-X-C-O-M. I really underestimated that kid. Although he wanted to kick that little thing out of the killing city. But it couldn't do it. The space where Tang Lan was beyond its control. That was the end of it. He could only hope that the other party could be fed as soon as possible and rolled away as far as possible. And on Tang Lan's side, he had already condensed the Killing God domain, but it was only the most basic domain prototype. The Killing God domain can generate a small amount of killing chi through killing and continue to evolve. Now that there is pure killing chi, Tang Lan can't help but take advantage of it. The strong mental power allowed him to stay awake. The bug black hole domain forced the killing chi that wanted to retreat to be forcibly plundered. It turned into nutrients for the evolution of the Killing God domain. I don't know how long it took. The first evolution of the Killing God domain gave him the domain ability, Killing Assault. The Killing God domain is released in a straight line, and can lock a target in a larger range. When chasing the target, his speed increases by 100% and his attack power increases by 30%. This improvement is effective for any attack, including self-created soul skills, soul damage, etc. Exclusive for single combat, so you can't escape even if you want to. That's it. Tang Lan hasn't felt the limit yet, and continues to pass through the black hole domain, swallowing the killing aura. Feeding the Killing God domain. Until a certain moment. The Killing God domain evolved again and gained the domain ability, Killing Waltz. The killing aura condensed into a terrifying attack, which exploded in an instant, chopping everything in the Killing God domain. The explosive power is terrifying, but the sequelae are also great. After using this domain ability, the Killing God domain cannot be used in the short term. It is necessary to accumulate killing aura before reactivating it. So far, Tang Lan still hasn't reached the limit. He was still trying to get more money when a huge breath suddenly descended. Tang Lan's consciousness was pulled into a different space. A tall figure appeared in front of him. OK had 3 heads and 6 arms, covered with dark red magic patterns, and his armor was also covered with such dark red magic patterns. Only his blood-red eyes were unusually clear. Yes. In the blood-red eyes, Tang Lan saw clearness. But it was not simply clearness, but the purest murderous aura. There is no doubt. This is one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, Shura God King. To be honest, Tang Lan was a little confused. How did he invite OK here? It's you who are shaking my inheritance place. Shura God King said in a dignified manner. Tang Lan blinked. Shake. Your inheritance place? Wait. Is it because he has pulled too much killing aura and is about to knock down the killing city? Tang Lan was just thinking about explaining. Yes, the Azura God King said in surprise, I have watched you in the god realm. You are very good. The blood-red eyes of the Azura God looked at Tang Lan, and then turned his head to look at him a few times. Then he understood everything. Interesting. A little Rakshasa god dares to stop my inheritance. Good fellow. How long has it been since the Azura God King paid attention to his inheritance place? The Azura God King narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Lan. You have the aura of 8 gods, including the 2 of life and destruction. You are ambitious. 8 gods? Life, destruction, sea god, fate, destruction, ice god of the 2 emperors of ice and snow, plus the thunder god of the thundering Hellvine. That's only 7. Could it be that the evil god of the dark devil evil tiger is also counted? Just thinking about it. The chatterbox Shura God King spoke again. You are more talented than the little thing I chose. Would you like to be my successor and inherit the throne of Shura God King? Okay. Tang Lan didn't say this, and Shura God King had arranged it. How impatient is this to retire? And I wonder if Shura God King has discovered the 3 god marks on his body? Tang Lan didn't know either. But no matter what. Since Shura God King asked, how could he refuse this inheritance? I do. The Azura God King nodded with satisfaction. He pointed at Tang Lan from a distance. A blood-red light shot towards Tang Lan. The mark of the Azura God King moved upwards, came to the top of the forehead, and wrote on the mark of the sea god that was hidden between the eyebrows. Obtain the 9 tests of Shura God. The first test of Shura God, kill the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The second test of Shura God, save the High Priest Tang Chen of Shura God. The third test of Shura God, assist the High Priest Tang Chen to rebuild the City of Slaughter. The fourth test of Shura God, cultivate at least 5 killing gods. The fifth test of Shura God, reach the titled Douluo. The sixth test of Shura God, all the soul rings of the first martial soul are 100,000 years old. The seventh test of Shura God, all the soul rings of the second martial soul are 100,000 years old. The eighth test of Shura God, obtain the mastership of Shura sword. The ninth test of Shura God, destroy all the inheritances of Rakshasa God. This. All the 9 tests of Shura God were given directly. However, in the original work, Tang San was already dead, and you even resurrected him with the God King, and gave him the position of God King, and let him coexist with 2 gods. Why do I have to complete the 9 tests of Azura God when I come here? Aren't you bullying an honest person? I already know your ambition. The Azura God King suddenly said. I will block the God realm from spying on the mortal world in the near future, and you can do whatever you want. You have a strong foundation, and the young people you have cultivated around you are also good. Forming your own team of gods will be more conducive to gaining a foothold in the God realm. The place where the ice god is inherited is located in the Arctic behind the far north. The dark demon evil god tiger can be cultivated for 1,000,000 years to activate the evil god inheritance. After you complete the 9 tests of Azura God, I will sense it and remove the shielding between the mortal world and the God realm. I hope you can give me a surprise at that time. After that, the Azura God King simply cut off the call and kicked Tang Lan out of the vortex of killing breath. Tang Lan felt as if he was thrown into a drum washing machine. The whole person was spinning. He decisively blocked his body's perception and used his mental power to detect the surroundings. He found that his main body was in a space channel, rolling towards the dawn at the end. He identified the direction. He opened the blood escape technique to break free from the restraints, turned into a bald head and rushed into the cave. His eyes were bright. He found himself in a wilderness. He sensed the soul seeds. He found that Tang Hao and Tang San were not far away and were approaching this side quickly. Tang Lan was not in a hurry to go over. He checked the system prompt just now. The host obtained the Shura God 9 tests, which made Tang San miss the position of Shura God King. Snatch a lot of Tang San's luck. Reward. Chapter 237 Epic Reward. Immortal Cultivation Method. The host obtained the Shura God 9 tests. Snatch a lot of Tang San's luck. Reward. Dragon Catcher Great Perfection. Reward. Immortal Seal Great Perfection. Reward. All Soul Bones plus 50,000 years. Reward. Killing God Domain evolves into Killing Domain. Reward. 9 Yang Magic Skill sublimates into 9 turns Golden Body Technique. Reward. Vajra Indestructible Magic Skill sublimates into Magic Power, 3 heads and 6 arms. Just this full screen of system prompts, it's so generous. Tang Lan began to count them one by one. 6 hooks. As a skill that consumes pure spiritual power, the range of the dragon catching hand can cover more than 1,500 meters in the Great Perfection realm. And it is no longer just for grabbing, but can also be used for binding, moving, and even fine manipulation. It is a great supplement to the vacancy after the mental power is consumed. As a bonus, it is very good. The next reward, the Great Perfection of the Immortal Seal. The effect is simple, and the conversion rate is increased to 50%. That is to say, as long as it is an attack with soul power, Tang Lan will cut it in half first. This also makes the utilization rate of his self-made Big Sumi hammer and the explosion ring soul power increase to more than 85%. The utilization rate of the genuine Big Sumi hammer is only about 90%. And Tang Lan used the double pupil to copy Tang Hao's Big Sumi hammer. If he uses it again, the utilization rate will be more than 95%. What is the saying of the disciple is better than the master? This is it. The next reward, all soul bones plus 50,000 years. Compared to more than 100,000 years, it is just a proportional enhancement. But for the 50,000-year-old three-eyed golden lion head soul bone, it just broke through to 100,000 years. The soul bone skills have been greatly enhanced. Soul bone skills destiny judgment, control the power of fate, so that bad luck will inevitably befall the target. From the previous uncertainty, it has become inevitable to come. Let Tang Lan have words come true, if I say bad luck to you, you will definitely be unlucky. At the critical moment, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Soul bone skill soul blast, concentrate the power of the soul and detonate it in the target's spiritual world, causing huge mental damage. From the original external shock, it has become detonating a bomb in the spiritual world. One is an external attack, the other is an internal explosion. It is clear at a glance which is better. Even the attached spiritual immunity was also increased from 3 times to 5 times. And the strengthening of Tang Lan's mental power was almost doubled. But the biggest increase is still external soul bone double pupil. After breaking through 100,000 years, it obtained the 5th skill slot, and the scope of copying was expanded again. Can copy other people's soul bone skills and own martial soul. What concept? Equivalent to Tang Lan's twin martial souls, it will become 3-life martial soul. Although the copied martial souls may not be so buggy due to the age of double pupils. But with the copy mirror intestine, the operation space is large. Can choose a martial soul at will and store it in the double pupil. For example, Xiao Wu's martial soul is always available in the storage position. Then he doesn't need to store the soul skills nothingness, teleportation, and invincible golden body. Or if he stores Zhu Zuking's shadow spirit cat, he will also get the buggy shadow step. But these are not the most important. The important thing is when Tang Lan explodes her ring in the future, she can have 1 more martial soul and 9 more soul rings with a base age of 100,000 years. Imagine it. In the original book, Tang Hao only had 1 more 100,000 year 9th soul ring than the best soul ring. After exploding the ring, he could defeat Bibi Dong, who had just become a first-level god, by using the Great Zamura hammer. What about Tang Lan? 3 martial souls. 27 soul rings. All starting from 100,000 years. There are also high-quality soul rings of 1 million years and 700,000 years. If he explodes the ring, he can kill gods, right? No. It can definitely kill gods. Tang Lan expressed his expectation. Finally, the collective evolution of soul bones also increased Tang Lan's physical and mental strength. The soul ring limit of the life soul blue silver emperor increased from 500,000 to 600,000. Collectively increased by a full 100,000 years. What others dream of is just a unit of measurement for Tang Lan. This is the coolness. Only this one item. Tang Lan's actual combat power has increased by more than 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%. Because its foundation is, title Douluo. Tang Lan estimated that, according to the previous burst package, the ultimate attack can reach the 97th level of the strong attack system. We have to test it to know the exact amount. The next reward, the killing field. This is the field of the king of killing. The effect is simple, there is only one, ban magic. Enemy in the field cannot use any soul skills, and can only use the most basic form of martial soul. It is a smaller version of the ban magic effect of the city of killing. Even the god of killing field itself will be restrained by the killing field. It cannot play its due effect. Other fields are not affected. The only drawback is that the radius of the killing field is only 50 meters because it needs to compress the murderous aura. Tang Lan shook his head, he was still too greedy. Continue with the next reward, 9 turns golden body technique. The introduction said. This is derived from the 9 yang magic art, combined with the dragon elephant Pruchna art, and referred to the legendary 8-9 mysterious art, which is a basic body cultivation method specifically used for foundation building. The 9 turns golden body technique is divided into 9 levels. Each turn will temper the body, allowing the soul and the body to be more closely combined. Until the 9 nines return to 1. You can break through the constraints of the realm and enter the legendary immortal realm. And because it is a technique created with the 9 yang magic art as the foundation, the 9 turns golden body technique can perfectly connect with the 9 yang magic art. Tang Lan only ran a cycle, based on the Vajra indestructible body, and broke through the first turn of the 9 turns golden body technique. At the same time, the paste in the Danshan actively absorbed his soul. The speed of fusion is so fast that it even exceeds the assistance of the light of the sea god. Tang Lan did not stop and continued to practice the 9-turn golden body technique. With the strengthening of the immortal grass, the light of the sea god, the ice and fire refining golden body, and the indestructible magic of the diamond, Tang Lan's physical strength is far beyond the great perfection of the 9 yang magic. At this moment, these advanced physical strengths will be transformed into the proficiency of the 9-turn golden body technique. But it is still unknown to what extent. Under the effect of the 9-turn golden body technique, the spiritual power is transformed into pure golden energy and dispersed into the limbs and bones. During this process, Tang Lan's soul smoothly merged into the lower Danshan, like mixing cement sand to make the paste more solid. The round golden elixir looked clearer. The progress was fast. Not long after, the 9-turn golden body technique broke through the second turn and absorbed all his strength into one. At this moment, the soul bone enhanced physique, the 2 immortal herbs ice fire refined golden body, the 9 yang magic skills Vajra indestructible body, the Vajra indestructible magic skills invincible Vajra indestructible body, and all the other enhancements, all disappeared. Only the second turn of the 9 turns golden body technique remained. Chapter 238 Magical Powers 3 Heads and 6 Arms. Waltz of Killing. Tang Lan's physique was normally at the level of 95, and was still growing rapidly. But at this point, the realm was stuck. Because the spiritual power in his body had the energy was completely consumed, unable to support his evolution. And the energy absorbed from heaven and earth was pitifully small. Just a drop in the bucket. Next, he needed to accumulate energy until he fed his body before he could move on to the next step. Tang Lan didn't expect that. Will he be stuck in the realm one day? No. To be precise, it is this world where the energy is too thin. The so-called soul power needs to be compressed before it can be purified into spiritual power for the practice of the 9 transformations golden body technique. The efficiency is naturally slow. The name of the fantasy floor tile is well deserved. Drag me down. Tang Lan secretly complained. Check the last reward magical power 3 heads and 6 arms. No matter whether it is the word magical power or the 3 heads and 6 arms. They are all familiar existences. Combined together. Instantly, Tang Lan's expectations reached the peak. Magic power has appeared. I don't know if it's a magical power of cultivating immortals, or a universal skill representing gods. After all, the image of Shura God King is 3 heads and 6 arms. Tang Lan comprehended the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, and gradually became fascinated. It was unknown how long it took. When he opened his eyes, Tang Hao and Tang San were standing in front of him. "Brother, are you awake?" Tang San said in surprise. "Pa." Tang Hao slapped Tang San and sent him flying. Waved his hand and sprinkled a layer of soul power to isolate Tang Lan. Taught a lesson. Lanner has just finished his epiphany, give him time to sort out his gains, don't shout and scream. Tang San touched the back of his head, daring to be angry but not to speak. You are just looking for an excuse to hit me, right? Tang Lan didn't pay attention to Tang Hao's stretching exercise. But his brows were furrowed. The magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, like the exercises, needs to be practiced. And it has to be done step by step. Its magical power is divided into 6 levels, namely 1 head and 3 arms, 1 head and 4 arms, 2 heads and 4 arms, 2 heads and 5 arms, 2 heads and 6 arms, 3 heads and 6 arms. So in the short term, Tang Lan can't do the real 3 heads and 6 arms. With the 9-turn golden body technique, there will be some practice in the future. Tang Lan sighed helplessly and stood up. Walked out of Tang Hao's soul shield, attracting the attention of the two. Tang San learned his lesson and was determined not to be the first to speak. "Son, how is it?" Tang Hao expectedly said. Tang Lan did not answer. Directly unfolded the killing god domain. The familiar killing intent made Tang Hao very happy. This strong killing aura is stronger than my current one. It seems that absorbing the killing aura in the end is indeed proportional to the physical strength. Seeing Tang Hao so excited, Tang Lan decided to give him a big one. The killing god domain shrank, and the target was within 50 meters behind him. The strong murderous aura condensed into a scarlet color, turning into sickle blades, suspended around the killing god's domain. The next second, the sickle blades turned into afterimages, flying through the center of the killing god's domain, bringing a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It formed a movement of death, harsh and dazzling. Waltz of killing. Even if Tang Hao, who was level 98, felt his scalp tingling when looking at the fierce attacks in the killing god's domain. With such a dense attack frequency, even if he was in it, the only way was to use Haoshan body protection to resist it. Otherwise, even if he missed an attack, he was not sure whether his body protection soul power could withstand the sickle blade. Tang Hao was like this. Tang San was directly certain if he was in it, he would probably have been chopped into pieces by now. There is no second possibility. All this is complicated, but it actually happened within 5 seconds. The killing god domain suddenly broke apart, bursting out the last of its power, silently cutting the space in the domain again. Silent and deadly. At the same time, Tang Lan found that the killing god domain was in a cooling state. He roughly estimated that it would take about 3 days before it could be used again. And the murderous aura in it needed to be accumulated again. The restrictions were great, but reasonable. After all, the damage just now could threaten even the 98th level Tang Hao. The power was abnormal. Of course. Only Tang Lan could have such a strong power. He was almost plundered by the killing god and went bankrupt. It was plundered by the Azura God King. The gold content of the killing god domain is the highest in the world. It is estimated that only the genuine Tang Chen can surpass him. Son. Tang Hao said in surprise, this is what you said, the ability of domain evolution, right? Yet. Tang Lan nodded, it absorbed a little too much killing energy, so it evolved. Tang Hao's mouth twitched. What is this? He has obtained the killing god domain for decades, and there is no sign of evolution. This makes him look useless. Brother. Tang San said expectantly, when I become stronger, can I come back and obtain this killing god domain again? This really stumped Tang Lan. According to the plan. Now Tang Lan should go back, although I made a deal with the King of Slaughter, you can safely leave the city of Slaughter, but as a price, you cannot return. But the reason Tang Lan did this was to get rewards. Now that the reward has been obtained, the 9 tests of Shura God are also on his forehead. It seems. Can Tang San go to whoring for free and get some rewards? There has to be some sweetness. You can earn rewards more confidently later. Otherwise, if he has completely lost confidence in cultivation, what should I do if I don't rob the opportunity with myself? It makes sense. But because Tang Hao was at the scene, Tang Lan said vaguely. Let's see then. We have more important things now. What's more important? Tang Hao and Tang San stared at Tang Lan, waiting for the next step. But Tang Lan looked at Tang Hao. Dad, don't you miss your mother? I'll take you back first. Tang Hao raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Did you deliberately drive him away? Then nodded. He had complete trust in Tang Lan. Since he didn't tell himself, Tang Lan must have his reasons. Little Sanzi, don't move around where you are. I'll go buy some oranges and come back. Made a joke. Tang Lan gave Tang Hao the vast sea-sealed soul, stuffed it into King Blue and activated the blood escape technique to leave. The next second, the bloody light shot back from the horizon again. With the increase in the age of the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, and Tang Lan's precise control of mental power, the blood escape technique has been able to support many long-distance activities. Tang San looked around, there are no oranges here? But that doesn't matter. Brother, what are we going to do now? Tang San asked. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. Follow me, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Tang San's curiosity was aroused by Tang Lan. But seeing how mysterious Tang Lan was, he made up his mind to tell the truth. So I didn't ask any more questions. Secretly guessing. Brother, what kind of surprise have you prepared for yourself? So mysterious. It must be a big surprise. Chapter 239 Tang San won the 9 Thunder God exams? Tang Lan released the Divine Wind Boat and took Tang San to fly into the sky. Called out Xiao Lei, who was sleeping in. He ordered, look for it and see where the inheritance place is. Xiao Lei yawned and took over the control of the Shenfeng Zhou. Aside. When Tang San heard the words land of inheritance, his pupil shrank. This thing. No matter how it sounds, it doesn't sound ordinary. Could it be? Tang Lan also found a mysterious place similar to Poseidon Island in the City of Slaughter? Specially, for yourself. Combined with what Tang Lan just said, the more Tang San thought about it, the more excited he became. Yes. It must be. Brother loves himself so much, how can he bear to see him disappear among everyone? Tang San's excited look made Xiao Lei a little confused. Talk to Tang Lan through the soul connection of the soul. Xiao Lei, Master, doesn't your brother know that this thunder god inheritance requires the ultimate thunder attribute? Tang Lan shrugged and spread his hands. Tang Lan, he just likes to make up his own mind. Let him have fun first. Xiao Lei sneered. This. What a unique preference. The inheritance place of Thunder God is not far from the City of Killing. Xiao Lei compared the inherited memory and quickly determined the entrance. Controlling the kamikaze boat, he penetrated vertically into a straight and narrow hole. The weird thing is, this place has obviously gone deep into the ground, but it is still very bright. There is a problem at first glance. After flying for more than 10 minutes, it stopped. Master, the place of inheritance is ahead. There is a test set by the God of Thunder, and the Divine Wind boat cannot pass it. Xiao Lei said. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Lan said, we will walk the rest of the way by ourselves. You can go back and sleep. Okay. Xiao Lei slipped and slammed into Tang Lan's body. Tang Lan put away the Divine Wind boat and walked slowly towards the depths. Tang San followed closely and asked cautiously. Brother, was this Thunder God's inheritance place found for me? Tang Lan nodded without looking back, he was afraid that Tang San would see the raised corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Tang San was not carried away by desire, and still had a hint of self-awareness. But brother, I don't have thunder attributes, can I be chosen by the God of Thunder? Tang Lan paused for a moment, then quickly turned around and looked at Tang San strangely. It's like looking at a fool. This made Tang San quickly use his little brain. A flash of inspiration. Yes. Tang Lan does not have water attributes, and ice attributes only came later. Wasn't he chosen as his successor by Poseidon? Then I became excited. There is a chance. There is a real chance. He couldn't help but start thinking about the future. Brother, what level is this God of Thunder? Thunder is very aggressive, so he must be a level 1 god, right? But I now have Poseidon's black level assessment, will there be any conflict? Can you just give up on this assessment? Tang San answered a lot of questions. Tang Lan didn't answer. Just like that, he led Tang San to the end of the passage. It's very shabby here. On an earthen platform, a square handful of forging hammer. A grand voice resounded in Tang Lan's mind. Lift the artifact Thor's hammer to open Thor's 9 tests. Thor's hammer? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows strangely. Why do these Thors like to play with hammers? He looked at Tang San. He found that Tang San was also looking at him. Brother, did you hear anything? Tang Lan shook his head decisively. What sound? I didn't hear it. This made Tang San's face happy. Only he could hear it, doesn't that mean he was chosen? Brother. Just now a voice told me to go up and lift this Thor's hammer to open Thor's 9 tests. Since you didn't hear it, how about letting me try first? Although Tang San was asking, his feet had already started to move. Tang Lan smiled without saying a word. Even considerately, he opened the evil eye to mark Tang San. This little jerk doesn't have the mark of the Sea of Soul ceiling, the mark of the black level assessment on his forehead, that's so bright. If he gets killed later, he can still be rescued. Zzz. Dense lightning bolts were stimulated from the Thor's hammer. The radius of 5 meters turned into a thunder pool. The sound of the electric current blasting through the air made Tang San stop in his tracks. But then his eyes became firm. Test. This must be the test that the Thunder God set for him. He took a deep breath. Summoned his martial soul blue silver grass, wove a set of rattan armor on his body, and condensed ice crystals for reinforcement. He resolutely raised his feet and stepped into the thunder pool. Crackle. The rattan armor on his feet was charred by electricity, but it was not directly destroyed. It blocked most of the lightning, and only a small amount leaked in. But it also made Tang San tremble. Tang San gritted his teeth and operated Xian Tian Gong, moving towards Thor's hammer step by step. At the same time, he kept weaving new ice vine armor to resist the endless thunder and lightning. It took him half an hour to walk a short distance of 5 meters. Finally, he stood in front of Thor's hammer. With excitement, he decisively grabbed the handle of Thor's hammer with his trembling right hand. Kaka! A huge lightning bolt struck from the top of the cave. It directly destroyed Tang San's ice vine armor, leaving him completely exposed in the thunder pool. The huge lightning bolt found an outlet and rushed into Tang San's body. Let Tang San's body float with misty smoke, and there was a little meaty smell. This is to cook him. But even so, Tang San still gritted his teeth tightly, without any intention of letting go. He would never allow himself to miss such a chance to change his fate. Maybe it was this perseverance, or maybe it was the completion of the test. The dense lightning surged back into the Thor's hammer, leaving behind a Tang San with a strong meaty aroma. Hoochie! 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 Tang San panted for more than half a minute before he recovered. He tried to raise the Thor's hammer and waved it excitedly at Tang Lan. Brother! I succeeded! Thor's hammer recognized me and gave me a test. The content is... Tang San's words stopped abruptly. Standing there, his face full of disbelief. Tang Lan was not in a hurry at all. According to Xiao Lei, the inheritance of the Thunder God can only be obtained by those who possess the ultimate thunder. The 9 tests of the Sea God do not require attribute requirements, because the Sea God himself became a god through faith and has no water attribute. Where does a trident martial spirit get the water attribute? So, even if Tang San passes the test, he can only get a status similar to High Priest at most, and let him go out to find a more suitable successor. Tang Lan was relieved. A few minutes later, Tang San finally recovered and showed an ugly smile. My test content is: get the ultimate thunder attribute and open the Thunder God 9 tests. Or find someone with the ultimate thunder attribute and bring him here to open the Thunder God 9 tests. Tang San was about to cry when he said the last part. Because he knew that Tang Lan had the ultimate thunder attribute. And his method was to sacrifice the million-year-old thunder hell vine. How can Tang San replicate this? But Tang San was still unwilling, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked. Brother, do you know where there is a million-year-old beast with thunder attribute? In response to him, it was Tang Lan's white eyes. Do you think a million-year-old beast is a cabbage? It also requires thunder attribute. No, it can't be. As far as I know, there is only 1 million-year-old beast in the world, the deep-sea demon whale king. Although he also has thunder attribute, he is more inclined to water attribute. And he himself does not have the ultimate thunder attribute. Even if he sacrifices it to you, how can he give you the ultimate thunder attribute? A few words. The hit Tang San retreated several steps and fell to the ground. The Thor's hammer that he had worked so hard to obtain also slipped out of his hand and was thrown aside. Tang Lan stepped forward and he helped him up. He also picked up Thor's hammer and weighed it in his hand. The weight is quite comfortable, and it must feel good when you use it to swing people. Tang San nodded thoughtfully. But then I realized something was wrong. Wait. Tang San raised his head and looked at Tang Lan. He was bathed in the thunder, but he didn't react at all. In his hand, Thor's hammer behaved like an ordinary hammer. Tang San had to go through a lot of hard work, even being electrocuted into a barbecue, to achieve this. Here in Tang Lan, is it as simple and easy as breathing? This huge contrast made Tang San feel a little autistic. But before he could feel too sad, he suddenly realized something. Tang Lan possesses the ultimate thunder attribute. He raised Thor's hammer. Doesn't that mean? Tang San's palms felt hot. Then a voice sounded in his mind. Find someone with the ultimate thunder attribute, open the 9 Thunder God exams, and complete the assessment. The reward level is increased to the current integer level bottleneck, and the body is given a limit soul ring. The next second, thunder and lightning emerged from the Thor's hammer in Tang Lan's hand, surrounding Tang San. Followed by dense thunderclaps. Tang Lan opened the vast sea divine eye and looked inside through the thunder. Those thunder and lightning struck Tang San's flesh and blood, turning into pure energy and blending into it, raising Tang San's level. Except that the process was a bit difficult, overall it was good. It seemed that Tang San had completed the assessment and was the reward given by the God of Thunder. Tang Lan was relieved and did not activate the mark. Feel free to check your harvest. The first thing that matters most. The host obtained the 9 Thunder God exams, causing Tang San to miss the position of Thunder God, and snatching a lot of Tang San's luck. Award: The rewards for Goqing have been settled. Today, in order to break the chapter, I added 800 plus words, no need to thank you. Chapter 240 Thunder Armor. Water and Thunder Disaster. The host obtained the 9 Thunder God exams, causing Tang San to miss the position of Thunder God, and snatching a lot of Tang San's luck. Reward: Immortal Thunder Pond breaks away from the thunderous left leg bone of the Thunder of Destruction and becomes the main body domain. Reward: Immortal Thunder Pond is integrated with Soul Bone Technique, body of the God of Thunder to obtain an evolution. Reward: Immortal Thunder Pond merges with Soul Bone Technique, Divine Thunder of Annihilation to obtain the second evolution. Reward: Immortal Thunder Pond evolved into Thunder God Realm, prototype 3 times. This reward. Tang Lan blinked. 6. 9. S. H. U. X. C. O. M. Looking at my million-year-old soul bone, it became a blank slate. Are you sure this is a reward? But as soon as I heard the prototype of Thunder God Realm, I knew that this thing was definitely good. For a time, Tang Lan didn't know whether this reward was good or bad. He scratched his head. But based on the principle of systematic production, it must be high quality. Tang Lan put aside this issue for the time being and went back to study it carefully later. After all, the matter was already here and he couldn't change anything. Turning to check Thor's hammer, the information fed back. Pass the test and open the 9 Thunder God exams. Open Thor's first test, the fusion artifact Thor's hammer. This Tang Lan is very familiar. He condensed the Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer, opened his double pupils, used the copied soul bone skill and reset, and put a mark on it. After all, the Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer has been fused with the God of Destruction's artifact hammer. If there is a conflict with the artifact, Thor's hammer, my martial soul will be exploded. Can still be rescued. With the hammer in one hand, hit the middle. The two hammers stuck together and slowly merged into one. Tang Lan braced himself, always alert to possible accidents. Fortunately. Maybe it's because the mark of the God of Destruction has been sealed, or maybe the two don't conflict. Anyway, no accident happened. The integration was very smooth. The artifact, Thor's hammer, has given the Lei Yan Ice Haoshan hammer 2 characteristics. Yang, the martial soul Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer can exist permanently in a physical form without consuming its own soul power. How do you describe this feature? There are pros and cons. Needless to say, the benefits are that it frees Tang Lan from the constraints of spiritual power. With his level 95 physical strength, coupled with the 36-ton weight of the Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer, even a simple swing of the hammer can blast an ordinary titled Douluo. The disadvantages are also obvious. Although the materialized Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer can also be cancelled. But every time it is condensed again, the amount of spiritual power that needs to be consumed will be a terrifying number. Usually it doesn't have much impact. But in battle, he could not recall the thrown Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer by means of cancel and summon. Because the gain outweighs the loss. Just like the Poseidon trident's gone forever. From now on, if the Lei Yan Bing Clear Sky hammer is thrown away, you will have to pick it up by yourself. At once. It's too out of character. But the next feature perfectly solves this problem. Call reply, as long as Tang Lan opens his hand, Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky hammer will be summoned wherever he is and fly straight to him. Look. This is the ability that a divine weapon should have. How can the Sea God Trident, which can't even find its master automatically, be called a super divine weapon? Tang Lan has already started thinking about it. When fighting with others in the future, you can use Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky hammer as a long-range weapon. It will definitely make a crater with one smash. It's fun to think about it. Successfully merged the divine weapon Thor's hammer, completing the first test of Thor. Reward Thor's affinity plus 10%. Open the second test of Thor, by absorbing thunder, raise your own level to level 80. This test is very simple. Just right. The team that helped the Thundering Hellvine evolve is still climbing the steps in front of the Sea God Temple, getting the Sea God Light Accelerator for free. Now it's his turn to be struck by thunder. Looking at Tang San, he is still being tortured by thunder and lightning. Tang Lan turned and walked out. He had to give it a try. What on earth was the Thunder God domain prototype? Opening the blood escape technique, he flew out of the passage. Tang Lan directly opened the Thunder God domain prototype. Spiritual power turned into the ultimate thunder, covering a radius of 76 meters, and even the stones were shattered into sand. Tang Lan pursed his lips. The power was not bad, but the coverage was too short, right? It was only slightly larger than the killing domain. Probably to concentrate the power. I didn't care about these. Tang Lan opened the ability of the domain to evolve once fighting thunder armor. The ultimate thunder scattered on the ground gathered and condensed into a thunder and lightning armor on Tang Lan's body. Use the domain as armor to bless yourself. And swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Lan's body was like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages on the field. The ultimate thunder constantly stimulates his cells, increasing his speed by 200%. In addition, any damage from attacking the Douluo armor will be converted into the ultimate thunder, which in turn increases his speed and defense. It can be said, the Douluo armor transformed by this field makes Tang Lan almost invincible. Why is it almost? Because the soul damage, the Douluo armor is powerless. There is also, even if he maintains the Douluo armor, the consumption exceeds his own recovery speed. The 9 transformations golden body technique inherits the endless vitality of the 9 yang divine art, and the recovery efficiency is even more than 3 times. This cannot cover the basic consumption of the Douluo armor. It can be seen that its consumption is huge. And if the attack is converted into the ultimate thunder, the consumption will be increased proportionally. It can be said, all the abilities of the Douluo armor need to be built on a strong energy reserve. That is Tang Lan. Any 7-ring soul saint cannot afford that consumption. A simple test. Tang Lan immediately activated the ability of the second evolution of the domain water mine disaster. The arc of electricity jumping on the azure fighting thunder armor suddenly became soft and flowed down like water. The armor that was originally mighty and extraordinary turned into a muddy fluid, constantly pouring out and gathering under the feet, forming a black swamp. Tang Lan took out a python revolver and threw it into the water mine disaster. Puff! A fart sounded. The python revolver sank into the water mine disaster and disappeared. But in fact, the destructive thunder contained in it had already decomposed it and turned it into nutrients to strengthen itself. It's just that the python revolver is too useless, so it reacts. This is the water mine disaster. Compress the ultimate thunder to the extreme, turning it into a water mine that can annihilate everything, just like a heavenly disaster to wipe out all obstacles. Don't look at the soft water mine disaster, as if it can only cover the body. But as Tang Lan's mind moved, in the black mine disaster, black arrows shot out and landed on the mountain wall 100 meters away. There was no explosion or vibration. Just like the spring rain moistening things silently, it bit out a row of deep caves. This is the ultimate expression of destruction annihilation. Tang Lan waved his hand. Groups of black liquid flew out, gathered into a ball under the control of mental power, and transformed into a 3-foot black sword. Following Tang Lan's thoughts, it flew up and down in the air. After the Emperor Sword, Tang Lan's mental power control has a new toy. Chapter 241 9 Heaven's Mysterious Break, transformed into Divine Thunder, magnificent heavenly power. Use the sword to lead it. Play for a while. Tang Lan's magnificent spiritual power was consumed by more than half. This terrifying consumption made him stunned. Immediately test the last Field 3 evolution ability Sky Thunder Attraction. Recall the group of water mines. Together with the mines under his feet and on his body, they merged into a big black ball, and he raised his hand and threw it into the sky. It spread into a giant dark cloud, covering 100 people. At the same time, the energy between heaven and earth gathered here, injected into the dark cloud, and gave birth to wisps of purple thunder. Tang Lan watched silently, estimating the time. After more than half a minute, the dark cloud was finally accumulated, and the dense purple thunder swam like a school of fish. Tang Lan suddenly became interested. Using the ultimate thunder to pinch the thunder sword, pointing at the dark clouds, he said loudly, 9 Heaven's Mysterious Blade, turn into Divine Thunder, magnificent heavenly power, lead it with sword. Heavenly Thunder lead, fall. The next moment, like a waterfall, purple thunder poured down from the dark clouds and splashed around Tang Lan. Everything within 100 meters, whether it was rocks or trees, was washed away like an ink painting thrown into water, and became blank. Only Tang Lan was left standing on the black abyss. silently running the 9 turns golden body technique to restore himself. Just that heavenly thunder lead just now, drained all of his remaining half of his spiritual power. Even if my spiritual power is 100 times that of ordinary soul power, it can't withstand the consumption of the Thunder God domain prototype. It's worthy of being a domain prefixed with Thunder God. This is just a prototype. If it is a complete body, I'm afraid only a god can control it. There is no experimental subject, and we don't know how powerful this last blow is. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is definitely not weaker than the Great Zamuro hammer. Even stronger. Tang Lan was very satisfied with the reward this time. Tang Lan raised his left hand and looked at the Thunder God seal on it. A Han-Hai Sea Soul sealed it up and sealed it. Then he raised his hand. 2 seconds later, the ground suddenly exploded, and a residual image flew over and fell steadily into Tang Lan's palm. It was the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer. Tang Lan swung the hammer with interest and threw it far away with all his strength. The Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer turned into a stream of light and went straight back to the edge of the sky, until it was intercepted by a high mountain. Then, the top of the mountain was blown up. Countless boulders slid down, causing a large number of flying birds to flee in all directions. Tang Lan raised his hand again. Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammer rose from the pile of rocks and flew straight towards Tang Lan. Boom boom! The roar of the mountaintop was only heard now. Pa! Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammer fell into his hand. Interesting. Tang Lan used the camouflage ability of the blue-silver life field to change Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammer into other shapes. Shot put. Javelin. Flying sword. Discus. Replaced with various throwing objects to test the feel of throwing. Blow up the nearby hills one by one. It was so fun. Finally, it was found that under its 36-ton tonnage, any shape would cause a large-scale collapse of the mountain. Only in a specific environment, a specific mentality is needed. For example, when it is necessary to break the surface with a point, naturally javelin and spear are more suitable. If you want to hit the bull from a distance, blunt attacks such as shot put will be more effective. Until there is no mountain higher than himself in sight. Tang Lan stopped. Transformed the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer into a small flying sword and casually inserted it on his belt. Then he turned into a bloody light and returned to the depths of the cave. Tang San is still receiving electrical therapy. So long. Tang Lan said in surprise, it seems that the harvest is not small. Tang Lan sat cross-legged and waited patiently. Another half an hour later. The electric therapy finally ended. Tang San lay on the ground in a black body, his body twitching from time to time. Looks like he was played. The blue-silver grass martial soul automatically emerged, with a wisp of electric arc on it, revealing 5 spirit rings of white, yellow, black, red and black. Wait. 5 spirit rings? Tang San is a 5-ring spirit king? Tang Lan remembered that he was only level 45 before? Ah, this. I didn't expect that he would benefit so much from it without paying attention. Tang Lan opened his hand. The rich vitality formed a small ball and hit Tang San's chest, exploding and covering his whole body into the flesh and blood. Quickly recovering his state. Tang San finally recovered, got up from the ground with a dark face, took out the robe from the storage ring and put it on. Xiao Sanzi, what level are you now? Tang Lan asked, how old is this 5th soul ring? Tang San sensed it. Finally, there was a smile on the dark face. Brother, I'm level 51. The 5th soul ring is 30,000 years old, and it also gives the blue-silver grass thunder attribute, which has a paralysis effect. Then his face became unnatural again. Although the harvest was quite fruitful. But compared with the position of Thunder God, it was nothing. Tang Lan was a little surprised. 30,000 years? The normal age of the 5th soul ring is about 12,000 years. Even with Tang Lan, Tang San got a lot of benefits. The upper limit of his own soul ring should be around 20,000 years. This breakthrough to 30,000 years. It should be the 2 successive thunder temperings that gave Tang San a lot of benefits. And the 5th soul ring that Thor gave him was similar to the ability of the God-given soul ring. Tang San gritted his teeth and held on with the belief of becoming stronger. An extra 10,000 years is normal. Brother Tang San couldn't help asking, then what about Thor? Ahem. Tang Lan interrupted, after leaving here, you should forget about what happened today, understand? Tang Lan didn't explain why. But Tang San made up a lot of things in his mind. Brother only brought himself to the inheritance place, which was obviously a special treatment. If other people knew this, they would inevitably feel unbalanced. After all, Tang San is still he was self-aware. His cultivation talent was barely able to keep up with the core disciples of Tang sect. But it was different now. He was level 51. He surpassed Jingling, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Yuer, and was no longer the last one. Brother. I know. Tang San said with emotion, what happened today is known by heaven, earth, you and me, and no third person will know. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. What is the meaning of the blue-silver grass? Speaking of this, Tang San's fifth soul ring lit up, and a lightning bolt was thrown out of his hand, which shot to Tang Lan in the blink of an eye. It hit his chest and exploded into a lightning flower, covering the surrounding area for more than 10 meters. The lightning energy rushed to Tang Lan, trying to paralyze him. The light dissipated, revealing the body of the blue-silver grass. And it also had the slowness of frost and the burning feeling of the soul. Fourth soul skill, touch of frost. Fourth soul skill, whip the soul. To be honest, if it were a normal 5-ring soul king, he would lose his ability to move in a short period of time after being hit by Tang San's combination skills. This new 5th soul skill is not very powerful. It is fast. But the following two 100,000 year 4th soul skills are the killer moves. Originally, Tang San's blue-silver grass was a bit bulky, making these two 100,000 year skills seem a bit useless. Unexpectedly, a God-given soul ring solved the problem. It is worthy of being a God-given soul ring, which only gives the soul skills that best suit itself. It's just a pity. Tang Lan has the ultimate thunder, ultimate ice, and ultimate soul. The damage of the 3 attributes of thunder, ice, and soul are all weakened to 1/10 of what is left. In front of Tang Lan's titled Douluo's physique, it is just like tickling. Not worth mentioning. Chapter 242, Too slow to get the wool? I'll just rob it. Although Tang San's damage is nothing to Tang Lan. But it also depends on who the opponent is. Generally speaking, this 5th soul skill is pretty good. Tang Lan praised. It gives your blue-silver grass high mobility, so you don't have to worry about not being able to hit people with the two 100,000 year soul skills of the 4th soul ring. You also added the paralysis of thunder attribute. Your control system is getting more and more interesting. Having said that, Tang San looked at Tang Lan, who was fine, and felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Is it still far from enough? Tang Lan saw it and laughed a little. Little Sanzi, have you forgotten that I'm level 76? Not even a normal level 76. Not to mention I have the ultimate thunder, ultimate ice, and ultimate soul attributes. No ordinary title Douluo can hurt me. It would be strange if Oo could hurt me. Tang San, dot. Why does it sound like Tang Lan is like his natural enemy? He restrains him in every way? But think about it. Tang San can achieve what he has now, all because of Tang Lan's thrifty living. The attributes are naturally similar to Tang Lan's, but far inferior. That's why he has this illusion of natural enemy. Adjust his mentality. Tang San said confidently, brother, now I am in Tang sect, I am also a genius, right? The sky cleared and the rain stopped. Little B San felt that he was fine again. Tang Lan smiled and nodded. This is good. Compared to Tang San's indulgence in research instead of cultivation, he could get the little reward. Only a high-spirited Tang San could actively seize opportunities. Tang Lan could also do things behind the scenes and get more rewards. It's time to go. Tang Lan said, go back to Sea God Island first and pass the first exam. I have some unexpected gains in the Killing City. If the plan goes well, maybe it won't be long before I can take you to Group Brush the Killing God domain. Tang San's eyes lit up. Group Brush the Killing God domain? Brother! Can this really be done? Why, don't you believe me? Of course not. Tang San hurriedly said, it's just that this is too incredible. Are there any ordinary things I do? Tang Lan asked back. Tang San thought about it. It's true. When did Tang Lan's move not have unprecedented grandeur? Brother, do you need my help? Tang San said enthusiastically, I am also level 51 now, I can do a lot of things. Seeing Tang San so active, Tang Lan couldn't bear to discourage him. let alone level 51. Even if he is a sole Douluo now, he is not good enough for Tang Lan. At least he has to be a titled Douluo to have the qualification to talk. As for Tang San, your top priority now is to practice hard and prepare for the elite competition. Tang Lan tried to be tactful. Winning the elite competition for Tangman Academy can also make Tangman famous. By the way, it will be a good start for the subsequent plans. Perform well, and you will be the leader of the team. Tang San was very excited when he heard it. Brother! Just watch! Nodding with satisfaction. He put Tang San on the sea soul ceiling and threw him into the Blue King. Just about to leave. Suddenly paused. He received a message from Qian Palace, the Blue Silver King, who awakened Tang Lan. Take out the communication soul guide. It started to vibrate immediately. Connected. The image of the white-haired old man in the palace emerged. Your Majesty, we have finally contacted you. Qian Gong said quickly. newbookbar69shuz.com. Vice sect leader Zhao asked his subordinates to inform you that the fourth prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xuebeng, was assassinated 3 days ago. The third elder was present at the time, but there were 2 titled Douluo on the other side, and one of them was extremely able to restrain the third elder's poison. Fortunately, the third elder broke through to level 95 before the battle, and barely held the opponent back until the second elder rushed to help. But Prince Xuebeng was still blown away by the aftermath. He fell into a coma and has not yet woken up. The diagnosis results show that his soul is seriously damaged and he may not be able to wake up in this life. Deputy sect leader Zhao wants to ask you, how should the Tang sect express its position now? Not many people know about the private friendship between Tang Lan and Qian Rongxiu. From the outside world, Tang clan had a falling out with the eldest prince, and was won over by the fourth prince, becoming the backbone of the fourth prince's faction. That's why Xuebeng can stay with Douluo in Tiandu City. I just didn't expect it. There will be 2 titled Douluo assailants, and they can also restrain Douluo's green scale snake venom. This is very interesting. There's no need to guess, it must have been done by Wuhan Palace. Qian Rongxiu is still anxious. He accepted this great gift. I understand the matter. Tang Lan said, you tell Lao Zhao that the Tang sect does not need to express its position. Before I go back, just do your duty. Qian Gong nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, there are a few more things that need to be reported. Qian Gong continued. In 2 months, it will be the start of the elite competition. Vice Sect Master Zhao has already listed you and several other core disciples as a recommended team. At the same time, that period of time was also the day when the martial arts awakened across the continent. Vice Sect Master Zhao said that according to your request, a group of children with extraordinary talents have been trained. Is he asking if he wants to wait for you to come back before awakening the martial arts spirit for them? This is what happened. Tang Lan said casually, if I don't come back by then, just ask Baihe to start a continent-wide live broadcast. Yes. Make sure there is nothing else going on. Tang Lan hung up the communication and turned into blood and shot towards the west. It landed accurately in front of the steps under Poseidon Temple. Released Tang San, and at the same time unlocked the Sea God Soul Seal from the Poseidon Seal. Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong is practicing on the steps. Stop immediately. After taking off, he was bounced down and landed firmly in front of Tang Lan. Sect Master, you called me. Call them up. Tang Lan ordered, just do it as before. Yes, Sect Master. Tang Lan crossed Zhu Rong. He quickly climbed up the steps without disturbing the practitioners along the way. Just relying on his own physical strength, he walked all the way to the 200 steps. The speed just slowed down a bit. But with a steady pace, we crossed the 250 steps. Finally stopped at the 298th step. There are only 35 steps left from the 333 steps to complete the first test. And as of now, Tang Lan only used his body. Spiritual power, soul bones, soul skills, and domains are all useless. What does this mean? He can complete the first test at any time. But Tang Lan was not in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged on the 298 steps, running the 9 turns golden body art, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. It is worth mentioning that the Poseidon's light on the steps now is not the genuine Poseidon's light, but simulated using a formation. And driving the formation naturally requires energy. Yes. The energy concentration on this step far exceeds the outside world. The 9-turn golden body art is extremely domineering. It directly plunders the energy that maintains them from the light of the Poseidon to increase its own cultivation. This behavior is no longer just plundering, it is simply robbing. Chapter 243, Barrio Sixi pursues love. Tang Lan is excited. Regarding Tang Lan's blatant robbery, Bo Sixi in Poseidon Temple noticed it immediately. Now that you're back, let's come up. Tang Lan chuckled. Without stopping the plundering behavior, his soul left his body and floated towards Poseidon Temple. Enter it. He saw Bo Sixi staring at him calmly, waiting for the long-awaited answer. Tang Lan didn't show off either. I can already confirm that the king of slaughter in the slaughter city is my great-grandfather Tang Chen. Bo Sixi's eyes burst into bright light. But she still suppressed it forcefully. He said suppressedly, how do you prove it? Have you seen his martial spirit? Tang Lan didn't say much. Raise your hands and spread them out. There is a ray of soul power in the palm of the hand, which is extremely condensed but full of blood. Just one glance. Bo Sixi stepped forward excitedly and carefully held up the wisp of soul power with her mental strength. That's right. Although it is strangely bloody, this is indeed Tang Chen's soul power. In the end, I could no longer suppress my emotions, and 2 lines of tears burst out of my eyes. 100 years I've been waiting for you for 100 years. Finally, I've heard from you. Tang Lan didn't say anything. He waited for Bo Sixi to vent his emotions. Tang Chen was very capable to make this high priest lose control. Bo Sixi quickly controlled his emotions after being in a high position for many years. He looked at Tang Lan. How is he now? Very bad. Tang Lan said bluntly the great-grandfather was parasitized by a 100,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed bat king. His soul was sleeping in the spiritual world, his body was riddled with holes, and his blood was full of poison. I used the fairy grass melon and golden dragon to strengthen his body and repair some of his injuries. But I guess that the great-grandfather was ambushed and parasitized when he was completing the Shura God test. Once the soul of the great-grandfather is awakened, he will be rewarded with the divine test and his own strength will be awakened, but his body may not be able to withstand it. And the poison in his body is also a big problem. So I didn't act rashly and chose to come back to discuss it with you. Bo Sixi's face was ashen. She never expected that. A small 100,000-year-old beast would dare to stop her and her lover from seeing each other for 100 years? And he tortured her lover to a pulp. Damn it! He deserves to be torn into pieces. But after being angry, she couldn't help but feel sad. Tang Chen was too miserable. At the same time, she regretted it. She shouldn't have said it so tactfully at the beginning. Otherwise, that idiot wouldn't have been so stubborn in looking for the inheritance of the gods. Looking at Bo Sixi's eyes changing constantly. Tang Lan could only cite love brain inherited from the ancestors of the love continent, even the high priest couldn't stand it. Awakening the soul is very simple. Bo Sixi frowned and said. When the power of the celestial being is more than 35%, you can use the magic skill See God's Light. It's easy to suppress the control of a mere beast and awaken Tang Chen's soul. Don't worry about the physical strength. I can use my mental power to help him control the energy in his body, extract the excess part, and infuse it into your practice. It may be very large, and you may not be able to eat it alone. It's this poison. Bo Sixi couldn't help but have a headache. Detoxification is not her strong point. And it's the poison of the blood-red 9-headed bat king, which is even more difficult. I do have a way. Tang Lan hesitated, but I'm not sure if it will work. No problem, tell me and I'll judge. Bo Sixi asked. Now, even if there is a slight chance, she will find out. Since it is poisonous, let it go. Tang Lan said simply, I have a very strong self-healing ability, and I can use my blood to replace the blood and remove the poison for my great-grandfather. Bo Sixi's eyes lit up. Blood for blood? This is a good idea. Give me a drop of your blood, I'll see if it matches. Bo Sixi said. Okay. Tang Lan used his mental power to pierce a capillary in his eyeball. Squeezed out a drop of blood for Bo Sixi. Bo Sixi took out an ancient long halberd and carefully covered the dark red area on the tip of the halberd with Tang Lan's blood. Tang Lan's eyebrows jumped. That dark red. Could it be Tang Chen's blood? Why did this thing appear there? It's a story. No problem. Bo Sixi smiled and said, your blood is very compatible. Tang Lan seriously suspected that Bo Sixi was doing blood type matching just now. But I need to remind you. Bo Sixi said seriously. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King is parasitic on Tang Chen's body. It is still unknown how long it will take to peel it off. In order to avoid it from being destroyed, blood needs to be replaced all the time to avoid Tang Chen from getting hurt. The amount of blood that is expected to be lost is an incalculable number. Are you sure you can hold on? This made Tang Lan hesitate. He was not sure either. But he didn't need to worry about it. Just tell the problem. My regeneration ability comes from the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Soul Bone Life. Its current age is 250,000 years. If the stored vitality is only blood production, plus my own recovery, it is enough to support 3 days and 3 nights. That should be enough, right? Bo Sixi looked hesitant. Having never seen Tang Chen in person, she couldn't be sure how long it would take to peel off the beast. What if it takes more than 3 days and 3 nights? Then, Tang Lan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Sister Xi, in fact, my blue-silver Emperor's right leg bone of life is the blue-silver Emperor's right leg bone, fused with an external soul bone. It retains the ability to evolve from the external soul bone, and can continue to evolve by devouring vitality, increasing the upper limit of vitality storage. Although it is now relatively old, if it can absorb some high-quality vitality, it can still increase its age in a short period of time. Bo Sixi understood. She stood up. Looking at the Poseidon mark on Tang Lan's forehead, she saluted respectfully. Dear Lord Poseidon, your devout believer Bo Sixi wishes you a happy life. It is a pious believer. Request, allow me to leave Poseidon Island for a while. After saving Tang Chen, Bo Sixi will give everything he has, so that the glory of Poseidon will shine on the sea again. Tang Lan silently moved his eyes away. Bo Sixi's material is very sufficient. In the Poseidon mark, a melodious voice came out. Bo Sixi, you have almost dedicated your life to Poseidon Island, how can I stop you from pursuing your own happiness? As long as it does not affect the progress of the gods' test, you can act freely. If necessary, I can also. The Poseidon's consciousness was stuck. Tang Lan narrowed his eyes. Okay, stuck when saying I am? This is. Did the Azura God King block the connection between the God realm and the human world? Go, pursue your love. After the sea god's consciousness finished speaking, it fell into silence, never mentioning what the original body could do. But Bo Sixi was still ecstatic. He knelt down and put his forehead on the ground. Thank you, Lord Sea God, for your help. After getting up, Bo Sixi walked straight out of the sea god temple. And then, she just said a few words, and Tang Lan was excited. Just listen. Chapter 244 Working Girl Bo Sixi. Tang San's change. Additional update 10 monthly tickets. Bo Sixi's words made Tang Lan excited. In the next period of time, I will look for high-age soul beasts in the sea, knock them out and put them in the storage ring. I will send them to you regularly to absorb vitality and increase the age of the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life. Until it evolves to the limit. Oh wow! What a great relationship! A level 99 peerless Douluo works for free, whoever refuses is a fool. Then I'll trouble Sister Xi. Bo Sixi didn't say much nonsense, and disappeared in a flash. That was a race against time. Tang Lan didn't stay for long, and her soul returned to her body. She opened the black hole field directly and plundered more energy for cultivation. She felt very sad when she saw the head-made Shelly. But Bo Sixi made it clear that she didn't care. What could she do? Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, come out and get busy. Tang Lan called out, just like last time, condense thunderclouds. The 2 Ice and Snow Emperors showed their souls and went to work without saying much. Little Lei also jumped out consciously. I understand, to attract thunder for the master, right? Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Lei pursed his lips in grievance. It is a million-year-old thunder hell vine. It was sacrificed but only left 3 soul bone skills, that's all. The left leg bone of Thunder of Destruction Thunder has now become a blank slate. Now, except for the ability to use the ultimate thunder, it has no soul skills. Whose million-year-old soul beast is so miserable? Tang Lan comforted Xiao Lei after noticing that he was in a bad mood. Relax. When you go to the God realm in the future, I will reshape your body for you, and you will have everything you need. When the time comes, I will let you choose the template yourself, and you can mold it into whatever shape you want. Okay? Xiao Lei finally regained some vitality. The process of the Thunder God's inheritance was watched by these souls. In addition to the Sea God, the God of Destruction, and the God of Destiny. And the favor of the Shura God King. 4 first-level gods and 1 God King God. This is no longer a question of whether or not to become a god. It's a question of what kind of god Tang Lan wants to become. Going to the god realm? It's a done deal. Thinking of this, Xiao Lei's waist and legs are no longer sore. When he works, he is very motivated enough. Leave the outside affairs to the 3 souls. Back to the operation of the 9-turn golden body art. As a new technique, the automatic hang-up of the great perfection of the 9-yang divine art is no longer effective. But fortunately, Tang Lan first practiced distraction control and reached the highest level of the 7-aperture delicate heart. He then followed Poseidon to practice mental power and broke through to the level of 1 mind and 15 uses. If you divide a part of your energy at ordinary times, you can maintain the operation of the 9-turn golden body art for a long time. And most of the remaining mind is invested in new practice. Supernatural power, 3 heads and 6 arms. From the first level has 1 head and 3 arms, and starts to practice. Boom boom. The first lightning strikes, awakening the people who are concentrating on practicing. As soon as they open their eyes, they see Tang Lan on the 298th step, being struck by lightning. But before he gets close, he will be blocked by a layer of light shield on his body, and turned into pure energy to flow into his body. It helps to increase his cultivation. Everyone is dumbfounded. The first reaction is, when will Tang Lan be able to devour lightning and increase his cultivation like the thundering hell vine? But then they open their eyes wide. Tang Lan actually climbed to the 298th step? You know. Xiao Wu, who is now at the highest level, can only stay on the 85th step for daily training. Tang Lan. 298th level? Xiao Wu's fraction is not as much as his. It's outrageous. But what shocked them even more was Tang San, who was at the bottom of the list. He actually left Ning Rongrong, who was on the 47th step behind, and sat on the 56th step. From the fluctuations around him, he has already broken through to the 5th ring Soul King. It was only a few days. The little punk jumped more than 5 levels from the 45th level. This is really amazing. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Tang Lan again. It must be this guy who could create such a miracle. I just don't know. Can they take advantage of this opportunity to skip levels? After thinking for a few seconds, everyone suppressed their emotions one after another and continued to immerse themselves in cultivation. Don't let that little punk catch up. Tang San was like a catfish put into a school of fish, muddying the water in the pond. Let everyone practice harder. In a flash, 3 days passed. Bo Sixi finally returned and flashed to Tang Lan's side, throwing out a handful of storage rings. These were given to her by Tang Lan. Try these soul beasts and see how many years they can increase. Tang Lan used his mental power to pick up the storage ring. Okay. I'll test it now. He stood up and was about to leave. He was stopped by Bo Sixi. Absorb it directly here. It will be much easier with the suppression of the light of the sea god. Okay. Is this using public tools for private purposes? Tang Lan would naturally not refuse. Pick up a storage ring and release the soul beast in it. A huge black ball emerged, and then exploded into hundreds of sea mothers hundreds of meters long. Under the restraint of the light of the sea god, they were suspended in the air. It covered the sky and the sun. Ghost Sea Mother. Tang Lan said, 1 meter in 10 years, these are more than 10,000 years old. It was not surprising about their age. But the storage ring in his hand was only 5 meters long. How were these hundreds of 100-meter Ghost Sea Mothers stuffed in? Tang Lan would not be stupid enough to ask. Silently summoned the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, opened the 6th Soul Skill Life Ancient Tree, Life Forbidden Zone. Covered these poor Ghost Sea Mothers, sucked their mental power and life force dry. Feed the mental power to Chong Tong. Feed the life force to the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor of Life. The soul power is not used now, so it is not swallowed. This kind of refined soul power cannot be used for others to practice. Hundreds of 10,000-year soul beasts increased the age of Changtong by 40,000 years. But the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life only increased by 20,000 years. It seems not much. But this is an increase of 20,000 years on the base of 250,000 years. Even the anxious Bo Sixi breathed a sigh of relief. With this efficiency, it should be able to pile up to 1,000,000 years soon. If it can grow to that extent. Tang Lan also smiled. If the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life is 1,000,000 years old, the double pupil should also be able to benefit from it and evolve to 1,000,000 years old, right? This wave, a huge profit. Splash! In the circulation sea, a great white shark jumped out and landed in human form. It was the king of the 100,000-year-old soul beast demon soul great white shark Ziobai. High priest, why did you call me? Bo Sixi waved his hand. The ghost sea mothers floating in the light of the sea god fell into the circulation sea. Ziobai, you just stay here for the time being, and wait for these soul beasts to wake up, and let them leave the sea god island peacefully. Ah! Chapter 1 plus more. Chapter 245 Simplify the complex, prepare to become a god. Ah! Ziobai looked at the ghost sea mother floating on the sea, a little puzzled. What are you doing guarding them? But out of respect for the high priest, she didn't ask any more questions and jumped back to the circulation sea. Isn't it just maintaining order? As a 100,000-year-old beast, she was doing it simply. Tang Lan continued to take out the unconscious soul beasts from other storage rings and suck them dry. The age of the two soul bones soared like a rocket. 19 storage rings. Either a large number of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, or a big guy over 50,000 years old. This burst of suction. The double pupils soared directly to 350,000 years. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life was slightly worse, but it was also 410,000 years old. The progress was amazing. But if Tang Lan was asked to find it by himself, it would take several years to achieve this speed. I can only say it is worthy of being a 99-level peerless Douluo. Bo Sixi put away the empty storage ring and turned to leave. He was stopped by Tang Lan. He took out 20 more storage rings and held them up with his spiritual power and handed them to Bo Sixi. I haven't made too many storage rings that can store living things. These are all my stocks, you can use them too, Sister Xi. You can run less. Bo Sixi didn't hesitate to take them all away now she was working for Tang Lan. Watched Bo Sixi leave in an instant. Tang Lan stretched. Looking back. Under Tang San's stimulation. Everyone advanced 2-3 steps, trying their best to squeeze out their potential. This is pretty good. His eyes moved between Zhu Zuqing and Jingling. Finally, they fell on Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, come with me. Tang Lan jumped and was bounced off the stairs. Zhu Zuqing stopped the practice and slowly followed him one step down. Just jumped into Tang Lan's arms, and carried her to the Tangman Inn next to her. This made Xiaowu and Shui Bing her sisters look a little strange. Why call Zhu Zuqing? Are they unworthy? Others closed their eyes and practiced, saying that they saw nothing. Unexpectedly, Tang San said, brother got a 40,000-year-old left arm soul bone in the slaughter city, which is of dark attribute. It should be to replace the soul bone for Zuqing. Replace soul bone? Can it be done this way? Now the few people who pretended to practice also opened their eyes. Are you sure? Ning Rongrong said in disbelief, once the soul bone is absorbed, it will never fall unless you die. Tang San nodded first, and then shook his head. Normally, it is indeed like this. But is my brother a normal person? Everyone shook their heads. Don't keep us in suspense, you idiot. Daimyo Bai shouted. But he regretted it right after he said it. With Tang San's explosive personality, it would be a shame to talk to him like this. Okay, Dai boss. Tang San said with a smile, can't my brother help people regenerate broken limbs? As long as the original soul bone is taken out and a new bone grows out, it can't be just one soul bone, right? Ah, this. Everyone looked weird. They were surprised by this method of taking soul bones. At the same time, they were also surprised by Tang San's change of attitude. Take the initiative to explain, have a friendly attitude, and call Daimyo Bai Dai boss? Is he still the little jerk who is only jealous to the point of twisting? It's only been a few days, has the change been so big? Everyone looked at each other. Oscar, still a disciple, said cautiously. Master, are you okay? Why do you ask? Tang San raised his eyebrows and said, I have never felt better than now. Oscar looked at him for a few times. After confirming that Tang San was fine, he also smiled. No. Master, you are fine now. Then I will continue to practice. After getting Tang San's nod, Oscar continued to practice the 9 Yang divine art. Others also practiced again. But each of them had a rough guess in their hearts. Tang San's big change must be related to his sudden improvement. Now that he is no longer the last one, his mentality naturally changes. Even started to try to integrate with them? This. Thinking of Tang San's past, if it were someone else, it would definitely be impossible. But he is Tang Lan's younger brother. Tang Lan's attitude towards Tang San is also obvious to all that is simply doting. So, if Tang San can become normal, it is not impossible to accept him as a member of the team? Tang San looked at everyone who was immersed in cultivation, and the smile on his face was also put away. Just now, of course, he was deliberately showing it. After all, my brother said that he would lead the team in the future. Too stiff a relationship with the team members is not conducive to fighting. That's all. As for the friendship of these people? Ha! As long as he has my brother's recognition, it's enough. Other passing clouds are all floating clouds. Half a day later, Tang Lan and Zhu Zuqing, whose face was slightly pale, walked out of the Tangmen Inn. Throw the tiger eagle left arm bone to Jingling. The 10,000-year-old tiger eagle left arm bone, the soul bone skill can fly, can make up for your certain mobility. If there is another suitable one in the future, I will change it for you. The movement outside can't be hidden from him. Thank you for the reward, Sect Master. Jingling took it respectfully. Although it is not the most suitable dark attribute. But how can ordinary people have the qualifications to touch a 10,000-year soul bone? Are you still being picky? If you have it, just enjoy it secretly. Didn't you see Zhu Rong and others, looking back and casting envious eyes? In order to avoid more trouble, Jingling directly pressed the soul bone on his left arm. Started sucking on the spot. He was high. Tang Lan returned to the 300th step and continued to practice. It was very smooth to change the soul bone for Zhu Zuqing. This is the reward. Host. Snatch a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, soul bone skill eternal frozen domain evolves into the main body domain. After the thunder of destruction thunders left leg bone. The system extended its claws to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion tail. What's the matter? Is it going to make all his soul bones blank? What's the difference between this soul bone skill domain and the main body domain? Tang Lan thought so at first. But think about it carefully. He just recalled a detail, whether it was Tang San, Qian Rongxiu or Bibi Dong, they had not used soul bone skills after becoming gods. What happened to the soul bones? Just like the physicalization of martial souls, the soul bones were made into divine armor. Perhaps the soul bone skills were still retained. But at the god level, the strength of the previous soul bone skills could not keep up. It became a decoration. Now, the system is simplifying things for Tang Lan. Integrating multiple abilities into his own body, those that can be integrated, and those that can be upgraded. Prepare for becoming a god in the future. Suddenly I understand why every god's inheritance can leave behind a magic weapon. This is because the level is high, and these little things are no longer useful. Speaking of the god of destiny given by the god of life, why doesn't the god of destiny have a matching magic weapon? Added to Chapter 2. Chapter 246 2 million years. Bo Sixie's hint. Added. Update for Eddie Ian. The following days were calm. Until 40 days later. That is, the third day before the 1-year time limit. A new arm grew on Tang Lan's right shoulder. It scared everyone. But Tang Lan was relieved. This magical power 3 heads and 6 arms, finally comprehended the first level, 1 head and 3 arms. When Tang Lan uses the magical power, he can grow a third arm. The effect is also simple and crude, whatever the main body arm can do, this third arm can do the same. Strength, hand speed, skills, fighting. All 100% the same. At first glance, it seems not strong? Actually not. In the past, Tang Lan could only fight the enemy with 2 fists. Now with 3 fists attacking, he can suppress the opponent or even kill him. This is the difference. Swish! Bo Sixi flashed beside him and stared at Tang Lan's third arm. Originally, he didn't care much. Hey! She looked at it carefully for a few seconds and raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. It's like a real arm. What kind of ability is this? Hehe, this is a new soul skill I have comprehended. Tang Lan said generously, Sister Xi, if you want to learn, I will teach you. Bo Sixi shook his head without hesitation. Too ugly, forget it. Tang Lan, Ah, this is a magical power. The power that Shura God King uses. You actually think it's ugly? And where is it ugly? It's obviously very handsome. No. Tang Lan explained, my self-created soul skill is called 3 heads and 6 arms. In the future, I can have 3 heads and 6 arms, not like now. Bo Sixi said unceremoniously, that's even uglier, don't. Tang Lan, OV_OV. Okay. Just treat it as the difference between men and women. Sister Xi, what did you gain this time? When it comes to this, Bo Sixi rarely smiles. She poured out a pile of storage rings, but only held up 3 of them separately. Among these 3, there are 3 fierce beasts. They are 470,000 years old, 570,000 years old, and 670,000 years old respectively. With the others, it should be possible for the 940,000-year-old to break through to 1,000,000 years. Wow! What a surprise! Although Poseidon has captured more than 10 fierce beasts in the past month. But all of them are under 200,000 years old. 3 big ones came down this time, I'm afraid they didn't cause trouble. But Tang Lan doesn't need to worry about these. He first sucked up the soul beasts in other storage rings one by one. Let the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life be upgraded to 950,000 years. The double pupil also reached 940,000 years. Tang Lan rubbed his hands. Next, it's time to serve the main course. Tang Lan released one first. 470,000-year-old Star Rain Seahorse, a rare fierce beast with spiritual attributes. With wounds all over his body, he must have had a bad time with Bo Sixi. Tang Lan used all his strength to activate the life forbidden zone and sucked it out crazily. It took him half a day to drain it dry. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life increased by 20,000 years to 970,000 years. But as a fierce beast with spiritual attributes, it naturally has more spiritual power. The double pupil increased by 30,000 years to 970,000 years. Looking at this 470,000-year-old Star Rain Seahorse, Tang Lan was a little envious. How about? Let this guy become his soul? Tang Lan looked at Bo Sixi. Before he could speak. Forget it. Bo Sixi said bluntly, catching soul beasts for you to devour, even if it is just to increase the age of soul bones, there is a suspicion of violation. If you give more help, let alone Lord Poseidon, I, as the High Priest, cannot accept it. This is the principle, no negotiation. Bo Sixi's tone was very firm, which made Tang Lan give up the idea. New 69 book bar. But Bo Sixi raised his hand and put the unconscious Xingya seahorse back into the storage ring. I'll find a place to release them later. You are not allowed to follow, understand? You are not allowed to follow? You are reminding Tang Lan that you must follow. Anyway, Bo Sixi released the beast. But Tang Lan found it again, so it has nothing to do with her? Playing the rules clearly. Look. This is the benefit of having someone above you. However, Tang Lan rolled her eyes and nodded in agreement. Okay, Sister Xi, I will definitely not follow. I swear in the name of the sea god. Hey? Bo Sixi frowned and glanced at Tang Lan, you are so smart, but you didn't understand my subtext? Tang Lan smiled and signaled Bo Sixi to stay calm. Every storage ring contains Tang Lan's soul seed. Following? Too low end. Tang Lan just needs to sit here and observe the storage ring that Bo Sixi took away. Where did she end up staying or turning around and coming back? Isn't that the disposal point? Bo Sixi knew from Tang Lan's look that he understood. So he said, go on. Okay. Tang Lan picked one at random and released the ferocious beast inside. What was surprising was not the sea soul beast, but an ice blue giant bird that was over 10 meters long. It exudes cold fluctuations, which is the breath of ultimate ice. Ice King Frozen Bird. An even rarer ice attribute flying soul beast. It lives alone and is a wanderer in the soul beast world. There is no specific nest, but wherever it flies. Because of this unique habit, meeting them depends on luck. Tang Lan also didn't expect to encounter a 570,000-year-old one. It's really a stroke of luck. Then, sip without hesitation. No matter how rare you are now the nourishment for his soul bone. Most of the day has passed, and the morning sun has risen. The two soul bones each increased to 980,000 years old, and they were a little richer. Give the Ice King Frozen Bird to Bo Sixi to put away. Tang Lan released the last ferocious beast. A ball of tape measure flashed, lost its restraints and suddenly bounced away. The diameter is visually estimated to be over 60 meters. Its body is long barrel-shaped, its tail is strong and snake-like, and it has high hydrodynamic properties. But the most eye-catching thing is its two heads. This is two-headed Mosasaurus. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and said, the most powerful reptile sea soul beast on the seabed, it increases by 1 meter every 10,000 years of cultivation, no more, no less, exactly 670,000 years. The forbidden zone of life enveloped the two-headed Mosasaurus, and it was like a ton of waves. It is worth mentioning. The strangest thing about this two-headed mosasaur is that it has double cultivation. Although both heads can control the body, but usually only one of them controls the body and is responsible for cultivating the soul power level. The other head acts as a pendant and sleeps with its eyes closed. In fact, he is cultivating his spiritual power. The most suitable time is to feed two soul bones. This time it took a full day and night to drain this big guy dry. But the soul bones are one step faster, spanning 990,000 years. Come to 1,000,000 years. Throw away the weak two-headed mosasaur. Tang Lan looked at the two soul bones shining with light, and his heart was filled with emotion. Let a level 99 peerless Douluo work for more than 40 days, and finally fed these two. Next is harvest time. Chapter 247 The Grace of Life. Limit liberation. First of all, the core concern is the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life. In the previous 990,000 years, its soul bone skills have remained unchanged. It just keeps increasing, the upper limit of the vitality reserve. The total amount increased by more than 100 times. And pushed Tang Lan's natal soul ring to 700,000 years. It wasn't until the moment it reached 1,000,000 years that a new soul bone skill was added. Life Grace, release all vitality, apply grace to a large range, and revive all life. It is a very large-scale nanny skill. The difference is, it is not only humans that it milks, but all life forms such as soul beasts, plants, fungi, etc. will receive this grace. I just don't know. Can the dead be resurrected? You can try it out if you have a chance. Then there are double pupils. When it broke through 200,000 years ago, it did not unlock the sixth skill column. Instead, an additional effect is added to the first skill column. Permanently copied. In the past, no matter what ability it was copied by double eyes, it would be cleared after being used once. It needs to be copied again before it can be used. But with the effect of permanent copying, as long as the first skill column is copied once, the ability will be permanently effective. Until Tang Lan takes the initiative to cancel it, or copies other abilities to replace it. So, he doesn't need to learn the Great Samurai Hammer, he can just steal it and succeed. The following 500,000 years, 700,000 years, 850,000 years, and 900,000 years is to apply the permanent copy effect to the last 4 skill columns. And when it was officially promoted to 1,000,000 years, an epic effect was added. Restriction liberation. Within an hour, there will no longer be any restrictions on the skill bar, and the same ability can be copied at the same time. Afterwards, the soul bone goes into cooling mode and needs to be fed with enough mental power to be reactivated. This operating space is huge. For example, copy 5 soul bone skills and reset them to exhaust your opponent. Or copy 5 Lei Yanbinghaoshan hammers, and match them with the 3 heads and 6 arms of the future, carrying one in each hand. That picture, don't be too beautiful. It's just a pity that there is no time limit and you have to recharge it. Without this restriction, the artifact would be nothing more than that. How is it? Bo Sixi asked with concern, how long can it last now? Tang Lan looked up at Bo Sixi and raised his index finger confidently. A month. Bo Sixi frowned and said, a million years, it shouldn't be. Tang Lan smiled and shook his head. Oh? 1 year. Bo Sixi said with satisfaction, then there should be no problem. That blood-red 9-headed Bat King is just a 100,000-year-old beast. How can one use a year of separation? But Tang Lan still shook his head. I can always recover from the damage caused by bleeding. Okay. Such a one. Very good. Bo Sixi smiled and said, now, I am going to release these 3 ferocious beasts. You should prepare well and start the assessment tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Finished. Bo Sixi stopped teleporting and flew straight outside. Just tell Tang Lan, follow me closely. Tang Lan didn't move where he was. He clapped his hands and woke up the people who were practicing asceticism. This first assessment is enough for today. Everyone, come down and discuss tactics. After we complete the assessment tomorrow, it's time to go to a new location to harvest wool. Everyone was still a little reluctant to leave. But when I heard that there was a new pile of wool, I started to launch one by one and came to the foot of the mountain. Brother! Tang San said excitedly, we are going to get that field. There's no rush. Tang Lan pressed his hands and said, now let's discuss tactics. Each of you will report. Is there anyone who can't complete the assessment? Ning Rongrong was the first to raise her hand. She is a level 49 assistant, and it would be too difficult for her to climb the 136 steps independently. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Binger raised their hands. It's really not that they are incompetent. But Tang Lan really couldn't stand this triple Poseidon's light. Not to mention climbing the 333 steps, even the 200 steps are enough. I should be fine. Dai Mubai said proudly. 1x Poseidon's light, 108 steps, maybe it wouldn't work before. But my martial spirit has evolved, and the Scarlet Flame White Tiger can do it. It's just a joke. Oscar curled his lips. Although Boss Dai needs a beating now. But thanks to Boss Dai, after using the clone mirror intestine, I can barely pass the level with the red flame white tiger. There's nothing wrong with that. Aside. Jingling also silently raised her little hand. Mine only has 36 steps, so it's the easiest. Thank you, Boss Dai and Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai put his hands on his hips. We are all brothers in the same discipline, so there is no need to worry so much. Ha ha ha. Give him a kiss. In the end, only Tang San was left, looking slightly ugly. Although it is a bit inappropriate for a man to say this. But he really can't. I'm sorry, brother. Even if I use the Scarlet Flame White Tiger, I can still only wander around the 100th level. You can't climb the last 8 steps even if you live or die. Tang Lan nodded clearly. I already understand your sister's attitude. Don't worry, I have a plan that can let everyone pass. Even over-fulfilled. But in this case, Mubai, Xiao Ao, and Jingling, you 3 will have to make some sacrifices. Dai Mubai and the other 3 looked straight. It can help everyone pass the assessment, and it doesn't matter if you sacrifice a little. Oscar was the first to express his stance. Sect Master, please tell me directly, what do you need us to do? Dai Mubai said simply. Although Jingling didn't speak, her firm eyes said everything. This unity made Tang Lan very satisfied. He opened his mouth and said. We just have to do this and then do this. And finally do this. You can pass the assessment. Everyone looked at each other. Ah, this. There is nothing wrong with the plan. That is. Uncle Tang, is this okay? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but asked, will it be too much for you? Yes, Sect Master. Dai Mubai said worriedly, you have the heaviest task among us, why not let me? Tang Lan raised his hand to stop. Since there are no other questions, let's go back and get ready. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, he just used blood escape to run away. A group of people were left looking at each other. A long time. It was Xiao Wu who said, brother must have his reasons for arranging this. We just have to choose to believe it. Each go back and adjust your condition, and try not to be that burden tomorrow. Disband. Poseidon Island is 300 nautical miles away. The moment Bo Sixi disappeared, Tang Lan's bloody light rushed towards him. Looking at the 3 corpses floating on the sea, he picked them up and stuffed them into the storage ring. Other spirit beasts can be released. These three can't do it. Even if you encounter a stubborn temper, you can't convince it to become your soul. You can also wait for your friends to upgrade and use it as a spirit ring for a titled Douluo. How wasteful is it to release animals? But the most urgent task now, or prepare for tomorrow's assessment. So let them sleep for a while, and then try the depth later. Tang Lan opened the blood escape technique and returned to Poseidon Island. On the way, he coincidentally met Bo Sixi, who was on the way. Looking at the trajectory of the movement, he deliberately took a big detour, so Tang Lan didn't run into her when he came. Tang Lan quickly stopped the blood escape technique and invited Bo Sixi. Sister Xi, what a coincidence, you are also going back to Poseidon Temple. Do you want to take a ride and go back together? Bo Sixi glanced at Tang Lan, and then at the direction he came from. He was determined in his heart. He smiled tacitly. Bo Sixi frowned and warned. This first level of assessment is crucial, there are only 2 days left, you must complete it. Otherwise, even if I can't prevent the tragedy from happening. Do you understand what I mean? Tang Lan nodded in understanding. We have decided to challenge the crossing of the sea god's light tomorrow. Sister Xi will come to watch the battle then. There will be a surprise. Oh? Confirming that Tang Lan was not joking, Bo Sixi nodded happily. Then I will wait for your surprise. Tang Lan was not in a hurry to leave. Falling beside Bo Sixi, he followed her. Bo Sixi glanced at Tang Lan and flashed. Tang Lan flashed with her. Just like that, he flashed and headed towards the Sea God Island. This body technique is called stepping on the waves. Using mental power to finally control soul power, it bursts out instantly like a tsunami but continues, increasing the instantaneous speed of the straight line distance. Achieve this visual effect that resembles flash. This is Bo Sixi's unique skill. If it weren't for Tang Lan's special identity and sweet mouth, there would be no teaching at all. However, stepping on the waves consumes a lot of physical strength, spiritual power and mental power. Tang Lan has the blood escape technique in hand, but he doesn't plan to flash back to Poseidon Island with Bo Sixi. Just one sentence. Let Bo Sixi stop and flash back. Just listen. Chapter 4 plus more. Today's 6 chapters are 12,600 plus are added to break the chapter. Please vote for me. How about continuing this intensity tomorrow? 20 monthly votes plus 1 chapter, go for it. Recommendation votes will also be added as appropriate. If you really don't have any votes, please give a 5-star review. Chapter 248 Destroying God Plan? Open the assessment. Tang Lan said solemnly. Sister Xi, I have a bad feeling. Maybe saving Tang Chen's great-grandfather should be done earlier. Hey? Bo Sixi flashed and came to Tang Lan. S.U.X.co. Stared at him. Why do you say that? Tang Lan frowned and thought hard. I don't know what to say either. My soul realm merged with the artifact Vast Sea Universe cover, and after evolution, I gained an ability called Danger Precognition. After absorbing the soul bone of the head of the three-eyed golden lion, this ability has been greatly enhanced, and I can foresee part of the future. Just now it told me to rescue my great-grandfather as soon as possible, otherwise something bad will happen. Is it so metaphysical? The three-eyed golden lion Poseidon also knows that it is an ancient auspicious beast. With the domain ability blessed by it, it is really hard not to believe it. But even if Tang Lan passes tomorrow's assessment, it is impossible to obtain more than 35% of the affinity of the sea god. Then he cannot master the divine skill, the light of the sea god. This is the key to protecting and awakening Tang Chen's soul. It's like whether there is anesthesia during surgery. It looks insignificant at ordinary times. But if it is really gone, you will know what it means to be cut into pieces. This made Bo Sixi very entangled. Sister Xi, it's not that there is no way. Tang Lan's eyes drifted upwards. There is still the sea god's consciousness. Bo Sixi was shocked. Let Lord Sea God take action? No. The existence of the sea god's consciousness is to select the right successor. It is also the umbrella of the successor. It will take action in times of crisis and save the successor from danger. How can you consume Lord Sea God's consciousness for your own private affairs? Absolutely not. But Tang Chen. Just when Bo Sixi was in a dilemma, Tang Lan raised his hand and knocked on his brow. Sea God, your most loyal believer needs your help now. What do you think is going on? Bo Sixi looked nervously, waiting for a response. The next second, a ray of golden light overflowed and condensed into the phantom of Sea God. The Sea God's consciousness looked at Tang Lan helplessly. You have to think it through. Letting me take action will consume the stored consciousness. If you need it again in the future, I may not be able to do it. Tang Lan smiled. It's what I want to consume your consciousness. Every day, this vast sea seals the soul, that vast sea seals the soul. It's very troublesome. Now he has the ability to protect himself. Even if the gods come, they have to fly around the world several times to kill him. And after Tang Chen was rescued, he was directly protected by 299 level peerless Douluo. The consciousness of the sea god is dispensable. It's better to utilize waste. But it can't be said like these, it has to occupy the moral high ground. Tang Lan said sincerely. Tang Chen is also my great-grandfather. As a descendant of the younger generation, it is unfilial to have the ability but keep it. Sister Xi takes care of me like a younger generation. If I sit back and do nothing, it would be an act of injustice. Father Tang Hao has repeatedly told me to make the Haoshan sect great again. Now the opportunity to rescue my great-grandfather is right in front of me. Wouldn't it be disloyal to let it go? Moreover, the city of slaughter collects the evils of the world, but it is controlled by a fierce beast, and it uses blood as poison to control them. What is its intention? If I let it go and cause a big mistake in the future, it would be an act of inhumanity. You don't want your heir to be a disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust person, right? Poseidon. Poseidon's consciousness. What else can he say? He can only nod in agreement. In that case, I can take action then. But you can't kill any more. Okay, paused. Looking up at the sky, sensing for a moment. The look in his eyes was unclear. Turbulence is coming, you guys hurry up. He retracted into the Poseidon seal again. The two people were left with smiles on their faces. Great. Bo Sixi breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Poseidon is willing to help, saving Tang Chen is a sure thing. There will be no problem. Tang Lan smiled and nodded repeatedly. Find another crisis later to consume the consciousness in the mark of the god of destruction. The god realm was blocked by the Azura god king again. This huge world, isn't it for him to do whatever he wants? Then he can rest assured and carry out his plan. The next day, after recuperating and adjusting their status, the people stood in front of the steps of the sea god temple. Poseidon stood on the steps and looked at the team below. There was expectation in his eyes. As soon as the assessment here is over, they will set off for the city of slaughter. Save Tang Chen. Finally, can I see him who I have been thinking about? Expectation. Below. Tang Lan stood in front. He emphasized again, the light of the sea god is from top to bottom, so in the process, we must keep the integrity of the team. Also, what we have to do today is to challenge our own limits. So you all have to hold on until you fall, instead of quitting directly after completing the goal. Do you understand? He responded with a loud shout. Morale was high. Tang Lan took the lead and stepped onto the steps. He blocked most of the light of the sea god with his own body. Jingling followed closely behind. His assessment standard was the lowest, as long as he reached the 36th step. Although his level was the weakest. But there is a copy mirror intestine, right? He summoned the red flame white tiger, and started with the 3 consecutive moves of white tiger bodyguard flame, white tiger red flame transformation, and red flame demon god transformation. Maintaining 3 soul skills naturally consumes a lot of money. But he was fearless. Because the heart of the soul on his chest was continuously supplying spiritual power, allowing he was always in full condition. With his body expanded by his spirit skills, he spread his red flame wings. He intercepted more than half of the sea god light that Tang Lan had missed. Dai Mubai, who was following behind him, didn't even need to open his spirit. He just walked with his physical body. He intercepted most of the sea god light again. There was only a small part left, which was intercepted by Tang San behind him. Oscar, who was behind him, felt almost no pressure. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Binger, who followed, were just taking a walk. Ning Rongrong, who was at the end, felt incredible. Why don't I feel anything? I never thought it would be so easy. Tang Lan looked back. After making sure that everyone had entered the sea god light, he said, "Open the Jinwu 7 section formation as planned." "Yes." Tang Lan led the way, Zhu Zuqing followed. The 7 people jointly opened the Jinwu 7 section array and united as a whole, turning into a rocket head. Leading Shui Binger and Ning Rongrong, who were alone, they charged to the top. He rushed through 36 steps in one breath and completed Jingling's assessment. But he did not stop in the Jinwu 7 section array. Instead, he continued to rush up. But after reaching the 45th step, even with the Jinwu 7 section array to share the pressure, Jingling's face was still flushed. He was about to reach his limit. Seeing that he was about to be eliminated, Tang Lan's move pulled Jingling back. Just saw. Buzz. Chapter 249 Work together. The little punk is making trouble again? Buzz. A martial soul appeared on Tang Lan's head. 9 treasures glazed tower. 9 treasures turn out glazed, 1 day power. 9 treasures turn out colored glaze, 2nd is speed. 9 treasures turn out colored glaze, 4th is defense. 3 amplifications, radiating the whole team. The team collectively accelerated and rushed upwards a long way. UX. OM. Helped Jingling to sprint to the 72nd step in one fell swoop. Jingling realized that he was about to reach his limit. Decisively swallowed the copy mirror sausage in his mouth. 4th soul skill invincible golden body. First immune to pressure. And give Dai Mu Bai behind some time to prepare. Before the invincible golden body is about to end. 5th soul skill invincible golden body, nothingness. Weakened the energy attack by 50%, allowing Jingling to barely step over to Tang Lan. The 4th soul skill, invincible golden body. Transformed into the little golden man again, he was picked up by Tang Lan with one hand and thrown out with a Ling Qian strike. He broke through 10 steps in an instant, and finally the invincible golden body ended, and he was pinned down on the steps. But the 3rd soul skill, teleportation. The teleportation distance of 5 meters spans 5 steps again. Fell down on the 88 steps. Jingling was very considerate and chose the far left position. Don't let your body hinder the teammates behind you from climbing to the top. Above. Bo Sixi wielded the scepter, used her spiritual power to lift Jingling, and came to him gently. Continue to stare below. Jinwu's 7th interception formation is missing a Jingling, and Shui Binger takes over to make up for it. Ning Rongrong, who was alone, not only had no pressure, she didn't even consume her internal energy. Follow the sprint to the 80th step. Dai Mu Bai, who became the 2nd in line, after the transformation into White Tiger Protective Flame and White Tiger Qi Yan, finally couldn't bear it anymore and used it. The 4th soul skill, Scarlet Flame Demon God Transformation. Qi Yan spread his wings wide, blocking more of the Poseidon's light from those behind him. The heart of the soul lights up, providing him with the guarantee to maintain his soul skills. Although I have endured more pressure, my pace has become more steady. The team's morale was so high that they crossed the 100th level in one fell swoop and easily broke through the 108th level. Come here. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Oscar have all completed the black level assessment. But the momentum of progress has not diminished at all, and it is still making rapid progress. Until reaching the 150th step. As Dai Mu Bai was about to reach his limit, Tang Lan began to slow down. At the 170th step, Dai Mu Bai began to breathe heavily. A lot of physical exertion, even the replenishment of the heart of the soul, cannot make ends meet. He is dying. Dai Mu Bai did not hold back, but shouted, Xiao, Xiao Ao. Arrive. Oscar takes the replica mirror intestine, and a red-flamed white tiger appears behind him. 3 soul skills were launched in succession, and the left arm bone of Shining Yingsu lit up. Soul bone technique no distance. Dai Mu Bai and Oscar swapped positions, leaving Oscar in 2nd place and Dai Mu Bai retreated to 4th to rest. Tang San still insisted on 3rd place. Oscar, who was still in his prime, pushed his progress to level 185 and started sweating. The pressure behind is several times greater than before. Oscar can only do short distance bursts. Master! Oscar shouted. Tang San followed suit, using intestine eating and soul skills 3 times in a row. Then, Oscar used the soul bone technique, no distance, to change his position. It was Tang San who was in charge of the 2nd one, spreading his red flame wings to block the pressure. As for the shaky Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, who regained his breath, firmly held his shoulders and continued to move forward with his head. After pushing the progress to level 200, Tang San couldn't bear it anymore. But he did not take the next step as planned, but gritted his teeth. I want to hold on a little longer and share some more pressure for Tang Lan. This made Bo Sixi at the top frown. There's going to be a problem. Now this team is connected as one. If Tang San falls because of his hard support, everyone will suffer. The Poseidon's light, which far exceeds the limit, will immediately bombard the unsuspecting Oscar. It is very likely to kill it instantly. As the High Priest, Bo Sixi could not give a warning. You can only silently circulate your soul power, ready to save people at any time. Fortunately, Tang Lan's mental strength has always been paying attention to the team. I immediately noticed something was wrong. Immediately implement the next step of the plan. The blue-silver life domain unfolds. Under the call of the plant CO owner. The plants on the Poseidon temple that are illuminated by Poseidon's light contribute more intense life energy. The blessing was given to Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, providing them with increases. Follow the 8 spider spears to unfold, the black hole realm. Looting the energy of Poseidon's light and forcibly weakening its power. Send the team to the 215th level. Pfft. But it was Tang San's old blood that sprayed into Tang Lan's black hole field. This guy's will is a little blurred because of the hard work just now, and he can't activate the white whoring combo. Tang Lan flew up and kicked the little bastard out. If this guy hadn't held on hard and reached level 250, there would have been no problem at all. Fortunately, it only affects himself and will not affect others. There is no need for Tang Lan to say more. The tacit understanding of getting along for many years made Xiao Wu react very quickly. The third soul skill, teleportation. Taking Tang San's place. The fourth soul skill, invincible golden body. Withstood the first wave of pressure. At the same time, he swallowed the duplicate mirror intestine in his mouth, and the martial spirit was replaced by the red flame white tiger. The first soul skill, white tiger protective flame. The third soul skill, white tiger red flame transformation. The fourth soul skill, scarlet flame demon god transformation. Qi Yan spread his wings wide, protecting Oscar and Dai Mubai and continuing to move forward. Ning Rongrong is also in line, joined the Jinwu 7 section formation. For the first time, I began to activate my internal energy. At the 250th step, Dai Mubai, who was in third place, was the first to be unable to hold on. Opened the white prostitution combo. The invincible golden body resists the pressure first and gives time to prepare later. Nihility came to Tang Lan's side, transformed into a little golden man and was thrown out. Finally, teleport forward and add 5 more steps. Get a set. 16 more steps were added out of thin air. He fell down on the 266th step and was picked up by Bo Sixi. Oscar relied on his high-quality soul bones to walk up 11 more steps. It was on the 261st step that I shouted. I can't do it anymore. Open the white prostitution combo and jump to level 277. Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting for a long time, also swallowed the mirror image intestine. The first soul skill, white tiger protective flame. The third soul skill, white tiger red flame transformation. The fourth soul skill, scarlet flame demon god transformation. With the help of Tang Lan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger. She had so much time to spare, but she had only advanced 9 steps. That won't work. This is just because there are 4 people in front of her, on the premise of protecting her from the wind and rain. It's not that Ning Rongrong is too weak, it's that the pressure she is on now has seriously exceeded the limit. Unimaginable. How much did Tang Lan, the first one, bear? More updates will be added at night. Everyone, please vote. Waste Blue is also full of motivation. Chapter 250 Clear the level with 1 sword. Tang San's terrible reward. I can't do it anymore. Ning Rongrong used the white whoring combo to jump to level 286. His head tilted and he fainted on the edge of the steps. He was also waved away by Bo Sixi. This time, only 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger, were left, still following Tang Lan. Xiao Wu, who is level 69, is okay and can barely hold on. But Zhu Zuqing, who was at level 59, couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, Shui Binger, who was at level 53, was already crumbling. It depends on the limit. Tang Lan stopped and looked at the three women. Are you ready? We are about to start and make the final sprint. The three women all nodded. Very good, then. The small flying sword on Tang Lan's waist was hanging in the air, pointing at the end of the steps. The double pupil of the left eye shines brightly, activating its million-year ability limiting liberation. 5 life soul blue silver emperors were copied one after another, and 35 bloody soul rings were moving up and down. In addition to Tang Lan's 7 life souls, blue silver emperor, and 2 red and 1 purple gold from Lei Yanbinghaoshan hammer. There are a total of 45 soul rings, which is dazzling to see. But it's more of a shock. What is this? 45 bloody soul rings? Wait. Could it be that Tang Lan wanted to? Click. Amidst the dense sound of soul rings breaking. This is a terrifying fluctuation that Bo Sixi has to face squarely. Soul Bone Technique Great Samuro Hammer. Coupled with the blessing of Tang Lan's Dzogchen Immortal Seal and the precise control of his mental power. More than 95% of the soul power of explosive ring was poured into the little flying sword. Let it expand into a door panel flying sword, occupying the entire staircase passage. If Tang Lan hadn't tried his best to control it, his size would have doubled at least 10 times. Tang Lan shouted, "Get ready! Use magical powers at the same time, 1 head and 3 arms." The 3 Xiaowu girls immediately rushed towards Tang Lan, one holding his head, one holding his waist, and one holding the 3rd arm. Then use them at the same time. The 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Tang Lan pushed out with his free hands. Let's go! As if Yuo was about to pierce the sky, a sword light shot up into the sky in front of the Poseidon temple, tearing through the Poseidon's light neatly. Tang Lan followed the torn vacuum and used the wave riding technique, causing the 3 golden figures to flash one after another. Before the Poseidon's light could repair itself, he rushed through the remaining steps and stood in front of Bo Sixi. Bo Sixi can't even deal with it. No. You. I want. Huh? Bo Sixi never expected that Tang Lan would have such a skill. The sword that broke the sky just now didn't have any bells and whistles, it was just the ultimate power that produced miracles. Also known as one force breaking 10 meetings. Power. As a level 99 peerless Douluo, she felt threatened. How high is Tang Lan? Level 76. This. He. Even as a peerless Douluo, Bo Sixi was a little unable to react. Only the Poseidon seal faithfully performs its duties. Poseidon's first test, travel through 3 times the Poseidon's light, pass. Arrived at 1001 steps, 300% exceeded. Reward Poseidon affinity by 15%. Open the second test of Poseidon, crossing the ring blockade, blocked by the 100,000-year-old demon soul Great White Shark guarding Poseidon Island, break through the blockade of the ring sea and reach the other side without killing any sea soul beast. Tang Lan smiled. 15% Poseidon affinity. Compared with the 5% of the original Yakuza, it has increased by 3 times. Sure enough, as he thought, as long as the assessment is exceeded, the reward will be exceeded. Tang Lan looked at the stunned crowd and asked with a smile. What rewards have you received? Awakened everyone. Then the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling up. Sect Master. This reward is simply incredible. Daimyo said with white eyebrows and flying phoenix. Level increased by 1 level. And because the assessment was completed 200% over the limit, the additional reward of the first soul ring was increased to 1000 years. He showed his soul ring. The combination of purple, yellow, purple, and black looks strange and inexplicably powerful. Oh? Not bad, not bad. Tang Lan nodded and said, I hope that if I exceed the limit next time, I can upgrade the second soul ring to 1000 years. Daimyo Bai was naturally full of expectations. Tang Lan looked at the others. My reward is the same. Oscar smiled. He showed off his purple, yellow, purple, and black soul ring of the same style. Jingling was also smiling, showing off better configurations. Purple, yellow, and black. As the first experimenter with a soul, he also tasted the benefits the third soul ring of 10,000 years, second only to Zhu Zuqing. Strange, why did I lie to my sister Qian Muhuai about my reward? Ning Rongrong said with a suppressed smile. Then. She smiled and showed off her soul ring, yellow, purple, black and red. 1 ring and 1 color. Everyone knows the red 160,000-year-old fourth soul ring. Not surprising. The first soul ring is still 100 years old, why is the second soul ring 1,000 years old? Besides, how come your third soul ring is 10,000 years old? Didn't Ning Rongrong absorb the violent bear on the earth in 4399? In response to everyone's performance, Ning Rongrong raised her smooth chin proudly. My reward is to increase my soul power by 1 level and increase all my soul rings by 500 years, so the first soul ring is yellow and the second soul ring is purple. Because I completed the assessment 200% over the limit, the third soul ring was extended by an additional 5,000 years, so it became a 10,000-year soul ring. Are you envious? He he he. Seeing Ning Rongrong smiling so happily, everyone couldn't help but feel a little sour. But think about it carefully. Ning Rongrong's top 8 exams were being trained as a future high priest. These black level assessments are just rewards. It's not so sour. How is that possible? It's useless for you to increase your years. Oscar comforted himself, the proportional increase of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda will only increase your physical strength. It's okay, I'm not jealous. Daimyo Bai and others gritted their teeth and nodded. Absolutely not jealous. Ning Rongrong made a face and smiled proudly. Just be sour. Okay, you are much better than me. Xiao Wu looked at Bo Sixi, Sister Xi, why are my rewards being stacked? Mine too. Zhu Zuqing followed. Me too, Shui Bing'er agreed. Now the 3 women realized that there was a problem. Bo Sixi took a step forward. First, he glanced at Ning Rongrong and nodded. Not bad, I'm at level 50, keep working hard. Ning Rongrong smiled and agreed. The God-given soul ring that belongs to her was obtained last time, and it is in her storage ring. But she was in no hurry to use it. She has a soul that is still 160,000 years old. Can provide 3-5 soul rings. Before level 80, you will not consider absorbing other soul rings. Bo Sixi looked at the 3 Xiaowu girls. You can ask what Tang Lan's reward is. No need to ask. Tang Lan said consciously, my reward is 15% Poseidon affinity. When I heard this thing, it was prepared to inherit Poseidon. Everyone waited for a few more seconds and saw that Tang Lan did not continue. Could it be? No more. Zhu Zuqing asked. No more. Tang Lan nodded. Ah, this. Several people looked at each other, not knowing how to evaluate them for a while. Your reward mechanism is different. Bo Sixi said calmly. Poseidon's 9th test and below, including Rongrong's top 8 test, are all for the purpose of growing Poseidon Island faster, so most of the rewards given are to improve strength. However, as we complete the 9th Poseidon examination with Xiaowu and your company, the rewards will be accumulated until the final distribution. It will be a process of quantitative changes leading to qualitative changes. To put it simply, Rongrong, would you choose to upgrade from level 49 to level 50, or from level 89 to level 90? This requires thinking. Ning Rongrong blurted out, of course I choose the back. Everyone suddenly realized. Tang Lan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er need to accumulate a lot of experience. When I say that, I suddenly feel a little envious. Daimyo Bai smacked his tongue and said, if I can save up, I really want to save this level up reward until I become a titled Douluo. The others nodded in deep agreement. There was only one person standing there, dumbfounded. Tang Lan had noticed him a long time ago. Little Sanzi, what's wrong with you? The reward is not what you want. Tang San raised his head and glanced at Tang Lan, his face looking very ugly. Because his reward cannot be said to be bad, I can only say that it should not be too bad. More updates for 10+ fragments, no need to thank you.